onto the stage though. Okay. Andy's really big out.
That's it, 158, keep going, keep that gap really nice and small.
Yeah, that's that red boat that isn't red mix. That's the red boat that is red mix.
Following on through the front, following on, stop the leg, please.
That's the cat.
Keep coming on down through the follows.
Well, I said, are you here? So I assume that you worked out something. I said, are you here yet? I said, yes. So I assumed that you were on the stage. Oh, that means I can do a big run up for everyone that wants it.
Yeah, girls, keep going, please.
In as much as it's the same.
Coming on down, Paul.
I guess we'll get video.
Move on, please. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving.
I'll just crack on.
Boldly keep moving. Start turning across the lake, please. Brentford start turning. Adra start turning. Have a nice flow across the lake, please. Perkins moving. Guildford start turning. Go around in front of you. My colleague will give you a lane number. Keep moving, keep moving. Brentford now, please. Adra
old J15?
Maiden head slows up to that Peterborough. Peterborough, come on down.
Yeah, because I was
Tails first, turn, 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 right, turn.
They were first.
Maiden head start turning. Peterborough, come on through.
So where's the start line? Does the start line, does it? It's a rolling
It's
start. Is that blue flag?
Yeah.
No, the 10th.
Everyone, at least yesterday when they were doing the time trial, actually came the rain down. Came down the road.
No.
When the boys went up to see Mohammed, it's literally because when obviously we build up, so when you
Yeah.
get to the 10,
You're
you're
full
going.
gas. Yeah.
And then obviously a couple of people in the boys, so you get them going and you see them go, and they were like, and then go.
It's not like it normally is. I know. Enormous.
185, 130, 196, coming into Stafford.
Well, with Megan from Chester. She's here somewhere. I saw them
I
before.
did see
But I
them as
came
well. I
over.
did see, but I didn't know who it was.
I went to the top and round, so she might have gone up. She'll be J15s, right?
Yeah, no, I think they were down there. I've definitely seen them. And I was thinking, oh, no, that is a
Ah, it's Megan, isn't it?
Feeling athletic? Are you feeling athletic?
This thing came in wine last night.
Oh, was he trying to giggle my tent out?
Oh, did you get flooded?
Well, I hadn't put the big infinity girls in yesterday.
Right.
And I had two camera scales on the back and the old. I hadn't put a ground sheet down because I've got a ground sheet
Didn't I
actually.
see you at the hotel this morning? Oh, right. Somebody looks at my
So then I went tired lady.
Yeah.
Joking.
And that's the stand of my childbird.
So the girls were like misty in water and then so we bailed them out. Our sleeping bags went. We took £7 to dry our sleeping bags.
Wow. It's not the best preparation.
They weren't racing, thankfully.
Very down to
But
Park.
we'd just laid all the tent out to put up.
Yeah,
And then it came, if it had been in the dry, it would have been alright, but it got absolutely soaked when we put it up. It was just raining through the house.
well, me and John snapped it at the barbecue from Ian. Now, just first of all, brother, sorry, his dad at the barbecue, and then we set our caravan on fire. And then, because the wind,
Gemma's,
the wind,
so
I was going out
this is
with
John's
the
dad.
I'm
John. So Olivia Lewis was out with John. This is John's dad. What's your name again? I'm terrible. Gary.
But we went to get Ian said, oh, come round and
So is it just the two of you camping?
yeah, we're not camping, no way in the tent, we're in.
Oh, yeah.
Do I look like somebody who's setting the tent?
So you're scavenging food and you're staying in
No,
the
well,
hotel.
Ian did offer, to be honest, we weren't, and he was there, he said, right, we'll cook it now, let's have some stone here. So we got it on, and he shut the heavens open. So what did we do to help him? Laughed at him from inside the owner. They were stood up, and he took it in good heart. I don't envy it at all.
Well, I didn't realise
He's got a
that.
caravan.
Yeah.
She bought a caravan because that's where we normally go in the tent.
Right.
And you said as well, I think I'm getting too old for
My
camping.
hips just caught me, even on that bed. She's
Going
got a
clear,
fixed
close up the gas,
she's got
positive
mine.
yellow sausage behind you.
I'm in the bloody double at the front. That's like the sofas that you make into a bed.
Oh,
And it's still like a box. I still have sore hips. So it's more
My-
comfy than the mattress.
My double bed's very comfy, but I didn't realise the vent above was open and when all this rain. So when I went, I didn't realise till I went to
Someone
bed.
bailed everybody else out. And she come in and her bed was
It was soaked through the duvet, the sheet, the top hat, and then the mattress.
Oh, nice.
And I thought, there's no way I'm paying £7 to dry this out, so I got my hair dryer. And I just, it's a double bed, so I just slept.
oh, there's Megan.
Oh,
Where?
you're always,
From Chester Street.
you're always spoken. If you can't see her, you can normally hear her.
Well, I thought,
Hi.
There's nobody in the 500. Not have time
Not for the timing.
for the timing.
We've all been on the wine last night.
No, but
No, come
I
on,
wasn't sure if it was just because these were like
It's just because it's the
the
time
time
trial.
trials.
Certain the Andrex is going.
All crews to go down.
Where's Ian?
Going first.
Debbie's with Miguel.
Oh, at the pool.
Burford
No, no, it came over. He was following us around.
199
Probably the
to
bastard.
Your voice just changed there
Oh,
completely.
isn't it? I have to go high sometimes when the bottom of I've took some anti-inflammatories to try and
211, hold down 1 second.
Well, listen, we're 5 to 10. I might take advantage of it and get people if they're open now.
three of these left yesterday.
Really?
Did Lydia not want
Got a lovely one that's a bit shown like that on the front and a lovely logo on the back.
I'll see what they've got. I'll be back shortly. See you.
I say 157, following on to 199,
199.
following on to
She's just so
Oh, yes, I see. When's it finished? Infinity. Oh, when you said Greenos, I thought you were going to the 14s.
I say keep going to pressure on.
Maybe
All
not
crews
going.
go down to the Marshall, please. All crews go down to Marshall, please. All crews go down towards
Oh, right. Oh, what's the single? Oh, bless him. He's getting silent. Oh, no.
Who's this?
So you're told
The singles. With the Americans. Oh, they haven't done the result of the double yet. Just the single. So the Americans hasn't.
So when is
209,
Olivia
follow down to
race?
Marshall, please.
Half
204, follow 209, please. Keep going, please, girls. 209,
Does she hold
you.
that stuff?
208,
Yeah.
follow 204.
Oh, really?
Slow women, please, Marshall, going down.
ahead double. Just close up the gap to the current one. Close the gap, boys.
Sunny and
Close
Harry.
the gap.
I'm going to start walking back to see how they're doing.
Watch the boys. I'll come back and
And wavering, close up to the current.
196, did you say?
199.
199.
And then Sunny and Harry will be following. See there they are over there.
Yeah, I see them. Like the twins.
I'm loving the prize. There's a water bottle on offer if you do block 4.
Alright.
Anyone that signs up for block 4 gets a free water bottle. Well, you could say I'll do block 4 as a timer. Shall I volunteer you as a timer?
Where's block 4?
Free block for anyone that signs up on block 4. Timing hook.
What is block 4?
It's just the last end of the day.
Oh, right, the end of the day. Oh,
Shall I say? Mom says she'll do.
But not on the computer. So what time is block 4?
Coming to you, Ray.
6. We need to put it down. It's not.
It's just there, you know.
Coming on down, please. Brentford.
No, it's to the group she's not organising this.
Brentford. The gap nice and small. Gap nice and small for the Tornadoes.
Keep closing the gap, please, boys. Keep stepping up. Close the gap. That's it. Wait,
Yes,
keep
this
going.
Here's ours now. It's just the street here.
Where?
There, 199. Green Street.
Keep running, Winter boys. Winter boys. Keep the gap nice and small.
I'm going to go down so
197.
and I'll come back for some
207's up here now. 203. 195.
So the internet.
Coming, please, Winter boys.
194 and 199 need to come through.
There's a 195 over there.
Just follow your base number. Just follow the crew round. Brentford, please, closing the gap.
Yeah, Durham.
Coming on down and close the gap up. Bono. Got a big gap in front of you. Coming.
That's Durham School.
Oh, I can see Scarlett and who was Lucy?
Lucy. So that double leg beats Scarlett and my other Scarlett and Rob.
Windy choice of
Two
you.
of the second and then JIR. This is a different double.
Brentford, keep the gap nice and small.
Good luck, Chester.
Wavering, keep coming. Closing the gap.
That's it, please. Keep following on, please. The Windsor boys.
And then they did a 640 and
Moving round, following the first one. towards the other side of the field. And then you have one close to the
What about the coaches? I heard done about 2 new coaches.
That's it, keep going. Anyone go round to the big yellow sausage, round to the starter, please. One expert to stay. 226, follow one expert, please. Warrington, watch the big yellow sausage behind you.
How do you?
Moving around, please. Cross the base, cross the base. That's it, I'd go round the outside of it, please. Keep closing the gap, keep going, please.
He knows. So Stephen, do you want to
Outside of it.
Yeah, girls, let's go!
girls!
226, don't follow one expert, go round the outside of the sausage, please. Go round the outside of the sausage. Hello. Do not go on the inside of it, outside. Go towards the middle of the lane.
Nacho, this way.
247, keep going, please. Go around the outside of the big yellow sausage. Thank you. 251. Can you row on as well, please? Mersey, keep going. Close the gap, please. Right, point. Keep going. Close the gap, please. Go. 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 Close the gap, everyone. Go. Close the gap. Go. Falling first, go around the outside of the sausage. Do not go on the inside, you will lose your spin. Keep going down towards me, please. Two five five, keep going. We need to close these gaps, please. Keep going. And with the void, you'll follow on to gap 24. 258, keep following with the void, please. Please keep going down towards me, please. All crews go down towards me. Hello, Royals. Keep going, close the gap, please. Back, wait one. 258, can you go round, Royals, please? Keep going. Same with Wallingford, 241, keep rowing on, please. Yeah, Lampton, keep rowing on, please. Go around the outside of the yellow sausage, not the inside. Wallingford, keep rowing on, please. Go around the outside of the yellow sausage. Nottingham, go as well, please. Follow on to Wallingford, thank you. Okay, Royals, if you want to follow
Charlie's just there, line number 3, by the pontoon.
Okay, 318, Cecily 3, if you want to go round please, ring on 907. Straight down to the main marshal. Northampton, it was your following please. And then Hart 3, you'll be following on after that. Globe, you'll be following on after that please. Southampton, if you could follow. So it's 323 Forth Road please. Okay, 325, if you want to follow on towards that straight. Can I have 326 road down to Kennedy please? 326. Okay, if you guys can just touch slightly up more towards the yellow sausage register, that's great. Keep going on it, keep straight.
Close the gap up, close. Close the gap up.
Sunderland, can you follow please?
Sculling,
Just up a bit
close
more.
the gap.
But when you go around the yellow sausage, make sure you go
Close
around
the
the
gap
outside.
up.
Otherwise you'll lose your bin. So side mirrors to the same way, not
Turn
side mirrors to the back.
cross turn. Close, start turning. Start turning into close.
Destiny, can you all go past please? Unit, can you all pull up and go past as well please? If you can. Otherwise you'll lose your bin. Around the outside of the yellow sausage please. 7, Prince Charles, you'll be following on around the outside of the yellow boy. Prince Charles, you'll be following on around the outside of the yellow boy.
Good, Charlie!
Okay, Newark, once this York skull has passed you, if you'll follow round please. All through, slow down towards me please. All through, slow down towards me. Wonderful.
Good, Charlie!
Skulls, you'll be following on for me.
Good, Charlie!
All through skulls, slow down towards me please. Slowing towards me.
Good, Charlie! Start turning, please. Just follow those colour grounds. Quite similar. Coming wide. Looking round at the nice long arch. Holding
If you go towards me,
Full
make sure
screw.
you go around the outside of the yellow boy furthest away from me. That's it. 327, keep coming please. Keep going on down towards British Marshall. Keep well out to the side.
coming, please. Coming. Close
Let's
the
go,
gap.
Seth!
Follow in front of you, please.
All through, keep following on, keep the gap nice and small. That's it, go around the outside of the big yellow boy, thank you. That's it, keep going on please.
tomado el tiempo? ¿De allí o de aquí?
No, de aquí.
Allí, el mismo que...
Vamos,
Sí.
me equivoqué por 10 centésimas, me equivoqué.
on in a big arc.
Slow. Off you go.
Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. My colleagues will give you a lane number. Keep moving.
Ready, Oscar.
Last turn. Off you go. Single. Turn downwards.
Now.
That sort of circuit doesn't work. It's like, well, you need to develop your squats, press ups, and things like that. You need to kind of keep doing it all week or stuff like this. You should be well on the way. And that's not just the gym and that.
Off you go.
Pepper fellows, keep going, keep going, keep going. Go across the
But then I think sometimes gym would have an idea that it looks like some sort of running.
everybody else follow on, so please keep
Swimmer.
going.
Off you go.
And I think some of the other big girls, like busy shots in there. I would put it so.
Follow last turn.
But I think it's more of a lightweight sort of thing.
Following on down and a big arc. Blazing on the current run.
The thing is, Paul used to say that.
Colleagues will give you a
Paul
lane
was very
number.
much, all our girls in the gym was like, all absolute cringes. Like, what, you're really quick. It's like, I think it gets the lightweights quick. No, and very much it was part of, like, you know, I say, remember, run down around home here, but I had a load of guys who were like side heel slats who were 10 kilos lighter than me, and I just used to, I quite enjoyed the running, but I was never, I was alright with it, like 4 weeks after the time, but I think you've got good people, it's like,
And the other thing, in swimming is a skill that actually requires a bit of talent.
yeah,
And some people just aren't maybe.
yeah,
Following
and
on.
also people grow because probably for that reason, but it's like, you have, so, I think great for some people will probably enjoy doing that cross training and throw themselves into it, but actually I think a lot of people don't. And I think circuit will probably benefit that very much as well.
I think if you look at yeah, circuits is yeah, it's not just like
It's a big surface, circuit is where you're like,
Passing on a big arc. Don't make gaps, fellas. My colleagues will
Yeah, John.
Off you go.
once they get past that.
Yeah.
So this is probably so they can get the
Go across the lane, great. Go across the lane, like
Oh, she's fading.
go, Laura!
Come on, Laura.
Around the outside of the yellow ball, okay?
Yeah, Annie. In your own boat. That's it. Good.
Get ready, Fair! Get ready!
From the start, Mill.
we've done it. So, which is because you've wrong and spoken to Grace. It's just to say that he had a bacon sandwich that nobody bothers for. Yes, that's it. So that's why he's going up so steeply now. He's not overdoing it as he goes down. He's just got to the depth. So you've had the conversation already, so have I. Be careful that you go low on the so. right back the chair. Is it that big broken sound? Right. Then in boats an hour later when they send you a reminder. And feels really odd. You see so much of what you see. Why don't you just push the button? I'm just going to bike back around that way to where I'm at.
Hollywood remains at 10, with the top stop turning in
Excellent, well done. That's awesome. I think we do the other one. I don't know, but there was a couple of times in those boys' doubles where you'd be like, right, just straight through the start and then straight down to the start, and then maybe go stop and do their hair and have a drink.
What is dragging you forward?
Yes!
Control, 43 over. Go ahead, over. Yeah, Fran will need a radio, please, over. Yes, I'll make that happen. Control, launch 2, over.
Alright!
That was a long shift.
That was the longest time trial I've ever done. I thought I'd been here for days.
I thought it was only 300 through. The filters, no, it's going to be 457. Like,
Anyway, it's all done.
Yes.
Well done to us. Where are you now?
on the other side, start marshalling.
Oh, okay, cool. Have
I'm
you
going
got
to ask them if they can.
Yes, that's a good idea. It's your man in the blue t-shirt. There is what you want. Lovely. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit. Fran, you will start marshal?
Yes.
Can I have your grip?
Yes.
Excellent. Put this here. Excellent. one of those sports where you push yourself to the limit.
People in the community here is amazing.
There's a balance between this purity in the technique and the actual determination in the power of the stroke.
We're here to make Olympians. Driven, hardworking, passionate.
The ultimate goal is Olympic gold.
Like, we're here to make friends, but we're also here to work hard.
Most successful Paralympic programme in the world.
You want it for yourself, but you've also got to want it for everyone else. All boats came home with a medal, 3 of them were gold, 1 of them silver.
I crossed that line, I looked to the crowd, it was euphoric.
And you have to be a bit of a fighter. Like, it doesn't come easy when you get to the top of the world.
One of those sports where you push yourself to the limit.
People in the community here is amazing.
There's a balance between this purity in the technique and the actual determination in the power of the strokes.
We're here to make Olympians. Driven, hardworking, passionate.
The ultimate goal is Olympic gold.
Like, we're here to make friends, but we're also here to work hard.
Most successful Paralympic programme in the world.
You want it for yourself, but you've also got to want it for everyone else. All boats came home with a medal, 3 of them were gold, 1 of them silver.
I crossed that line, I looked to the crowd, it was euphoric.
And you have to be a bit of a fighter. Like, it doesn't come easy when you get to the top of the world.
very warm welcome to day 4 and the final day of action here at the British Rowing Club Championships 2025 at the National Water Sports Centre in Nottingham. A full day of 1K races, really looking forward to the action, and the weather certainly a lot kinder than it was yesterday. Before we get underway with our side-by-side racing today, let's just take a moment to reflect on what we've seen so far. Charlie Barry is one of the British Rowing commentary team. Final day today, Charlie. Reflect on what an amazing event this has been.
I mean, I always love the British Rowing Club Championships because it's got a unique feel and flavour to it. It's nice to see so many clubs coming from across the UK and, most importantly, generating great racing and having fun. It's incredible to see. We've got juniors, we've got university students, and we've got club athletes as well. And not just the top tier, but also the people who've been perhaps being beaten in other races finally got a platform where they can be on the podium as well.
There is a real buzz, even when the weather was as bad as it was yesterday. There's still a buzz, isn't there, that this event generates?
Well, I think everyone here has been delighted to see how still it's been and how calm the weather, which has mean we've had really fair and even racing. But absolutely, it's got a really party atmosphere. I was watching some of the finals in the juniors yesterday, and just the area around here by the finish tower was full of parents, full of other club supporters. You could hear a real roar as the crews came into the final 100 metres, and that's always a pleasure to see in rowing, which often doesn't necessarily have huge crowds of spectators lining the banks, especially in those cold winter head races.
Quite right. You've been here every day. What have been your personal highlights?
Well, I have to be biased. I'm the captain of Lee Rowing Club, so it was an absolute pleasure to see Max Raymond Barker winning the bronze in the final of the single sculls on Friday. As I was saying, there's been some really, really close racing. On Saturday, we had I think it was the silver and bronze position for the women's club quads, separated by just 0.06 of a second. So it goes to show that every stroke counts in all this racing. It's been great to see some mixed events. On Saturday we had the mixed eights. It's a new format for British rowing, and it's great to see it have a national platform here. And then yesterday, the incredible finish by George Watson's College in the junior J16 quads, I think it was, to take the gold medal from the clutches of Windsor Boys School.
That was so dramatic, yes. Let's look ahead to today. Shorter races and adaptive athletes here too. What are you looking forward to?
Obviously, with adaptive racing, it's great to see them have a platform. Sometimes not every event caters specifically for adaptive athletes, so it's great to see British Rowing facilitating that here. We are involved with a regatta called Lee Spring Regatta, and we have Sophie Brown of Sudbury Rowing Club come there and race as an adaptive in a non-adaptive event. So it's delightful to see that those athletes are going to have their own race here. The other thing I should say, Howard, is it was today, 20 years ago, I did my very first rowing race in the J14 Cox Quads, and it's going to be great to see them repeat perhaps my success and follow my footsteps as they race in that event later today.
Our first finals of the day are the adaptive finals, but what's that like to be in a boat and be visually impaired? It's a question I put to blind rower Emma Slee. Emma, explain how it works in the boat practically with you being visually impaired.
So practically I receive remote communication from a launch through via a radio which is spoken to my rigger. So we have a pair of radios, my coach has one and I've got one that's strapped to my rigger. So he will be telling me instructions, which are mainly steering instructions for me, because that's the thing I can't see. So say I'm veering off to the left and veering off to the right, he'll tell me which way to get back on.
Just practically again, what was it like that first time you sat in a boat solo on a lake?
Relatively daunting, actually. I mean, even though I was in a wreck boat, it was relatively daunting because I'd only been in crew boats. And when you're in a single, it's completely, even though, I had the floats that I have on my boat completely touching the water then, but even then it's quite daunting because you solo. No, if you make a mistake, no one can correct you. If you do something wrong, no one can correct you. It's all down to you. But then that has, I suppose, being on my own has helped me this season, because that's mainly what this season for me has mainly been learning about how to row well in a single. I definitely believe that adaptive rowing is going in the right trajectory, because the number of entrants in races is expanding, and I wish to see this continue to expand in the direction that it's going, both at like a regional level and a national level, because from all the other social media comments and interviews from people like myself, you know, are my personal experiences as well, and people like me. You know, it is expanding, but there's a really strong desire to see this emerging market continue in the trajectory that it's going.
Absolutely fascinating, and we wish Ema the very best of luck on the water today. Racing just before Ema is James King from Leeds Rowing Club, who is part of the GB Pathway programme. James, you're on the GB Para Rowing Pathway. What does that mean practically?
Well, it means a lot of training and it means a lot of commitment. I think you've got to be really dedicated and ready to put your body through some pretty tough times. And it's training twice a day, 6 days a week. So, you know, for anybody that would want to get into it, that's the kind of commitment that you're looking at. But it's really enjoyable as well, you know, to see how rowing is done in a slightly different way when we get to the PR1s, PR2s and PR3s, you know. Those guys are pretty impressive. So yeah, it's a really interesting sport when you look at it from that dynamic. But for myself personally, it's something that I've just really enjoyed being a part of.
It must have been a massive change from your sort of previous day-to-day to that.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I played rugby before, so a completely different sport entirely, and you know, coming into rowing has just been a bit crazy when you sat in a boat in the middle of a lake and you're like, what is going on? But you know, it's something that I've really enjoyed being a part of, and you know, I can't wait to get stuck into the racing today.
Will Stockton is the pathway coach at GB Para Rowing and works closely with you, James. Will, there must be potentially more athletes that are available but don't realise actually that they could be taking part in para rowing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think particularly in our PR3 category, we've already identified a lot of people in universities and clubs around the country that are already involved in the sport that perhaps don't realise they'd classify for the Paralympics. And we're always recruiting. We're always looking to grow our programme. So it's really if people have a loss of strength or range across a joint, then we're interested to speak to them. Yeah, through the ankle, through the wrist. Yeah, visual impairments. Yeah, even if people aren't sure whether they'll classify, we can give them a pretty good idea early on as to sort of what their prospects might be in the sport.
And people would get in touch through the British Rowing website, would they?
Yeah, absolutely. They can sign up online, and that will come through to us, and then we'll follow up with them directly.
Well, thanks, James. Just thinking about the race today. What's the plan?
Win, hopefully, you know. But no, just a good performance. You know, this will be my first proper race in a single, so hoping to just put a performance together, really, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
We're all set then for our first adaptive final of the day. Let's enjoy the action described by the British Rowing commentary team.
So good morning and welcome to day 4 of the British Rowing Club Championships. Whether you're watching on the YouTube coverage or here at the course today, you are in for a treat. We have plenty of action over the 1K course today from the J14 and 15s, and we're going to kick off our day with some medal action already. We have the medal races for the adaptive rowing categories. So kicking us off in our first race for medals of the day, it will be the Open Junior Adaptive Single. Alex, tell us a bit about the adaptive categories and what this race is.
So we have a few different adaptive categories. Typically it's whether you use all parts of the stroke, the legs, the trunk and the arms, just the trunk and the arms, or maybe just the arms. In this case, it's the Open Junior Adaptive Rowing sort of open, which means you kind of self-declare. So I assume we're going to have athletes that are just going to use legs, trunk and arms. But we've got 4 crews in here, Lucy. So who are we expecting to see in our first medal race of the day?
Yep, so in lane 2, it's the sculler from Swindon. In lane 3, we have Hampton School Boat Club. In lane 4, Avon County. And in lane 5, Marlow Rowing Club. So 4 scullers contesting this final. They obviously completed the time trial earlier this morning, and from the time trial results, it looks like the Hampton School Boat Club sculler has a pretty good lead heading into this race, but, you know, side by side, anything can happen, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, and also just looking at those time trial results, there is a little bit of a spread between the athletes, but the 3rd and 4th place are pretty close. So we're definitely going to have some good action in terms of maybe that bronze medal. But we're looking forward to some really good racing here this morning. So it looks like our athletes are just making their way onto the stake boats at the moment. This is going to be slightly different to what we usually have here at Nottingham. So we have the floating pontoons at the 1K mark, but the athletes still have to do the same kind of thing, just get into their lane and then just gently back onto the stake boat and be grabbed by the stake boat holder. Just want to say as well that all our stake boat and timing everyone who's doing that are volunteers, so thank you very much for everyone that has volunteered at the championship. And if you're interested in volunteering maybe later today or at a future championship, on the website there is a way of doing it. You just basically fill in an online form and then we'll be in touch with you. So just watching our screens at the moment, we can see we have all 4 athletes now attached to the stake boat, so they'll just be waiting for the umpire to bring them under starters orders, and then away we'll go with the first medal race of the day. So yes, we have Swindon Rowing Club, Hampton School, Avon County Rowing Club and Marlow Rowing Club competing in this first medal race of the day. As I say, all the athletes are now attached to the stake boats, so they'll just be awaiting the umpire to say ready, come forwards, attention and go. That's what we're waiting for at the moment. It looks like all these athletes are ready to race.
Scullers, we're just waiting for an umpire so we can start this race. So we're slightly late, okay, before we wait for an umpire.
club in the next race?
Go on to the left for your respective place.
It's first race as well. No, I crap all my road races at this point.
You should have thrown it here. It's your athlete.
Come a bit further. Past the start line. Come behind your side.
That's adaptive.
This is the adaptive.
Race of the day. And then with about 300 meters to go, we have Luke Payne, who is racing for Sudbury Rowing Club. So Luke Payne just working towards the finish at the moment. On our screens, we can see Adam Hussain of Marlow Rowing Club on our shot. Did really, really well. Sprinted into the line as well. So Adam Hussain has won that race, our third medal race of the day. So we've had some really exciting racing and some big efforts there from our athletes. And now just on shot, we can see the Sudbury sculler. So that is Payne of Sudbury, just working in towards the last 150 meters now. So from here, it looks like this is an athlete that can only use the arms. So using arms for just 1K, that's really tough work. So this is phenomenal work from Mr. Payne there of Sudbury Rowing Club.
Yeah, great work from Sudbury coming through second place in this A final, but already on the course a little bit further up. We are off with another A final of the women's adaptive 3 single, and this is contested between another sculler from Sudbury, Warrington Rowing Club in lane 3, and Rob Roy in lane 4. And in the early stages, it is Rob Roy with a storming lead in this race already. It does look like a few athletes are in each other's lanes though, so I'm not going to comment too much on that because I'm not sure who's in which, but Rob Roy with an early lead ahead of Warrington, and then Sudbury back in third. But Luke Payne now in the final 50 metres or so of his A final. He's going through the rates. He's winding it up for a good strong finish. Great work from Sudbury.
Yeah, magnificent work there from Mr. Payne, just coming up to the line now. You can see the effort he's putting in to just take himself to the finish line. Last few strokes here, but phenomenal job here. He just crosses the line in 2-1. There we go. Through the line, fantastic stuff. But yeah, just coming right down also into this last 150 meters is Rob Roy's San Giovanni Vincentelli. I remember actually, I'm sure I saw that name the other day. So competing for more than just the first time. Absolutely winding up through the line here. Magnificent work, trying to extend the lead in this medal race. I think when there's a medal race, it's always nice to just earn it over the finish line. Just put that effort in, really squeeze away. And we can see Rob Roy here coming up to the line. Fantastic sculling.
Yeah, Rob Roy coming through the line now to take that gold medal. Fantastic sculling there. And then in second place, it looks like the sculler from Warrington is heading towards that silver medal, but she's made it a little bit harder for herself, starting in lane 3 and ending in the complete bankside of the lake, but just short of the line. She's going to drift through for silver medal, but great sculling, doing slightly longer than 1,000 metre course there, making it hard for herself, but silver medal nonetheless. And then for the remaining positions, we have Sudbury Rowing Club just heading down here in lane 2. So big support for Sudbury off of the back of the previous race with the other Sudbury sculler. Good to see their team out in force in these adaptive categories.
Yeah, so Sudbury. Sophie Brown now has about 250 metres to go, just working towards the line. So steering a nice line there in lane number 2, just following down through the buoy line. So into the red buoys now that show that you're into sort of the last 200 metres. So Sophie Brown continues to just scull away towards the finish, and that will be the next person in our women's AR3 single final. So you can see here Sophie Brown just not using the legs, it's just trunk and arms with this athlete. They do have the floats on, but they're not doing anything. They're way above the water. It's more so if there was quite a big tip on the boat, but at the moment, like the boat being sat really well, just sculling really cleanly through here. So the Sudbury athlete just getting towards the last 100 metres now. So yeah, well done to Sophie Brown, just crossing the line there from Sudbury. Great effort to you in this fourth medal race of the day. So unfortunately, if you like medals, you're going to have to wait to see some more given out a bit later on, because we're into semi-finals. So Lucy, what is our first semi-final here today?
Our first semi-final is the semi-final 1 of the Open J14 single sculls, and contesting this semi we have Derwent Rowing Club in lane 1, Bradford in 2, Exeter B in lane 3, York in 4, Trafford in 5, and Windsor Boys School B in lane 6. And it's a pretty savage semi-final, only 3 through to the A final, the remainder through to the B final, but lanes 1 to 6 across the board, there's plenty of overlap. It looks like the sculler in lane 3 though, Exeter B, does have the leading position at this stage of the race, just 250 metres to go. But the rest of the field, it's still absolutely all to play for these final 3 spots.
Yeah, Lucy, we love that savage racing, you know, that cutthroat. You're in or you're not in. Looks like lane 3 has a good lead. I'd also be happy if I was lane 4, but everyone else, lanes 1, 2, 5 and 6. This is a 4-way rumble for that final spot in the A final. So looking like it is lane number 3 who is bringing it best. That's Exeter's B Sculler. Has nice clear open water. Sculler in 4 from York City. Turnbull looks to be placed well, but is being hunted down now by lanes 1, 2 and 5. Everyone winds up to the finish. Lucy, go on, take us over the line here.
George Burns is going to lead this semi-final one. He led the time trials, so dominant performance there, but the rest of the field, York for second, but he's being challenged by Derwent in lane 1 and also the sculler in lane 5 from Trafford. It's York through in second, and looks like Derwent just nudged out Trafford for that third spot. He splashes the water. He's thrilled. He's done enough to reach that A final, so yes, those scullers from Derwent, Exeter and York are provisionally through to the A final of J14 singles. The remainder, Trafford, Windsor Boys and Bradford, will see them back in action in the B final later today. But yeah, let's see who will be joining them in the next semi-final up at the start now.
Yeah, so the times have just flashed up on our screen. Like, we'll need to wait for them to be fully official, but half a second it looks like. That Derwent sprint at the end just did enough there. Arlo did enough in lane 1, we think, just to push out Leo from that last spot in the A final. So, like we say in here, you are going to the A final and competing for medals, or you are going to be missing out. So it's really exciting racing through these semi-finals. So, just going off now is the second semi-final. Watching our screens, we've just seen them all get away very cleanly. Do you know what? Those were some really clean strokes. There's usually a little bit of a wobble in a single, but none of these. They just absolutely went ham first few strokes and drove off the line here. So, who have we got in our second semi-final here then, Lucy?
Semi-final 2 is contested between Barn Elms in lane 1, Enniskillen Royal Grammar School in 2, Globe in 3, City of Oxford A in 4, in 5 Northampton, and in 6 it's Lambton. And if it's going to be anything like semi-final 1, it's going to be another savage race, all to play for. Yeah, so the middle 2 lanes, Globe and City of Oxford, they will have ranked higher in the time trial, and then lanes 2 and 5 next fastest, and the outside lanes 5th and 6th fastest. But it's, yeah, anyone can make their way to the A final, as we saw in that previous semi-final. Derwent from lane 1 just nudging into third to make the A final there.
And just a quick shout out to our Rob Roy Sculler, who has just shook hands and is going to receive a medal. That was a really good performance in that medal race we saw just a few minutes ago. Also gets a nice water bottle, nice reusable water bottle, all about sustainability, right? So our next race is hitting that 500 meter mark. Like we say, these semi-finals can be savage. They're going to be close. They came through time trials, so we're expecting everything to be tight, and it does look tight again. So as this camera pans round, it's at the 500 meter mark, the halfway mark. The time when it's do or die is not quite here, but looks like we've got some athletes in the middle lanes just poking their noses out in front. So 2 of these athletes are probably going to be a little bit more happy with a bit of open water, but it's really close between the 4 boats on the outside lanes, 1, 2, 5 and 6. Yeah, and on our screens, that's Mr. Hussain of Marlow Rowing Club, also getting his medal and a plaque. Well deserved, was way out in front. It was great stuff. Lucy, talk us down. What's going down in this semi-final that looks really close?
It is really close, and you can tell from the shouts on the bank that it's still absolutely anyone's game. But I think it's looking like the sculler from Globe out in lane 3, along with City of Oxford. They look to have just taken the race a little bit faster than the others, but it's pretty good chevron shape coming down now. Again, the battle between Globe and City of Oxford, they're looking over at each other's shoulders, seeing each other. It's absolutely stroke for stroke, as is Northampton and Enniskillen in that blue boat and over in lane 5. But not to be counted out, the sculler from Barn Elms here in lane 1. I can see him winding through the gears, trying to catch that Enniskillen sculler. Globe here look to have just made a move into these final 100 metres. Absolutely every stroke counts, and he's sure making them count. maybe pulling out to almost a length lead over City of Oxford, perhaps even closer than that, but Globe leading this currently, City of Oxford going with him. And it's going to be a real battle between Northampton and Enniskillen for that all-important third place, the final spot in the A final. But Globe Rowing Club, Oscar Wilmot, what a performance. He leads this semi-final. We'll see him in action in the A final along with City of Oxford. And on the line, it's going to be the blue boat from Enniskillen Royal Grammar School, provisionally taking that third place in this semi-final too. Awesome effort from all these scullers. The A finals and also B finals are going to be really closely contested later.
Yeah, well done to Oscar Wilmot just there. Globe, they train out of the Docklands. So, you know, at one point there, that's alongside an airport. He just took off in that last 150 metres to confirm the win. So that was just great work there from Oscar. We've also still got medals going on. This is one of the last few medals we're going to be giving out this morning. I believe that's the Sudbury Sculler. Mr. Payne, I think, just picking up a medal there and just pushing off the pontoon. So fantastic work from all our medalists this morning. We look forward to coming through these semi-finals and then giving out some more medals a bit later in the day. Right, we're on to the women's junior 14 singles. The first semi-final is underway. They are probably about a quarter of the way into their race, about 250 metres into the race. Lucy, who we got this time?
Yeah, just looking down the binoculars, already this race is looking a really close field. So this women's J14 semi-final 1. In lane 1, it's Tideway Scullers. In 2, Calpe Rowing Club. In 3, Buell Bridge. 4, Chester Street. 5, Glasgow Academy. And in lane 6, it's the sculler from Clydesdale. And yeah, approaching the halfway point now, and is that you could nearly throw a blanket over the field, but except for the sculler from Chester Street, does look to have the early lead in this race. All of them going with her though. It's going to be another tight battle for that third spot. Actually, it looks like the sculler from Chester Street along with Buell Bridge are just making themselves a little bit clear of the rest of the field, but still absolutely all to play for in this semi-final 1 of the women's J14 single. Yeah,
Very geographically disparate, these crews here. You know, we've got Gibraltar, Scotland, Kent, Chester Street's up in the northeast as well. Tideway Scullers on the Tideway, of course, but all descending here into the last 500 metres. As Lucy said, you can pretty much throw a blanket over these. It has not broken out, and with about 400 metres to go, maybe 350, we're just looking for someone to make the decisive move. There are 3 spots up for grabs. It looks like the 2 in the middle, who would be the quickest qualifiers from this heat, have a slight advantage, but it's very, very close. The outside lanes, again, are keeping it competitive here in this J14 singles. So looking like lane 3 and 4, like I say, maybe have a slight advantage, Buell Bridge and Chester Street. But here come the sprints from all the athletes, because they come into that last 250 metres.
So the sculler from Chester Street out in lane 4. She led at the mark at the 500 metre mark, and she looks to still be leading, but Globe putting in a big bid to take this win in the semi-final. They're absolutely... Buell Bridge, going with her. Buell Bridge and Chester Street, the battle for the win in the semi-final. And in lanes 2 and 5, it's Calpe versus Glasgow for that third spot. They're both bringing the outside lanes with them too. No one is backing down. Everyone wants a spot in that A final. But the lead is still with Buell Bridge, Mia Prince, just half a length ahead of the sculler from Chester Street. Looks like they'll both be headed to the A final, where they'll see each other again. Buell Bridge through the line, ahead of Chester Street, and it's going to be the sculler from Gibraltar. Calpe Rowing Club just clinched that third spot ahead of Glasgow Academy in 4th, and Tideway Scullers and Clydesdale cross the lines for 5th and 6th. They'll meet each other again in the B final of the women's J14 single.
Yeah, good work there from the Buell Bridge sculler, coming through late on to take a good lead. It's nice to just put that that sprint in just to get the legs working just after midday. But we're already into that second semi-final, and it's already past the 500-metre mark. Again, it's lanes 3 and 4 maybe slightly out in the lead, but lanes 1, 2, 5 and 6 are not out of this, especially with 3 places up for grabs. So Lucy, let's do the roll call here.
So in lane 1, Trent Rowing Club. In 2, Shanklin Sandown. In 3, Nottingham and Union. 4, Peterborough City. 5, Tees. And lane 6, it's Queen's Park Chester. And once again, there's huge overlap in this field. It does look to be the middle lanes from Nottingham and Union and Peterborough City just leading the field, but still no one to be counted out. Of course, these semi-finals, absolutely savage. Everyone wants a top 3 spot, and they are sure fighting for it. So approaching the final 250, we can see the lead is still in the middle with Union and Peterborough, but out in lane 1, Meg Cheetham of Trent Rowing Club, not to be counted out. These are only J14, these athletes, but plenty of experience from the Trent sculler. She's fresh off the back of her silver medal in the women's J15 quad yesterday and won medals last year at Brit Champs too. Has she got enough energy left in the tank, though, for this final day of racing? You can see her going through the gears. She's trying to battle for that 3rd spot. The lead is still, I think now, with Peterborough City just ahead of Nottingham and Union. But it's this 3rd place battle is really hotting up between Tees and Shanklin Sandown. Trent not to be counted out. She's throwing all she has at this. Peterborough City, though, leading the field. Nottingham Union, though, also, she's got overlap with her. It's going to go right down to the line here. Peterborough City, Nottingham and Union. Tees Rowing Club battling against the Shanklin Sandown sculler. And it's going to be on the line, just Peterborough City, about half a length ahead of the Union sculler. And then just drifting through, stopped just short, but just made it. Shanklin Sandown looks like she finished in 3rd place, just ahead of Tees and then Trent Rowing Club. And rounding out the field, over in lane 6, Queen's Park Chester. She'll be back in action in the B final later today. Wow, what exciting racing, Alex.
Yeah, Beatrice Gregory just paced that right, just right. Was sort of winding down a little bit through the line, but it's a 1,000 metre race. You only have to get to that 1,000 metres. Same with the Shanklin Sandown sculler as well. Just kind of got there. But well done to those who have made their way through to the A final. Of course, B final as well. You've raced hard this morning to be in those top 12 spots. Next semi-final is coming into the closing stages already. So we are into doubles. It's the J14 doubles. We've got Wallingford, we've got George Watson College, AB7, Brentford, Bedford and Warrington. And this is tight as well. Once again, 3 spots in the A final. And who can call it? Not us, because it could be 3, 4, 5. It could also be lane 2 making a charge. Everyone's making a charge. This is what we like. We like rate. That's what we want, Lucy.
Absolutely, and we're seeing plenty of it with these J14s already. It looks to be, so far, the AB7 double in lane 3. They led just at the 500 metre mark, and I think they're still holding on to that early lead. But still, just this 1K racing that you can get such exciting finishes. AB7 leading the field just ahead of, looks like lane 4, Brentford Rowing Club. Wow, there's absolutely 4, 5, basically 6 boats going for these 3 spots again. AB7 just holding on, but they're going to have to hold off huge charges. I can see it out in lane 5, the composite from Bedford. They are absolutely winding through the gears. I think they've come through from 4th or so into maybe 2nd right now. But it's, 4 boats for 3 spots. It's going to be AB7, and then the rest absolutely too close to call. On the line, we're going to have to go to, I think the photo finished for between 2nd and 3rd spots, but I think it was maybe just Brentford missing out there in 4th place. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, they might have done. I think that Bedford St Neots composite, you know, we were just talking earlier. We've both raced at St Neots Regatta, you know. That's a place you just got to be ready to go. And it looked like they were ready to go in that last 150 metres because that was a full bore charge. It was AB7. You can see him on the screen. Rupert Clifford, Charlie Dukes, have put their Cobra to good use there and just blasted their way through. But that was really exciting first semi-final. And speaking of semi-finals, we've got the second semi-final coming down right now. This is the J14 double again. So in this one, we've got Maidenhead, Shanklin Sandown, Burton Leander, Chester Street, Windsor Boys School, and Marlow Rowing Club. And this race has about 400 metres to go. Maybe not quite as tight at the front end as that last race, but still a lot of racing going on for that third place in particular. So it looks to me like it's lane 3 who is Burton Leander, just having a slight lead over lane 4, Chester Street. They did have a lead by about a second at the 500 metre mark, but we are through that mark and we are moving. It looks to me like the momentum is with Chester Street in 4. They are trying to push their way up to the nose, the front end of this race. They want to get their nose out in front, because first place is much safer at the moment, because that charge for third can sometimes get embroiled with the place for second, like we saw in that last semi-final. But looks like the two middle lanes are just pushing their way forward. They put the shove on at the right time, and they are moving clear of the pack. But there's a really good race between lane 2, Shanklin Sandown, and the Windsor Boys School. Everyone knows that Windsor Boys School is synonymous with phenomenal sculling, so we'll have to see who can come out on top for third place, Lucy.
Yeah, we can see the Shanklin Sandown double. Really good, well-timed races from them. Their J14 single sculler just snatched a third place in the previous semi-finals we saw, and it looks like their junior boys double is potentially going to do the same. They've got to hold off Windsor Boys, though, charging really, really well. Burton Leander, though, out in front of this race. Fantastic for the local club who train on the Trent just further downstream from here. Chester Street are going to take second, just ahead of, it's going to be the Shanklin Sandown double for third. We'll see them later in action in the A final. Windsor Boys just missing out there alongside Maidenhead and Marlow. So yeah, more great racing from these J14 doubles, and we'll be over to the women's J14 doubles shortly. They are actually already off the start, it looks like.
So, in this first semi-final of the women's junior 14 doubles, we have two Lambton scullers, but not in the same boat as each other, but they are in the middle. One's with Durham and the other is with Berwick Amateur Rowing Club. So that's lanes 3 and 4. We've also got Hartbury in 1, Bulebridge in 2, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in 5, and Notts County Rowing Association in 6. That's who we've got, as we've had in all of these races. It's going to be 3 to the A final and 3 to the B final a bit later on. So it's getting towards that 500 metre mark. In fact, our first crews are through it, but it's very close again for third place here. I'd say the crew in 3, the crew that features Durham and Lambton, probably just out in front at the moment, but being pushed hard by the Bulebridge crew. We saw a Bulebridge sculler win their single race just about 5 minutes ago. So we'll see if that Bulebridge double can do similar things and punch their way through to the front of the race. I'd say we have about 400 metres to go. Don't have any scores at the moment, unless Lucy's just had a couple through, but we don't have the full complement just yet.
Yeah, so breaking news from the 500 metre mark. It is the Durham and Lambton composite just ahead of the other Lambton composite with the Berwick sculler. They're in first and second. Then we have third for Bulebridge, followed by Aberdeen, and then Notts County and Hartbury College. But still really close times. We've seen in previous semi-finals people clawing themselves back from 5th to 3rd. Can these athletes repeat that impressive finish? But it's the Durham and Lambton double out in the lead. Again, we've got 3 boats charging for those final 2 spots. Really close racing in these J14 categories. It's no surprise the time trials were all very close this morning. So some really, really exciting side-by-side action. as we can see here, it's too close to call, I think, right now. Lambton and Durham still with the lead, but the rest of the field, yeah, we're going to need some more strokes for them to separate themselves.
Yeah, crazy exciting stuff again as we come towards the finish line. It is lane 3 looking like they're out in front, but I did mention Bulebridge earlier and they're pushing hard here in lane 2. We're looking at lanes 4 and 5, the Berwick and Lambton and Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. A bit of Scotland action going on over there. Who is going to get there first? This is crazy tight at the moment. Oh, well, I definitely cannot tell you who is second and third, but we know it comes from the either Bulebridge, the Lambton, Berwick, or Aberdeen Schools crews, because those three cross really side by side. So it's going to be really close there. Some phenomenal racing again. Those athletes not settling for a place in the B final. They were all on attack mode trying to get into that A final. So we'll have to just see who ends up getting through. But it will be the Durham Amateur Rowing Club and Lambton Composite who definitely crossed the line first. But then we'll have to see who finished second, third and fourth. We'll have to wait for those official verdicts to come through.
So over to the second semi-final of the women's J14 doubles. And in this one, in lane 1, we have Agecroft, in 2, Barn Elms, 3, Exeter, lane 4, Royal Chester, lane 5, Sir William Perkins School, and lane 6, Durham School. So still really early stages of this race. They are approaching the 500 metre mark, to be fair, but it's obviously still neck and neck. My eye is drawn to the double in lane 1, Agecroft in their luminous tops, but the lead looks to be over in lane 3 with Exeter. They'll be trying to join the doubles we just saw to send themselves into the A final. 3 again from this race will join them. And yeah, lead's looking to be with Exeter, but still all to play for in this second semi-final.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, Lucy. It looks like Exeter do have the lead. I think Barn Elms in 2 might well be in second place at the moment, and then maybe lane 5 we're looking at Sir William Perkins A crew over there. But as we have about 400, maybe 350 metres to go, it's anyone's game for these 3 places in the A final. Exeter did have about a 1 second lead over Barn Elms, who had a couple of seconds over Sir William Perkins at the 500. But there's a lot of crews that just kind of settle in and they go really big in that second 500 to try and motor away. So we're going to look at this move here. It was 1 second between Exeter and Barn Elms. I would say it's probably maybe just more than a second now. I think Exeter might have pushed out a slight bit of an advantage in lane 3 over lane 2, but the charge comes from lane 5, and it's going to have to take a move from lanes 1, 4 or 6 to get into this top 3, because it looks like the top 3 are trying to separate themselves from the rest of this field. It's Exeter, it's Barn Elms, and it's also Sir William Perkins as well, but it's going to have to take a move from Royal Chester in 4 or Durham School in 6 or Agecroft in 1. They're going to have to put a big move on to try and get into these top 3 spots. Looks to me like Exeter don't really need to do too much. They're looking nice and comfortable out there, Lucy.
Yeah, Exeter doing just enough to seal the deal and book their place in the A final. But Barn Elms and the double from Royal Chester, from Sir William Perkins, look to be in that second and third spot right now. Royal Chester got a lot of work to do to turn that fourth into a third right now, as Exeter Rowing Club secure their spot in the A final. They're through the line first, clear water ahead of Barn Elms in those bright green tops, and it's going to be Sir William Perkins just almost a length ahead of the double from Royal Chester. Royal Chester will contest the B final later alongside this really pretty good race between outside lanes between Agecroft and Durham School. We'll see them back in action this afternoon.
So we are going to have a commentary change in a moment. couple of races time, but we're looking forward to having Jim in his commentary debut, I believe, and it'll be joined by Carol Wallace. But what we will do is we will bring you the next couple of semi-finals. So this next one is going to be the J15 doubles, first semi-final, Kingston Rowing Club. So if you were looking for Wally, you'll probably find him over there. Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, Maidenhead, Trafford, Aberdeen Schools, and Evesham. That's who we've got here in this J15 women's double semi-final number one. On our screens, we can see these crews coming to the 500, and as I just look up the course, I really love the 1K racing because you can see the whole thing happening here quite clearly. This looks very, very close between these 6 crews. Possibly lanes 1 and 6 just slightly behind, but not by much at all. And as we watch on the screen here, we watch these crews come through the 500, and it looks like it might be lanes 5, then 3, then 4, then 2, then 1, then 6. It was really, really close coming through that 500 meter mark. And we're just zooming in at the moment on the Maidenhead crew that have the sort of green blades with the sort of green star in there. They've kept their rate of striking really high. Strokes sitting up really nicely into the catch. Allowed it to just place in and squeeze the legs away. I'd almost say in a kind of a Dutch style of sculling there. So really good stuff from the Maidenhead scullers there in the middle of the course. But it's really, really tight. One of the crews is being asked to move over. We can see the umpire's flag just stretched out to the side. Probably lane 2 just being asked to move over. But Lucy, this is a fantastically exciting race.
Really exciting once again, but yeah, I was just watching that Clydesdale double in lane 2. They were just out of their lane slightly and then had trouble getting back over the boys, and currently in that 4th spot, so that's real trouble for them if they want to book themselves into the medal race later. But there's still time to do it into this final 250 metres. It's all to play for. It's really good, these conditions today. It's absolutely anyone's game. You can come from the outside lanes, 6 or 1 as we saw earlier, and compete with the best of them. But currently leading this race, it's still, I think, between Maidenhead and Trafford, but also Clydesdale now. Phenomenal move. Again, struggling with their steering, but they've clearly got the speed. At the top of the field, though, it's the green doubles from Maidenhead and Trafford. Going with them, though, in lane 5, Aberdeen. Can they book themselves into this medal race? Trafford, I think, just have the narrow lead right now, but it's going to go right to the line. Trafford, Exeter, Aberdeen, not to be counted out. Evesham in lane 6. They're putting on the burners, their final sprint, going through the gears. As are Maidenhead in lane 3. Really nicely timed from them. Actually, it might almost be enough to overturn the lead of Trafford. It's going to be on the surge. Trafford and Maidenhead, I'm not calling that. That's going to a photo finish. But going with them to the A final, I think it's the crew in lane 5 from Aberdeen just did enough. The remainder of the field will be seen in the B final later. But yeah, great exciting stuff. Next semi-final, the women's J15 double. Just attaching to the start now, so more action coming soon.
Yeah, brilliant competition between those crews there. Obviously, unfortunately, they can't all go into the A final, but everyone was competing with the intensity required to try and get into there. Right, on our screens, we can see that next semi-final is there. Oh, we love a start. The start is the most exciting part of the race. There isn't a close finish. Now, all those crews are just blasting off now. Very clean starts there. Lucy, give us the roll call of this second semi-final.
Yeah, so second semi-final in lane 1 we have Sir William Perkins School A, in 2 Brentford, in 3 City of Bristol, in 4 Trent Rowing Club, in 5 Hartbury, and in lane 6 it's Wallingford Rowing Club A.
Yeah, some big names in there. You know, Hartbury, they've been sculling really well for years now. Wallingford have been on they've always been there, but they're on the up again. So William Perkins, I was watching some of their stuff at home internationals, some phenomenal scullers, some phenomenal sweep athletes as well. So we'll have to see how they do here. So some big names here. And then what's going on in that Trent boat there, Lucy?
Yeah, so as you said, some really big names, big clubs of the Hartbury and Wallingford. Wallingford obviously in the mix for the Victor Ladorum this weekend, and Sir William Perkins School, another big squad. But I think a hot favourite in this race is in lane 4, comes from Trent Rowing Club. probably one of the smallest rowing clubs competing here, but the ratio of medals to athletes has been phenomenal this weekend. And so this double consists of 2 athletes who were in Trent's J15 quad yesterday. So they won silver medal in the J15 quad yesterday, and they'll be looking to repeat their success and maybe even go one better in the J15 doubles today. They did, if I remember correctly, win this category last year in the 14 double. So yeah, exciting stuff to come from lane 4. Look out for them against the big names. But it looks to be very close, as it has been in all these semis so far. What do you think so far, Alex?
Do you know what? If they're the defending champions, like, I'm glad they're here and just being like, come on then. We're all a year older. Who wants to have a go? So they're in lane 4. They look like they're up at the front of this race. We're just looking at the 500 metre mark. They do cross with, I would say, just about open water over lane 5. That's Hartbury. And then over on this side, we do have Sir William Perkins moving nicely. So we have some good racing here. It does look like Trent are out in front, but it's very close for second and third, with 3 crews proceeding through to the A final and competing for medals a bit later on. On the screen at the moment, we can see the Brentford Scullers to the left, just moving their way through. I believe Brentford was formerly known as Team Keane, and they've just rebranded and they're just going again. So, and that's also where I live in London. Not that I live in London at the moment, but a little bit of bias, even though I have no connection, except that that's where my family live. So I really like Brentford to do well. And they are trying to push hard to get into the top 3 at the moment. They're not there at the moment. They will have to overtake a couple of crews, but the only way of doing that is to really just stick it in and drive those legs.
Yeah, and we have, 6 lanes of athletes driving those legs here. It was through the 500. Trent Rowing Club were the only double sub that 2-minute timing mark, but Hartbury were second through the 500. They're in the lane beside them, so they're going to be pushing each other right to the line. But just looking through the binoculars at this Trent double, they've got fantastic rhythm there from Madison Walker in the stroke seat. She stroked her quad to the silver medal yesterday. Have they got enough energy left for another day of racing? Because it's going to be close and they're going to need absolutely everything. As we can see, the Hartbury double sticking with them, but this double beside Trent from City of Bristol in green, they're absolutely going for it in this final 100 metres or so. We can also see lane 1, so William Perkins, I just seen them absolutely turn their rate up. Trent Rowing Club continues to lead the field, looking really confident here, and it's going to be Trent Rowing Club leading, but Hartbury and Bristol absolutely going with them. Bristol have really timed this well. I think they might have overturned that second place from Hartbury, and there's going to be overlap between these top 3 boats. Trent Rowing Club, City of Bristol and Hartbury take the top 3 spots, it looks like, in this second semi-final. So William Perkins and Brentford alongside Wallingford also crossing the line here. We'll see them later in action today, of course. Yeah, really great stuff from these J15s.
Yeah, City of Bristol putting that monster truck 250 at the end and just absolutely turned on the burners and were pushing hard for that win. So I think they're going to be looking to just put another sprint in like that at the in their final later on. But that was some phenomenal racing from those doubles there. So really exciting racing this morning and early this afternoon.
So many thanks to Garbs there and Lucy for entertaining us for the last hour and a bit. So we're moving on to different commentators and a different boat, same boat class but a different category. Open Junior 15 double sculls. I'm joined in the commentary box by Jim. I've just met Jim about 5 minutes ago, so we're going to learn an awful lot about each other in the next little while or so. So in this semi-final, Jim, we have in lane 1 Hexham, Henley in lane 2, Brentford in lane 3, Aberdeen Schools in lane 4, Marlow in lane 5, and Peterborough City in lane 6. And as you'd expect from these semi-finals, 3 to the A final, 3 to the B final, this battle is on for those first 3 places. What can you see, Jim?
Yeah, well, it's looking really close here. We're looking at kind of a bit, maybe a steering malfunction here from lane 2 as lanes 1 and 2 kind of come together. But I think it was probably lane 3 that are edging out at the minute. Perhaps lane 2 coming back at them, but then they're having a bit of a erratic steering change there as they're heading directly into the path of lane 3.
I can see 4 boats heading for that those 3 places in the A final. Henley, Brentford, Aberdeen Schools and Marlow. Marlow have upped their rating that last little while. Brentford in the middle just putting in a surge. Aberdeen Schools going with them. But Henley as well not being caught napping. This is going to be very, very close.
Yeah, I think it's looking good for Brentford, but Henley are coming up at them. It's going to be very close between Henley and Aberdeen.
I think Henley and Aberdeen are probably spots 2 and 3 in that, but the umpire will confirm, the Finnish judge will confirm. So to my eye, I thought it was Brentford, then Henley and Aberdeen Schools, nothing between those 2, and then Marlow, Hexham and Peterborough. And just looking to see, we have had intermediate times, but I forgot to look at the intermediate times. Yeah. So yeah, Brentford 1, Aberdeen Schools. Oh gosh, there was about 0.5 of a second between these 2 boats, and the computer and obviously the umpires are right because it was Henley going in front of Aberdeen Schools.
Yeah, I think especially in this 1 kilometre race, the margins are a lot tighter because there's much less difference in terms of the splits over the shorter distance, and I think some of these athletes here today will have competed perhaps even in some G16 events over the weekend, so transitioning perhaps from that longer distance to this shorter distance might even alter their race plan.
Oh, I think it does, because you've got less time to execute a complicated race plan, and I think the start's much more important because you don't have that time to recover any fluffs on the start because you've got a shorter course to recover in. So do you want to talk us through the second semi-final?
Yeah, so in our second semi-final we have Durham School in lane 1, Buell Bridge in lane 2, Cambay in lane 3, Trenton Boat Club in lane 4, Windsor Boys School in lane 5 and Ross in lane 6.
Sorry Jim, there's a lot of pronunciations here. It's Camas.
Ah, right.
Caught me out the first time I ever did commentary as well. I used to think, what's this funny name? It's a lovely club in the northeast of England. Lovely little river there, sort of, as I recall, it's north of Newcastle, south of Berwick and Tweed. One of these days I'm going to visit it just because it just sounds so nice. A lovely shot here from the bank. From, gosh, there's not much separating these 6 boats yet again. No times as yet, but
it's looking like lane 2 perhaps have a bit of an edge, so that's Buell Bridge Boat Club there. Yes, so indeed, yeah, they're coming across the 500 at 1:45.7.
And then Camas, Trentham, Windsor Boys School, nothing in it. Look at those times, very little in it. And we've seen some strong finishes from Windsor Boys School this weekend. So you couldn't count them out at all at this stage. As in the previous race, 3 to the A final, 3 to the B final, and the fight is on for those 3 places. Oh gosh, Jim, I'm going to have to stand up because this is getting exciting. I think Buell Bridge, you're correct, is getting themselves out in front. But going with them are the other 5 crews. I can't see much separate them. What I love about standing up here in the tower is hearing the shouts of all the clubs on the banks, just encouraging their crews on. So it's Buell Bridge and Camas in my eye at the moment. Trentham in 3rd maybe, but they're having to fight off this Windsor Boys School crew on their outside.
It might even be that lane 3 are perhaps coming back on lane 2. Might even have a bit of an overlap there from Camus.
Oh, you're right. I think they're getting themselves in front. Goodness me.
But then saying that, lane 4 are coming back again.
And in fact, Ross over on the far side have just mounted a surge for the line. Oh, gosh. I think Buell Bridge are being caught napping here because I think they're being overhauled by these other 4 crews. There's a turnaround. Camus, maybe just going through first. Oh, I cannot separate. Who's it? Trentham and Ross. I think Windsor Boys School just dropped off there. It did Buell Bridge and the Durham Composite. Wow. We'll have to wait for the finish judge for that one yet. Just confirmation there. Maybe we'll get that in a minute. Lovely shot. I love seeing start shots. Just getting those sculls side on and across the course. Just watching them take off. Just missed it. We just caught a glimpse of them as they went through. And that is the Open Junior 15 single scull. The first semi-final in that. If you want to talk us through who's in this?
So here we have in lane 1 we have Globe, George Watson's College in lane 2, Tideway Scullers in lane 3, Newark in lane 4. I'll try not to be too biased as that is my home club, but that's Toby Bell there, brother of Freddie Bell, who won the F final in the J18 doubles on Saturday. Then in lane 5 we had Tideway Scullers, and finally in lane 6 we have Ross.
No times yet, but these scullers making their way down the course. With its action in the middle of the field between Tideway Scullers, Newark. Wouldn't discount George Watson's, a phenomenal finish in the quad, the junior 18 quad yesterday. Well, what a lovely shot that is, just a line of 4 sculls, just dead across the course. So it is Tideway Scullers, Newark, the 2 Tideway Scullers sculls in contention there with Ross, Newark, George Watson slightly behind, and Globe on the near side, this lane, just a margin, a bit of length behind them. We've had some amazing rowing conditions this weekend, and I don't want to jinx anything, but this water is looking beautiful yet again today. Temperature's risen, making it a bit more unpleasant for the competitors. It's quite hot and sticky out there, but I'm sure the spectators are really enjoying the sunshine. So we've got a lovely overhead shot again, and Jim, I think. Now, I thought the Globe Sculler was off the pace. I think the Globe Sculler's picked it back up and is running with it. So, Globe, Tideway Scullers A, Newark, Tideway Scullers B, Ross and George Watson's College. Gosh, this is going to come to the line yet again.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, typically in these semi-finals you have the faster scullers who are seeded into the middle of the lanes, but I think, yeah, this Globe Sculler here in lane 1 is actually taking the rest of the field by surprise.
It's a hard ask for these junior athletes to deal with a time trial and then side-by-side racing. You need sort of 2 different mentalities. These athletes are fairly early on in their rowing career, and time trialling doesn't come naturally, really. But that Tideway Scullers A, that is Hall Craggs, has just made a move there and just pulling himself out of danger into the front of the field. And we've got 4 scullers yet again going for the other 2 places. George Watson's College, that is a finish and a half that's just coming on, along with the Newark Sculler sprinting towards the line. I think it's going to be Watson's to my eye, and then Newark, and then Globe, second Tideway Scullers Sculler and over the far side Ross.
Yeah, it was a very close finish though between that Globe Sculler and that Newark Sculler, but yeah, the home favourite luckily pulled it into the A final with the remainders going into the B final.
So from that first semi-final, race 5-3-3 in our programme, we're going to move on to 5-3-4, and this is the second semi-final of the Open Junior 15 single sculls. As before, as in all these semi-finals, the first three going into the A final and the remainder into the B final. And in this race we have Falcon in lane 1, Henley in lane 2, the Windsor Boys School in lane 3, Bedford in lane 4, Lambton in lane 5, and Hartpury University and College in lane 6. And we know that we've seen some really good performances from Henley, Windsor Boys School, Hartpury this weekend. Wonder how deep their strength goes into the club, and I'm sure the Windsor Boys School are deep all the way through their school. Really good programme in the Windsor Boys School.
I mean, yeah, just looking at in the last couple of months with the Henley campaign, yeah, Windsor Boys School obviously having a very strong and, yeah, indeed deep group of rowers there, as the Hartpury to be fair, but let's see how their junior side are progressing.
So early on in the race, the action is all very much yet again in the middle of the field between Windsor Boys School, Bedford, Henley. Just trying to get some of the colours there. It's Windsor Boys just leading, just in that shot, just pulling themselves out in front. In 1,000 metres racing, it's quite hard to get yourself out in front and get that sort of comfortable advantage that you can sit on and just watch what's happening behind you, because, as we said earlier, it's quite a short race.
Yeah, there's a lot much pressure, I think, in the moment for the rowers to try and stay on top, because, yeah, it's harder to differentiate yourself and to have that clearer water. But when an athlete does have that, it makes it even the more impressive.
So they're coming closer to us now, getting the parallax, getting your eye in. It's quite hard when you're sitting at an angle, trying to get an eye for which lane's ahead. I think it's still Windsor Boys School leading this charge for the line. I think it might be the way, yet again, one of these races for second and third, 4 or 5 people just competing for those other 2 places in the A final. Of course, the time trials bring out the 12 fastest boats to go into the A-B semi-finals, so we should be expecting some close racing. Yet again, lots of support coming from the banks, lots of roars from the crowds here. Great to hear. Really nice atmosphere when you're sitting down in the grandstand as well, just watching these crews go past. It's a great performance from Murphy of the Windsor Boys School, though he has managed to pull himself out in front. Be nice to see him and Hull Craggs from Tideby Scullers race each other side by side later on today.
Yeah, I think lane 3 is definitely cemented himself a lead there, but then lane 4 and lane 2 are going to have a close match-up between Henley and Bedford as we come down to the line.
I wouldn't like to call it at the moment, but definitely Windsor Boys School just stealing the march there.
Yeah, I think he's just awarded himself some clear water.
Yeah, definitely.
And perhaps Bedford's now got half a length.
And Henley having to settle for third place, and then over the far side, Lambton and Hartpury will meet each other again the B final later, along with the bright blue of Falcon in lane 1. And of course, these results that we are speaking about have to be confirmed by the Finnish judges and the umpire of the race. So we are just telling it as we see it as they come across the line. It's nice that we're moving from the Open Junior 15 to the Women's Junior 15 single sculls. And in this race we have Lambton A in lane 1, Hinksey in lane 2, City of Bristol in lane 3, Falcon A in lane 4, Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association B in lane 5, and Agecroft in lane 6. A nice geographic spread over the country.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Notts County obviously having their boat bay just at the end of the lake. It'll be interesting to see how their continued practice on their home water impacts their race. But
some nice clean starts we're seeing today. The nice thing about 1,000-metre racing is there's lots of action, lots of races. And they seem to come at us quite fast.
yes, yeah, it's pretty much non-stop up here in the commentary box.
Wouldn't have it any other way, Jim. Yet again, sort of about 500 metres in, the action all looks to be very much in the middle of the field. As Jim had said earlier, you know, the fastest crews are being seated in the middle in a chevron pattern. That gives you an advantage if you're sitting in the middle, because you can sit there and just watch what's happening around you. If you're out in lane 6 or lane 1, it's a real long view to see what's happening over the other side of the course.
Yeah, so they're just coming past our 500 camera now, and hopefully we'll get some times up soon. But it looks like the sculler in lane 3.
The City of Bristol
has got a bit of a lead, but lane 2 of Hinksey is very close behind.
Some quite mature sculling from these junior 15 scullers, very confident, very competent on the water. To my eye, it still looks as though it's the City of Bristol, just leaving the charge for the line, but I don't think she's safe yet. I think there's still this challenge coming on from Hinksey, as you spotted, and Falcon on her outside.
Yeah, there's probably, 2 seconds in it between the first and second, but second and third, there's hardly anything.
And just over a second between third and fourth, and just over a second between fourth and fifth, so yeah, very much squeaky moments. You can't relax, can't. So here they come, charging towards us. City of Bristol and Falcon, still fighting that battle out, but Hinksey are still up there in the mix. Now, I hadn't spotted with only 5 scullers in this race, Jim. Somebody's missing. The Agecroft sculler in lane 6. Oh no, there they are. They were obscured by the corner pillar in my blind spot. Isn't that just typical? But that Agecroft sculler's doing really well. It's just come back into the field and making an impact, inroads as they come towards the line. City of Bristol seems to be comfortable there, just in that first place. Madeline Banfield just got herself there nice and comfortable, and she can see what's happening around her. But look at this charge. Oh, is it going to be Agecroft or Hinksey just taking that third place in the A final? Oh, Hinksey just picked it up to come third in that heat. Second place with Falcon. Some very nice sculling going on. So from the first semi-final we move rapidly into the second semi-final. Really good race there, Jim. Who's in this one?
So we have Penguin Boat Club, Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, Chester Street, Camus George Watson's College and Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. And we're already coming towards that 500 metre mark.
Now this heat seems to be very much biased towards the northeast, apart from Pengmarn, who are further south. 2 Strathclyde Parks, a Camas, a Chester, Street and a George Watson's College. It's always nice to sort of spot these little things.
I think it is that lane 4 with the Camas crew that's coming for the 500 has got the better time. And again, looking to be holding it, but perhaps pressured by lane 5.
Oh,
George Watson's College coming back again, and they're starting to even out as they all come together.
Oh, this looks like very flat between the first 4, doesn't it? Sort of probably a bit of canvas between these 4 boats. Goodness me, I'm going to have to bring this up and down, Jim.
Maybe even lane 5.
Lane 3 is Chester Street, Camas, George Watson's College, but not to be discounted is west of Strathclyde Park in lane 2. Oh goodness me, this is going to be a blanket finish. I just bounce up and down. Chester Street putting in a sprint, Camas putting in a sprint, Watson's putting in a sprint, Strathclyde Park going for it towards the line. It's going to be, is that Chester Street just taking a lead there, about half a length over, oh goodness me Jim, I could not call that one.
I think, yeah, Chester Street then.
Because Strathclyde Park were surging towards the line, as were Watson's, as were Camas.
Yeah, I think Camas just clinched it there. Then Strathclyde, George Watson's College and Penguin Boat Club.
A lovely wave from the Chester Street Amateur Rowing Club sculler Bo Gritton. Really happy with her performance. I'm sure these results will be confirmed on the results website. So if you want to see the results, just check there. They'll be refreshed soon.
Yeah, we've got a good shot here of all of our boat handlers and everyone that's helping out today at the final day of the British Rowing Club Championships. A big thank you again to all of the volunteers that make this event happen.
Absolutely, and it's one thing being on a stake boat when you're up at the 2K point, but being on a stake boat in the middle of the lake there is, you know, the weather conditions are very benign, but I have seen them out there in some awful conditions, quite exposed, at the mercy of the winds and the weather. But today I'm sure they've got their sunscreen on and they've been well warned about covering up as need be, because there is no shelter out there. And we can just see on our screen these quads getting on. This is the first of our bigger boats, Jim. The Junior 14 Coxed Quad Sculls.
And we've got some ducks.
Some ducks having a rest in the sunshine. Oh, and yeah, the cameraman knows I'm partial to a doggy picture or two. Very patiently waiting for his owner to move. I do love, Zoe and I were talking yesterday and I was on with Poppy. Occasionally we just get these shots of the crews going to stake boats, and you know, it's a nervous time. You're, just as you're backing on, you're being held, you're under starters, orders. What's your sort of process?
I think, well, yesterday we were up at the 2K, so it was a little bit further down, but I think I agree, it's a very nerve-wracking moment. I think you've just got to kind of stay in your boat, focus on your own race, focus on your own preparation. I think this is also perhaps even a different event with the cocks, who's got to line themselves up, line their crew up straight. And you can see here in lane 1 that bow person of the Brentford boat is just tapping it round a bit, because if there ends up being a bit of wind, it kind of pushes the bow out one way or another.
You can see how beautifully these boats are all lined up. They're all sitting forward, getting ready, the blades buried, squared, ready to go when they see the green light.
Yeah, so lining up here, we've got Brentford in lane 1, Walbrook in lane 2, the Windsor Boys School in lane 3, Marlow Rowing Club in lane 4, Clare's Court School in lane 5, and Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 6.
Just taking a breath, the Cox will have them under control. He'll be ready to give them their instructions. I feel nervous for them, Jim. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I know it's giving me flashbacks to yesterday when we had to get our boat lined up, but it can be a very difficult thing.
But these conditions, very benign.
Yeah, very lucky today at the final day of racing, and they're at the catch, which normally indicates that they're about to head off. Their blades squared.
You can just see the umpers' lounge coming into view just behind them. Be ready to zoom in after them as they take their first few strokes. I'm always amazed how smooth some of these starts can be. At Joe Public, we expect to see a lot of water splashing around, but that's sort of counterproductive. You want a nice smooth start with the blades buried, not much splashing, and look how smooth that was. All blades in and going, being followed by the umpire.
Yeah, they've got very rapid starts there. I think definitely the Windsor Boys crew have got the fastest start in terms of rating, but whether that rating equates to speed in the boat,
well,
that's the question.
There used to be a saying for juniors that time in the slide was time wasted.
I'm sure my coach Ashley Cowley would probably agree with that.
So these crews have been in the time trial, so we'd expect some really fast racing from them, because there are quite a few quads in the time trial earlier. And yet again, action all in the middle between Windsor Boys School, Marlow, Walbrook, Clare's Court. I think Wallingford on the far side just maybe seem about half a boat length behind, as are Brentford in lane 1 on the near side.
I'd say Walbrook are looking pretty strong from what we can see here in the pictures for the live stream. They're in lane 2.
I think they've come up and come through, actually. I didn't think they were looking that good earlier on, but they've certainly come back at Windsor Boys School in Marlow. Just coming through the 500 metre mark. Hopefully we'll get some time soon.
You can see the Cox there of that crew in lane 1, that Brentford boat. He's going to be really cheering them on, trying to motivate them as they pass that halfway marker.
Just coming into shot now. Windsor Boys, I think that was Walbrook in the lead there, because they were just on the inside of Brentford. It's a good lead for Walbrook there from that side-on picture. Windsor Boys School in second now, with Marlow in third.
Yeah, that Walbrook crew in lane 2 do look to be coming quite close to the buoy line though. Perhaps a little bit of steering there from the Cox.
Nice action though. They're still keeping that rating quite high. Sort of really treating it as a sprint rather than a 1K race. But maybe that's what their coaches told them, just to keep the rating high and just get yourselves into the A final, and then we can talk about the niceties afterwards.
Yeah, so from that 500 we've got the Walbrook crew in first, closely followed by the Windsor Boys School. It seems like they've caught them up a little bit and catching them up even more as we head into the Red Boys.
We had lots of shouts for the small boats. We're getting even more shouts for these coxed quad sculls. It's Walbrook, Windsor Boys School, pretty much bow ball to bow ball, stroke for stroke as they're coming through these orange buoys. And this is going to, I think, come to the line. I'm going to stand up so I can see better in my tiptoes.
I think Marlow might even be coming back on that Walbrook crew as well. And Clare's Court in lane 5.
Oh, Marlow's sprinting for the line. Windsor Boys School sprinting for the line. Oh, in fact, Brentford are coming back into it. They're coming back and trying to overhaul Walbrook, but it's Windsor Boys School now. Their nose is in front. This is going to be Marlow, Windsor Boys School. Oh, gosh. Windsor Boys School first, I think, and then I cannot separate Walbrook and Marlow because they were pretty much bow ball to bow ball.
They were, yeah.
And then Brentford and Clare's Court really ramping it up as they came towards the line. Then over on the far side we've got Wallingford just coming through to finish their semi-final.
Good show of camaraderie there from the Windsor Boys School, applauding the rest of the crews for an excellent race.
Well, what I thought was nice as well, we could hear the cheers from the boats, all sort of thanking each other for the race, and I think that's a good demonstration of sportsmanship, and I'm glad to see it happening.
I don't know how you cheer that, because it just literally rotates 90 degrees into place, doesn't it? And then you just tighten it, so it's already kind of...
We've had one semi-final, we're rapidly moving on to the next one. So in this one we have Peterborough in lane 1, Henley in lane 2, Hereford in lane 3, Leeds in lane 4, Durham in lane 5, and Windsor Boys School B crew in lane 6. That's impressive for Windsor Boys to get 2 crews at the top 12. Because they had an A crew in the previous race. In this Open Junior 14 Cox Quad Sculls. And yet again we're getting this beautiful chevron pattern developing across the court. And it's Hereford, I think, leading the charge now, with Henley and Leeds close behind them. Yeah, Hereford just counting across the lanes, and it's lane 3 to my eye. Very distinctive kit, sort of dark navies and white stripes. Too far away to see that just now.
Yeah, Peterborough looking very strong though on the lane 1 in their equally distinctive yellow and blue. I think we've definitely seen today that even though you might have been placed in an outside lane from your time trial and moving into the semi-final, it doesn't necessarily negate a win for the semi-final.
I know. Oh, it's Peterborough. You did call Peterborough look as though they were looking good, and they have certainly come through in that last 250 metres or so just to get themselves up there and in the action with Hereford. Well, I think it's between Peterborough and Hereford now. Jim, what are you thinking?
I think, yeah, Peterborough looks quite strong, although the times do seem to say that Hereford have got a good lead, but even saying that, it's only about a second. But then Hereford, then Durham.
I think Henley have been dropped in the middle there, unless they've got a very, very strong finish. And as I said, I think Henley have been dropped. I think you must have heard me, because they've just upped their rating and they've gone up a couple of pips, and I think they've gone up again. Cox really shouting at them to motor on, but to my eye I think action's still with Hereford. I think Peterborough working hard to come level with them, and then we've got on the outside Leeds and Durham having this great battle as well. Oh wow, this is going to come to the line yet again. I've got the angle better now. I think it's safely with Hereford. I think Peterborough maybe just come off the pace somewhat, just being challenged or pushed too hard. But Hereford,
sometimes it just flicks 90 degrees and that's it.
and then Leeds coming that second place, Durham in third, the Windsor Boys School, and then Peterborough, and then Henley. Wow, great race from Hereford there to get themselves out in front, stay out in front, and just maintain that position. A lovely big thumbs up from the Hereford stroke man there. He was happy with it, but
The 3 seat seems a little bit tired.
He's sitting up now, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think we've been stitched, definitely. Sounds like it.
Coming down the course, and now we have the women's J14 Cox quads as well, with Guildford in lane 1, Henley in lane 2, Queen Elizabeth High School in lane 3, Trenton Boat Club in lane 4, City of Oxford in lane 5, and Kingston in lane 6.
Yeah, I reckon so. I spoke to someone else about that Conti issue with the stabiliser, and Max Hodges, there's a lot of box and stuff, and he's like, no, I've never ever seen it before, ever.
I'd forgotten to switch my mic off there yet again. Lovely chevron pattern developing up there in this race for the women's junior 14 coxed quad sculls. Just going with what the time trial results were showing. And it's Queen Elizabeth High School that look as though they're in front at the moment.
Yeah, they've just cut past the 500 metre mark. Probably say it was, I agree, them in first and Trentham in second and perhaps Henley in third.
That's a real strong performance from the Queen Elizabeth High School A crew. Just really getting themselves out of any trouble or any challenges from anywhere else. I think they've got a length in front of Trentham now, with City of Oxford perhaps level with Headley for 3 and 4. But oh no, it's maybe Trentham and City of Oxford. Oh, and Trentham, City of Oxford and Henley challenging for the second and third place in the A final.
Yeah, and as they come into the Red Boys now, we have got an even stronger lead there from lane 3, the Queen Elizabeth High School. Trentham seem to have solidified a second, although they're being pushed heavily by lane 2. Henley seems to be coming back in.
I know, sterling performance from Queen Elizabeth High School. Going back a few years, they used to be very strong in the sculling. They were a very strong sculling school. Nice to see them back and performing so well here today. But really strong performance. That is a length which is quite substantial, over a length and clear water that they have over. It's going to be Trentham on their outside. Oh, who's going to get third place, the City of Oxford or Henley? I think Henley are just ramping it up there, just doing enough to take that third place. City of Oxford having to settle for 4th. And then Guildford and Kingston really battling it out, pretty much crossed the line together there in this first semi-final of the Women's Junior 14 Coxed Quad Sculls. I did think there was a slight gap in racing there, but we are bang on time. So we have got the second semi-final of the Women's Junior 14 Cox Quad Scull. Leeds in lane 1, City of Bristol in lane 2, Walbrook in lane 3, George Watson's College in lane 4, Maidenhead in lane 5 and Rob Roy in lane 6. Where do you think we are now, Jim?
Yes, I think we're just coming up to that 500 metre mark, and again, it's very close racing. Perhaps I'd say Walbrook in lane 3 have had a bit of a lead.
Yeah, just a side-on picture of them there, really tight, very together, this quad. And I agree with you, I think they have a lead. I think they've got a lead of about a length over the rest of the opposition. And they are a tight packed opposition. It's really hard to tease them apart. I think maybe George Watson's of College and City of Bristol just tight in there as well, but you can just see Walbrook just pulling themselves out in front, getting away from this chasing pack and letting them fight it out for the other two places in the A final. So both these races we've had very strong leaders, Walbrook in this one and Queen Elizabeth High in the previous one. It's going to make a very interesting final later on this afternoon. As you said, very strong performance from Walbrook there. It's pulling themselves away with every stroke. And, oh Jim, I really cannot separate these other 5 crews. Leeds, City of Bristol, George Watson's, Maidenhead, maybe Rob Roy about half a length behind at the moment. But that's not much to do to be behind at this stage, because we've seen some crews put in some amazing charges in this last 300 metres.
Yeah, it really can all happen. I mean, yesterday we saw a race where the 3rd place was almost certain, and then they capsized, and that allowed the 4th place to sneak into a final. So yeah, really anything can happen in these final stages, but almost seems destined for Walbrook to take that victory there. They've established themselves solid, clean water.
Absolutely, and that's a comfortable place for them to be psychologically going into the final, to know that they've got that sort of little cushion, and I'm sure the coaches will be telling them what the previous race was like as well. But strong performance from Walbrook there, and that is a margin about 2.5 lengths as they cross the line. 2nd place with George Watson's College. And where are we going to go for 3, Jim? I have no idea now.
I might put it as Maidenhead, although it seems that Bristol had a surge on the line.
That's one for the Finnish judges, I think. It was so close. I think the judges are having their big debate as to who came 3rd in that one, because it's taken a while for the results to come up on the screen. So you always know that if there's a while, it's a difficult decision, and we're not exactly on the finish line here, and the camera angle, the virtual finish line you've got is maybe not perhaps exactly correct for the judges, so it's the judges' decision that makes the final decision. Too many decisions. From the Women's Junior 14 quad sculls, we're going to move rapidly on to the Open Junior 14 single sculls.
Yeah, so here we've got Stratford upon Avon in lane 1. Then we have Maidenhead Rowing Club in lane 2. Sir William Borlase in lane 3. Notts County Rowing Association in lane 4. And RGS High Wycombe in lane 5. It appears that we don't have a lane 6.
Well, Jim, I hadn't pointed this out to you when you came up, but we're into our first final for us this today. Alex and Lucy had some early this morning for the para events, but this is the first F final of the day. So these scullers made it in the time trial this morning and are now coming back to have their side-by-side race. It's always nice to, no matter where you appear in the time trial, you end up in a race with athletes of similar boat speed, so you still get a valid, exciting side-by-side race. And where's the action, Jim, do you think?
So I think we've got here, yeah, confirmed by the 500 metre time. So William Borlase in first, then Notts County Rowing Association in second. It's looking quite close though for third. Maybe the...
Oh, I could not call that. Very hard to see these scullers, especially if they've got white tops, and to figure out the parallax as to where they are in relation to somebody else across the lake. So Parker of Sir William Borlase is in first. Sudano of Notts County second, I would say, but I think to my eye it's Jadnav of Maidenhead third, but not by much. Fisher of Royal Grammar School High Wycombe just challenging there again, and we've got Hammock of Stratford-upon-Avon just in lane 1. But it's Parker of Sir William Borlase. He got himself out in front. He's just increasing his lead. He hears the shouts of encouragement, and he's just putting in a show for his supporters on the bank. And he is really motoring on now. He's sort of increasing his lead with every stroke. I think just hearing all these voices of encouragement just lifts your performance, Jim. It's always nice to hear friendly voices on the bank shouting along.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, even having the supporters and the coaches cycling alongside really does help you with the race. But yes, the Sir William Borlase crew of single sculler of R. Parker has won his race, closely followed by Notts County Rowing Association, but the fight really is for third place. I think the Maidenhead sculler might have just snuck it in front of the RGS High Wycombe sculler. And then the Stratford-upon-Avon sculler is coming across the line now.
So from the F final, I can see that the E final is underway as well. And who's in the E final, Jim?
So in lane 1 we have Star, in lane 2 we have Nottingham and Union, another local club. Evesham in lane 3, Sir William Borlase Grammar School again in lane 4, City of Oxford in lane 5, and another Sir William Borlase crew in lane 6.
It's pretty tight in this one as well, Jim. It's Barrett of Nottingham Union in lane 2, just maybe marginally in front, but then the scullers in 3, 4 and 5, Evesham, Sir William Borlase's and City of Oxford are all pretty close together. Very hard to separate them. As is Kelly of Star, and Lorenzi of Sir William Borlase is over on the far side. It's funny, sometimes you get this angle of the water where it's sort of darker than other places and you just don't see a boat, and then it suddenly appears and you think, oh, where did they come from? But I just spotted them. They come into a sort of lighter patch of water.
Yeah, so it appears we've got the Nottingham and Union sculler here in first, followed by Evesham, then Sir William Borlase, then Star, then the City of Oxford, and the Sir William Borlase crew heading in for 5th and 6th, but not much separating them, just 0.3 of a second.
These colours are sort of fairly closely packed, aren't they? A real nice performance from Barrett of Nottingham and Union.
Yeah, it appears the sculler from lane 1 has tried to join the winning sculler of lane 2.
He's just corrected his course there.
But I think it's going to be a close matchup between lane 2 and lane 3.
Absolutely. I think they're just matching each other stroke for stroke as they come towards the line. It's funny when you say they're matching each other stroke for stroke, suddenly one of them will just pick up the pace. And I saw Nottingham Union just pick up the pace. He went up a couple of pips. But the sculler from Evesham did exactly the same thing at the same time. Both these scullers sprinting for the line over the far side.
Yeah, the Nottingham sculler's rating a bit higher, but
I think
I feel like the Evesham sculler might have a bit more power per stroke in his bucket hat.
Oh, I think you certainly called that one. So Evesham managing to overhaul Nottingham and Union. And look at this, pretty much a dead heat over the far side between City of Oxford, Sir William Borlase's, and then we've got the Star Club, and then we've got the Parkins of Sir William Borley's is in the middle of the field, just finishing slightly behind the rest of the pack. Cracking race. So from this E final, we moved rapidly into the D final of the Open Junior 14 single sculls. And Jim, I was just looking up thinking, these scullers, there must be about 2 boat lengths separating them all at this stage of the race, which is very little indeed. So we've got Derby in lane 1, who's leading the field as they came through 500 metres. And then Exeter in lane 4 were in second place. Sudbury Rowing Club in third in lane 3. Shiplake College in fourth in lane 2. Christchurch Rowing Club in lane 5 in lane 5 in fifth place, and the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe in sixth. A real sprint coming on here between Derby and Sudbury. The Sudbury sculler lifting it as they come towards the line. Derby just lifting it too. Leading the Shiplake sculler just slightly behind. But going with Sudbury, we have Exeter on the far side. And then the bright yellow Christchurch. This is really good. Great, strong performance from Derby there.
Yeah, that Derby sculler's really come back on it now. But I feel like there might not have been enough in the final stage.
I think he may have been pipped on the line by Sudbury there. I think he may have missed that charge from Sudbury. Sudbury had the advantage of being in the middle of the field, so he could see what was happening.
Yeah, just 0.2 of a second there between that Sudbury and that Derby crew. Exeter, then Shiplake, then Christchurch, and wrapping up the pack was RGS High.
A lovely picture there of Ted Oakey, Sudbury just finishing his race and timed that charge to perfection. So that was the D final of the Open Junior 14 single sculls. We're going to move on to the D final of the Women's Junior 14 single sculls. So, Jim, tell us what we've got.
So here we have Lee Rowing Club in lane 1, Globe in lane 2, Grosvenor in lane 3, Evesham in lane 4, Newark in lane 5, and City of Bristol in lane 6.
And yet again, I can see 4 sculls in the middle of the field, and I would not like to separate them. Just nothing between these 4 in the middle of the field. So those are the Globe sculler, the Grosvenor sculler, Evesham, and Newark. Am I missing a skull? I can only see 5 there, Jim. This is where it gets very confusing. Your eyes telling you something, but your brain's telling you something else.
Yeah, I mean, lane 1 is definitely full, so is lane 2, as is lane 3, 4. The Newark sculler there is also in lane 5, so it might be lane 6 then that is vacant at the minute.
Oh, the City of Bristol. To my eye, I thought it was the Newark sculler. Now, this may delight you, Jim. I think the Newark sculler is leading the charge as they come towards us. She was leading at 500 metres. With Evesham in that second place, and then Grosvenor, Lee, and Globe. So this is the D final of this event. A really nice performance from Newark there over on the far side. Just racing her own race and doing what she needs to do. So next is being challenged by Evesham. And then Lee on this side just ramping up her performance, as is Grosvenor. Grosvenor have started to motor in that last few strokes.
Yeah.
Grosvenor starting to overhaul Evesham. Can she catch up with Newark? Oh boy, what a finish she has put in there. Look at that, Jim.
Yeah, she's just taken it away, unfortunately, from the Newark sculler, who's going to finish second. Then in lane 4 we had Evesham for third, Lee for fourth, and Globe for fifth.
Well, thank you very much, Jim.
It's been a pleasure.
It's been a delight to have you with me, and I think Lucy's champing at the bit to get the microphone again. So nice to have you in commentary, and come back and join us again.
Thank you very much. I'll hopefully be back next year. And yeah, a big thank you for everyone, and thanks for all of the volunteers again as well today. And yeah, thank you very much.
I'm joined by Lucy now up in the commentary tower, and she's taken the rein with her, unfortunately. You can just see on our screen that up at 1,000 metres it's a bit heavier than it is down here in the grandstand area. But she joins me for the E-final of the Open Junior 14 double sculls.
Yeah, hi everyone. Hope you're enjoying this fantastic coverage of Champs Live over on YouTube or here at the course, where it has just started to rain, so looks pretty dramatic down. Looking at the 1K now, up at the start of the E-final of the Open J14 doubles. So in this E-final we have in lane 1 Exeter, in 2 Aberdeen, in 3 Windsor Boys, in 4 Leeds, and in lane 5 it's Derby. And Carol, just looking at the time trial results of this, the J14 Open doubles earlier, and it's going to be pretty exciting here for the lead, I think. Windsor Boys and Leeds both had identical times, down to the 10ths. So, yeah, who can hold their nerve the best? Time will tell.
But it's a different race, time trial to a side-by-side race, so you can have an identical time in a time trial, but put somebody next to you and the adrenaline takes over. So sometimes too much adrenaline can be bad, though. You just need the right amount of adrenaline to push you on. You don't want too much, you just want that nice in the zone. So it'll be interesting to see how they cope side by side.
Yeah, absolutely. The right adrenaline at the right time, and we're approaching the 500 metre mark now of this E-final, and it looks to be the double in lane 3. It's hard to tell through the rain on the screen, if I'm honest, but I think it's the Windsor Boys double just taking the lead here, ahead of Leeds and also Aberdeen Schools out in lane 2.
And these doubles are coming closer to us now, and we can see them. Just the wind's chopped up, just squalls coming through, chopped up the water slightly. But you know, compared to sometimes I've seen Nottingham, this is nothing. Bit of a tailwind just picking up, so just helping these scullers along in their race. And it's still, as you said, you predicted this. You predicted this from the time, and you have been proved absolutely correct. Leeds and the Windsor Boys School is going to come down to the support from the bank, because Windsor Boys School, maybe a canvas in front there.
Oh, it's so hard to call from this angle, but they're absolutely going stroke for stroke with each other, Leeds and Windsor Boys. Identical times in the time trial, and bow ball to bow ball in the side-by-side. Some steering issues from Windsor there. They've got to be careful. They're sneaking into Leeds lane. Leeds are also being pushed over, but Windsor Boys just timing their sprint a little bit better. They're stretching out now ahead of the Leeds double. Looks like they're going to take the victory.
As
in
you
this
said
E
about the
final,
steering issues,
but the steering issues.
Luckily, they were so far in front that they could be happy. The umpires just charging down the line there just to see what's happening. And then I think it was Aberdeen Schools, and then Derby, and we've got Exeter in lane 1. Unfortunately, it's raining up at the 1K start, because otherwise we'd have one of my favourite shots of the regatta, the side-on start position, and we can see the D final of the Open Junior 14 double sculls just lining up. But unfortunately, the camera has it needs a little baseball cap on to protect the lens from. It just must be the angle of the rain coming in, I think. But I was talking to Jim about this earlier. It's a nerve-wracking for these juniors. It might be their first or second race in a six-lane race, and they're up there. They're on the start. It's quite nerve-wracking.
Yeah, for sure. The side-by-side nature of it, getting attached to a stake boat, being around all the Brit Champs branding, it can be big, scary, big national competition. But all of these athletes have been racing so well. It's great to see. Yeah, and loads of valuable experience to be gained racing here against the best from all across the nation.
So who have we got in this race, Lucy?
Yes, so in this D final of the Open J14 doubles, we have in lane 1, Queen's Park Chester B, in 2, Royal Grammar School High Wycombe B, in lane 3, City of Oxford, in lane 4, another Royal Grammar School High Wycombe A, in lane 5, Tyne, and in 6, Queen's Park Chester A as well. So quite an interesting race. 4 lanes made up of 2 clubs. So
that's quite unusual, isn't it? So obviously, do you think it was maybe a quad that's been split into 2 doubles? Or do you think they've maybe been racing doubles against each other over the season?
Yeah, potentially, actually. They could have been racing the quads maybe on other days of this regatta, but yeah, definitely will be training with each other all the time, so they'll be racing for not only positions but bragging rights in the club. So I'm sure it's going to be really competitive here between the 2 Queen's Park Chester doubles and 2 High Wycombe School doubles. We can see they're attached to the start now. They look pretty ready to go, just waiting for the umpire to get their launch into position. So yeah, we'll report on this action very shortly, hopefully.
I think that there's I was just looking at the timing here, and I was looking, this race is due to go off at 13:48, and we are slightly ahead of time. So for these athletes, it's even more nerve-wracking if you're being held in the start. You're there, you're waiting, and sometimes all you want to do is just to see that green light so you can go and just get those nerves into your system, get the adrenaline working, get the legs down, and just do what you're coming here to do. And there we go, off they go.
Yeah, we're off just at the start, the D final, Open J14 double sculls, into the rainy, grim looking course we go, but actually pretty good racing conditions, I think. A nice tailwind. It's not too choppy, not too hot, so it'll be exciting to see what sort of times these athletes can put down.
It's really funny sitting up in the clouds here, Lucy. You've got rain up that side, but if you go Trent Bridge way, we've got blue skies and sunshine.
Classic Nottingham, Carol, I'm not going to lie. But it's a shame. It looks like everyone on the banks is seeking shelter. They're all heading towards the tents and maybe watching the live screen on their phones or on the big screen over in the regatta area. It's good with this coverage that you can watch it anywhere, no matter what the conditions are. But yeah, these athletes out there braving the elements, as are their coaches cycling alongside, I'm sure.
We're struggling to see as well. Lucy's just grabbed the binoculars, so I think she'll just see Mark through the binoculars too. But I would expect sort of maybe the action to be in the middle of the course between City of Oxford, Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe A crew. So they're in lanes 3 and 4, and it would probably be seated the fastest in the middle. And then Time United, Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe B, and then the Queen's Park Chester's probably just beside each other. Just got a side-on view there, and I think I could be wrong as to where the action is. Yeah, I think there's maybe Queen's Park Chester A crew on the far side, just getting themselves in front, and then the A crew from Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe, and City of Oxford just going alongside them.
Yeah, it just goes to show those time trial results, obviously.
And then just proved me wrong, we've got the times up on the screen.
Of course, yeah. So live breaking news from the 500, and it is High Wycombe Grammar School in lane 4. Their A crew went through the 500 metre first, just half a second ahead of City of Oxford, and then a double from Queen's Park Chester. But it's all very close timing at the halfway mark, and as we can see them approaching the 250 now. Across the board, really, Carol. Lanes 1 to 6. Like, this is anyone's race.
Just looking down at the screen, I've got the times in front of me. Less than 3 seconds at 500 metres, which is very little indeed. Still City of Oxford and the A crew from RGS High Wycombe there, just leading the field. Look at this Queen's Park Chester crew in lane 1. I think they've come back in the rest of the pack there. It's difficult to get the angle, but I think they're racing really well, and going with them we've got the B crew from RGS High Wycombe.
Yeah, they're well in the mix in lane 1. The Queen's Park Chester squad, and just see the bowman looking over his shoulder for a good 5 strokes in the row, and it's working for him. He's seeing the opposition is making their boat move up to them. They're having a bit of trouble with the buoy line there, but it looks like the crew in lane 4, Royal Grammar School High Wycombe A, have just got the lead in this boat, in this race, but it's still all overlap. Oh, it's a real fight for
a real push there.
Second,
third,
third,
push from RGS A crew to get themselves away from the opposition. City of Oxford going, Queen's Park Chester A, and City of Bristol. I could not call that for 2 and 3.
2 and 3 was close, as was 4 and 5. Yeah, loads of exciting finishes within that one race.
And these athletes have really worked hard. You can just see there's a picture of the A crew from Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, and Thomas Flower and Cian Bain. And there we have another picture of the start. As these crews are sitting on the start line on the...
Yeah, we're up at the top already, attaching to the start now. We have over to the women's J14 double sculls. This is the F final, and we have actually a lot more Queen's Park Chester action as well. So alongside them in lane 1 we have Wallingford, in 2 Queen's Park Chester A, in 3 Millfield School, in 4 Walbrook, in 5 Tees, and in lane 6 another Queen's Park Chester School B. So great to see a huge J14 squad from Queen's Park Chester out here at these champs.
Absolutely, and it's a school or a club that I hadn't really seen very much of until this year, I suppose. So I think they're doing really well to field so many athletes. I've seen them at various age groups over the weekend, and to see them having depth at the J14 with the open and women is just great.
Yeah, great. Makes such a good community within the club when you've got so many athletes all racing at a high level, like really good squad to be a part of, it sounds like, up at Queen's Park Chester, and it'll be exciting to follow their progress over the coming years. But we are off the start now in the F final of the women's J14 doubles. Someone just needs to
Race 549, women's J14 double sculls, final is 5 lane 1, B lane 2, Franklin Sandown lane 3, Hampton B lane 4, Guildford lane 5, Kent College lane 6, 4 minutes.
I've got the screen, I've got Lucy on the binoculars trying to spot these crews for me and figure out who is in the lead. As we were talking about earlier, it's usually, because we've had such benign conditions this weekend, the sort of fastest crews are being seeded in the middle. So it'll be Millfield School and Walbrook, I would expect, to be leading as we come through 500 metres. Hopefully we'll get some 500 metre times soon. And the A crew from Queen's Park Chester and T's probably fighting it out their own battle, and then the B crew from Queen's Park Chester and Wallingford on the outside, leading a nice chevron coming towards us. We'll probably this will be the commentary case of death, and it'll probably be a reverse chevron or something, or it'll be the outside lanes leading. But there in the middle of the field, that crew looks quite nicely out in front there. I think that's the Walbrook colours, maybe by the blades, or Queen's Park Chester.
I think it's Queen Park Chester out in front, and it does look like there's only 5 boats in this race. There's 6 drawn for this final, but obviously someone has had to scratch for whatever reason. But I think it is the Queen's Park Chester A crew in lane 2 who are up in front of this race. Going with them in lane 1, also Wallingford, so the 2 doubles in red in the lanes closest to the commentary tower, they're leading this race. When I was looking down the binoculars though, Carol, there was some interesting steering from these young doubles, so a bit of in and out of lane action, which makes it a little bit trickier for them. But
sometimes having a tailwind behind you doesn't help with the steering. It's often easier steering into a headwind than a tailwind. It just gives you a wee bit more boat speed and not much. It's harder to steer for some reason. These we're talking about steering doubles. Most doubles are not steered with a rudder, it's usually just done on pressure. So they'll be sort of pulling on harder on one side or on the other. It's usually the bow person calls these calls, just because she's the one who can turn her head round and see what's behind her. But it's Queen's Park Chester A crew going very strong there.
yeah, they were through the 500 the fastest, 2 seconds ahead of Wallingford beside them in lane 1. And then quite a bit of clear water back to the rest of the field from T's, Queen's Park Chester and Millfield. But great performance from this Queen's Park Chester A crew. They have been leading start to finish, and they're just starting to move away from the field again. They're not satisfied with the lead they have so far.
No, they're just picking it up, aren't they? Just yeah, it's amazing. You see most of these crews just picking it up as they come into the grandstand areas. They hear the shouts of encouragement. Wallingford just picking it up there. They had a couple of wobbly strokes, but they've got it back together, and they're really starting to power it on as they come towards the line. It's going to be to my eye, Queen's Park Chester. That's a really strong performance in this last 200 metres or so.
It really is. Great work from Queen's Park Chester and Wallingford coming through for second place in this final. But there's been a bit of warning from the umpires launch. Tees Rowing Club have just drifted out of their lane. They're back on track now. Luckily no overlap or collision with the Millfield double. And it is Millfield still staying ahead of Tees as we head into the finish line. So Millfield cross the line in third place and Tees come through, looks like fourth for them. And rounding out the field we have the other double from Queen's Park Chester B in lane 6.
And it's really nice when the cameraman pans round and gives us a shot of the winning crew in that final. Susanna Olsen and Lucy Ellis of Queen's Park Chester Rowing Club. We're just looking ahead to our next final. We're just having a debate about Thames Scullers there. Thames Scullers in lane 6, Guildford in lane 5, Lambton in lane 4, Shanklin Sandown in lane 3, Leeds in lane 2 and Tyne in lane 1. We're just having this debate about this bright kit from Thames Scullers. Fluorescent yellow, so you can see it in the mark, makes it very easy to spot. But that said, it's the Shanklin no, it's the Lambton double that's in the lead there, just as they come towards the line. With this Leeds crew, oh, it's a Tyne crew in second place. Real good surges for the line there. Lambton and Guildford.
So sticking with the women's J14 doubles, but over to the D final on the course now. They come through the halfway point and we have plenty more luminous kit in this race, and out in front it's the bright kit from Thames Scullers. Their A crew looks to be leading the field at this point in the race. Also with them in this race in lane 1 we have Stratford upon Avon, then Peterborough City, the Thames Scullers A crew out in front in 3. In lane 4, another Queen's Park Chester double, another Thames Scullers double in lane 5, and then Falcon out in lane 6 in that blue kit.
So this is a very colourful final. This is a very colourful final. We've got all these bright fluorescent kits, which it makes it easy for us commentators to see these crews from a distance in these murky conditions. We've got Peterborough, bright yellow. We've got red from Queen's Park. Falcon have got a very nice bright blue. And Stratford and Avon are that nice maroon. So yeah, we've got lots of colours. But leading the field, it's the Thames Scullers A crew in the middle.
Yeah, they were a good 3 seconds ahead of the field at the 500 mark, and they look to have held on to that. But the Peterborough double not letting the gap getting much bigger. A great burst from Falcon out in lane 6 on the outside lane. They're in the mix for second place in this D final, but Thames Scullers A, really dominant win from them.
Yeah.
Fantastic win in the D final. They're thrilled with that.
They should be. It's a fairly new club on the Thames. I think it was established 2022. So lovely to see them do so well at these junior championships.
Awesome.
So many boats in the final. So Peterborough in second place.
Yeah, high five over the line for the Peterborough double. Great to see. They were just finished ahead of the crew in lane 5. I think the other Thames Scullers double, yes, and they are ahead of the Stratford and Falcon double, and rounding out the field, Queen's Park Chester comes through for 6th place in the D final. So that concludes the minor finals of the women's J14 doubles for this section of the afternoon. Next we're over to the women's J15 doubles, and the F final is already underway at the start. So let's see who's in this race. We have lane 1, it's Molesey; in 2, Penguin; in 3, George Watson's College; in 4, Bedford; in lane 5, Durham School; and in lane 6, Marlow Rowing Club.
Sometimes when you're sitting up in the tower, it's just so nice just to watch the crews race and just forget you're supposed to be talking about them too. So these are sort of 5, 6 really neat doubles here, just tapping their boats along, just doing what they need to do. So to have F finals just shows the number of junior 15 scullers we have at the moment, which is great because we have when you've got a huge number of junior 14s, junior 15s, it feeds further up into the clubs so that we have a really strong junior cohort coming through.
Yeah, great to see the junior cohorts always getting bigger and bigger each year and getting technically better all the time, I think. And it's great to see like the progression through these finals and age groups. You really see the improvement in technique. And these, even the F final of the women's J15 doubles, looking really proficient here and getting some really close side-by-side action in. Leading at the 500 metre mark though in this race, it's the George Watson's College double. They're the only double to break the 2-minute marker here in this race. Close behind them it's Bedford and then Durham School. But yeah, just 5 seconds or so separating the whole field at the halfway mark of these short and fast 1K races. But
I'm delighted to say that George Watson's College just taking the lead here in this final of the women's junior 15 double sculls. Really charging down the line. They've got a good programme going on there. They have a lot of good juniors developing, and they seem to have a big strong base yet again. But just picking it up and running with it, and just going to finish this F final in that first place. Who's in second, Lucy?
so second, it's going to be the crew from Durham School crossing the line in second of this F final. Great work, and they've got clear water overhead of the remaining 4 doubles, who are all absolutely overlapped, but just nudging themselves ahead. There was Marlow ahead of the remaining crews. We have Bedford, Penguin and Molesey. But yeah, some really close racing there. Just confirmation that George Watson's took the victory in this F final and will be up at the E final very shortly.
Just shortly before we join the E final, I've just had a request from the boathouse. Unfortunately, Hinksey have had a problem with their trailer, and it's or their towing vehicle, and their trailer is on the bank in the grassy area. Could you perhaps, somebody from Hinksey, go and speak to the boatman at reception in the boathouse area and just tell them what's happening with the trailer, please? Thank you. With it. So we've got the E final underway, and in this race we have Barn Elms in lane 1, Marlow A in lane 2, Weybridge A in lane 3, Clare's Court School A in lane 4, Rob Roy in lane 5, and Kingston B in lane 6.
We've got almost an opposite of a chevron here, like an inverted chevron, with the outside lanes leading the field from Kingston Rowing Club out in 6, Rob Roy going with them. And I've just seen Barnet Elms in lane 1 absolutely winding through the gears here. Have they got enough water left to overtake? I think the lead is still with Kingston out in lane 6, but this is going right to the line. Kingston and Rob Roy absolutely stroke for stroke. They look to be just ahead of Clare's Court and Barn Elms, and I think on the line it's just Kingston Rowing Club ahead of Rob Roy, and Barn Elms just nudge out Clare's Court.
Well, I would disagree with you there.
Excuse
thought maybe
me.
Clare's Court had nudged out Barn Elms, but you know that was how close it was, and Lucy and I were both standing up and bouncing around trying to get a better view.
Yeah, you're right there, Carol. Clare's Court did. It was just 0.4 seconds.
I think I was closer to the finish line.
Absolutely, yeah. It's impossible to tell unless you're right on that line in this really, really close finishing races. So that concludes the E final of the women's J15 doubles. Next up, we're sticking with the women's J15s over to the D final. So in this race, in lane 1, we have Monmouth Comp School, in 2, City of Bristol, in 3, Northampton, in 4, Peterborough City, in 5, Guildford Rowing Club, and in lane 6, it's Streatham and Clapham High School. So they're just attaching to the start now. Still got a few raindrops on the lens up at the start, but you can see all crews are sat forward and ready to race this D final.
So Lucy and I were just commenting of these new boat clubs appearing that we have had no real knowledge of, and we were both, so neither of us had heard of Streatham and Clapham High School Boat Club, but it looks like a fairly modern school in London. Looks like very impressive new buildings, and the boat club is an extracurricular activity, and it's an interesting school. Their motto is "Towards Wisdom Unafraid."
And let's see if their athletes out in lane 6 can embody their school motto. So this race is shaping up to be a really close one, as we've come to expect here at Brit Champs. But in the time trial, I'm just looking at the results, the athletes in this race, there was only 4 seconds barely that separated first to 6th ranking into this race. So according to the time trial, we're expecting Northampton, and Peterborough in those middle lanes to be out in front. But
I think it looks pretty flat. I don't think it looks like a chevron at all. I think it looks like more a slight diagonal leading from lanes 1 and 2 over to lane 6. But lane 6 isn't far behind.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Very interesting one, this one.
City of Bristol in lane 2 as well, putting in a really good effort. They're up in the mix at the front. So yeah, through the halfway mark, it was City of Bristol, just half a second ahead of Northampton. And then Monmouth in lane 1 took third through the 500 metre mark, but all very close in the middle of this pack. So can they move around the rankings in the final 250 metres?
It's incredibly close. City of Bristol maybe just marginally creeping in front of Monmouth Comp, but not by much. And then we've got Northampton and Peterborough pretty much neck and neck, and Guildford and Streatham and Clapham just neck for neck, and it's just who wants to sprint for the line first and just break away from the chasing pack. And so much support in the bank for these double sculls. But to my eye, it's City of Bristol just inching in front there.
Yeah, City of Bristol have put in a really good race plan. Just enough to stay ahead. Can they hold on to the line? They've got 3 boats pushing them right to the end. City of Bristol are just barely a length ahead. And then it's beep, beep, beep over the finish. I think it might be, yeah, Monmouth Comp School.
Well, I don't know. I think Monmouth and Northampton were pretty much Bible on Bible.
We can see our times coming up on screen. You're right, Northampton, I think, just nudged out Monmouth.
By 0.2 of a second. That's tight. And these City of Bristol girls should be really delighted with that performance.
Yeah, great from City of Bristol. Evie Sumner and Amy Eaton taking the victory in this Women's J15D final.
Some amazing finals we're getting this afternoon, Lucy. And this, ladies and gentlemen, if you're sitting at home watching this, we're getting so much excitement. Wait till we hit the A and B finals later on in the afternoon, because these are the minor finals that have come out of the time trials. And then in the A and B finals, crews will have raced to get the fastest 6 in the A final, 7 to 12 in the B final, and they will be really exciting later on. So we have moved on to the F final of the Open Junior 15 double sculls. Royal Grammar School High Wycombe in lane 1, Marlow C in lane 2, Tees in lane 3, Falcon A in lane 4, York City in lane 5, and the Windsor Boys School Boat Club in lane 6, the B crew from Windsor Boys. So looking at the names there's some real experience in sculling and some really good clubs, good strong clubs in the junior field.
Yeah, good strong clubs across the board. So this event, the Open J15 doubles, was absolutely stacked. We had 53 entries and they all raced the time trial this morning. And then now, so this is the first side-by-side action. Oh, sorry, the semi-finals obviously went earlier, but the first final, and this is the F final. In the time trial, they were only separated by just less than 2 seconds even. So we're expecting some really close racing here. And it goes to show, yeah, there's no chevron shape becoming clear. It looks like the crew in lane 4, I would say, have the early lead. Falcon Boat Club.
Oh, well, I was going to argue with you there. I just thought it was Royal Grammar School High Wycombe. It's great commentating with Lucy because we can have these arguments and just see who's proven right at the end of the day.
You're right though, Carol. I missed the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe sneaky in lane 1.
It's that white kit. It's very hard to pick out, whereas Falcon are a bit darker and easier in this lighting to pick them out.
Absolutely, but yeah, High Wycombe and Falcon, they'll know where each other are on the course. They can see each other in the peripheral vision, trying not to look over at each other too much, keeping their eyes in the boat and focus on moving it faster. But a real battle shaping up here. It was Falcon through the 500 ahead of Windsor Boys in lane 6. So we haven't even spoken about lane 6 out on that far side.
I missed them out. But it's very hard when you've got 6, 4, and 1 all vying for that first position. It's Windsor Boys.
It's a real outside lane battle, I think, for
it is, isn't it?
These spots. But Leading the field, it is still with Falcon. They did have a good margin at the halfway, and they're doing well to hold on to that now.
Windsor boys have ramped it up. Look at that double go. They've just ramped it up at the last little while. I think RGS High Wycombe are going to have to work hard to maintain that pace or that placing they had in this final. But Falcon, what a performance from them just to get themselves in front. And I think York have just managed to overhaul RGS High Wycombe. Gosh, what a race. And Tees just coming in after RGS High Wycombe with Marlow just slightly behind them. But it's great when they've got all these, we expect a chevron pattern to have it overturned and just have so much excitement in different parts of the field. And if you're in a race like that, it's very hard to keep an eye on somebody, if you're in lane 1, to keep an eye on somebody in lane 6 and vice versa. You just don't know where they are in relation to you.
Yeah, absolutely. You can feel the lanes beside you, but sometimes you've got no idea what's happening the other side of the lake, and then you realise you're in a bow to bow battle across from you, and I'm sure we've got more of that coming up. We are over to the E-final on the course now. So E-final of the boys J15 double sculls. In this race, in lane 1 we have Marlow B, in 2 George Watson's College B, in 3 Exeter, in 4 Globe, 5 Notts County, and in lane 6 Hinksey B.
And yet again, I would not say we have a chevron pattern. It's pretty flat across the course. It's just really hard to decide who's in the lead here when they're all so close. I don't think there's very much between these 6 crews. We'll see the times from the 500 metre shortly.
Yeah, it's anyone's game at the moment, but again we've got some speed in lane 1 from that Marlow B double. Also looking at the live stream, it's the crew from Exeter looks to be nearer the front of the field too, but yeah, across the board, I'm not calling this. Lane 5 looked to be struggling with steering. The umpires just driven over to warn them back into their lane. That's trouble there for Notts County in 5.
And it's Marlow on this side that seem to be leading the field, but then we've got Exeter, Globe, George Watson's, and Hinksey out to the far side. They're just maybe sneaking past Notts County just to get themselves further up the field. Strong sculling from Marlow there. They've just decided that they're in lane 1, they've got nothing to lose, they're just going to go for it, and that's what they've done. Just pushing it on now, just trying to stay in that leading position.
Yeah, just 0.4 seconds separated Exeter and Marlow at the halfway mark. And there's still barely anything in it at the 100 metre to go mark, but Marlow and Exeter, Globe going with them too, out in lane 4. Oh, Carol, again, it's the stroke for stroke. I'm not going to call this one too early. I've been wrong too many times.
Marlow boat, though. I think that Marlow boat have just seen this challenge, and oh gosh, that Exeter boat's coming back. Oh gosh, I think Marlow, but only maybe a foot, if that.
Yeah, barely a foot in it. Marlow over Exeter. What a race. Globe coming through ahead of George Watson's College, then Hinksey, and then Notts County rounding out that field. But wow, what a race in this E-final. Open J15 doubles. So next up...
lovely shot of James Richardson, Seb Pooley of Marlow there. Just delighted with their performance in that. That was the E-final. Goodness me, that was just so exciting. And as Lucy said, we're into the D-final now. And in this we have Lambton in lane 1, Lee in lane 2, Barn Elms B in lane 3, Hinksey A in lane 4, Wallingford C in lane 5, and Trentham B in lane 6.
So just coming into the 500 metre mark now, it looks like the double in green from Barn Elms in lane 3. I think they're leading the pack currently.
I would agree with you there, Lucy. I think going with them we have Lee, right orange crew, in the lane sort of closer to us. But then I don't think I could separate the next 4 crews. I think they're pretty much in a blanket across the course.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they've got left in their pockets to throw out in the last 250 metres, where it can all change, as we've seen in these finals previously. But the double from Barn Elms B still just ahead. The lanes beside them, though, both Lee Rowing Club and Hinksey, not letting them get too far ahead.
Well, Barn Elms led at 500 metres, Lee in second place, Wallingford in third, and Trentham fourth. To my eye, I think it's still Barn Elms, but Lee are not backing off this challenge. Lee have just gone up. Look at that. They've just made a move. So I think they can see Barn Elms, and I think they can take them
They've
as they come towards the line.
Got to be careful of their steering, though. They don't want to hit a buoy, and they just back on course now, but that might have cost them.
Wallingford over on the far side are just sprinting towards the line as well. I think they've seen Barn Elms and are just pushing on. I think Lee have just lost it a wee bit with that steering chicane. But it's Barn Elms picking it back up, really picking it back up. They've seen what Wallingford are trying to do, and they're just pushing on to stay in front of Wallingford. But look at this 3-boat finish for third, fourth and fifth.
Wowee, Lee just getting the better of that 3-boat finish there over Hinksey and Trentham, and Lambton coming through to take 6th place in this D final. Great work from all these athletes. So that concludes the Open J15 doubles minor finals. The C, B and A finals to conclude later today, but we are now going to head back up the course to the Open J15 single sculls, and we'll start with the F final. So back with action up at the start line. We are now off with the F final of the Open J15 singles. And in this race, in lane 1, it's Molesey B, in 2, Trafford, in 3, Loughborough A, in 4, Newark B, in 5, Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, and in lane 6, Wallingford Rowing Club.
Due to a lightning strike in the vicinity, racing is temporarily suspended. At this moment, we will ask all people on site to vacate any temporary structures or take shelter in a vehicle or a building. We will race the crews that are on the water down because that's the fastest and safest way to get them to the finish. But no competitor should go afloat for the time being. Please listen for any further announcements.
Yeah, unfortunate timing. So just to repeat, anyone trying to boat now, please return to land, put your boats down and get inside. But we're still with the F final of the Open J15 singles. They're racing down the course. Of course, it's the fastest way to get off the water anyway, so this race will go ahead. And there look to be 4 boats contesting this race. We have in lane 2 Trafford Rowing Club, in 3 Loughborough Boat Club, 4 Newark B, and in 5 Royal Grammar School High Wycombe. And it looks to me to be Royal Grammar School High Wycombe out in that outside lane, maybe just ahead of their neighbours Newark in that middle lane, but tight field across these 4 scullers here.
Absolutely, it looks like a straight line. Somebody's taken a ruler and drawn a straight line across the course and just said, this is how you're going to race it. So they are pretty much level. I think I'd agree with you. If anybody's ahead, I think it's the RGS High Wycombe sculler, just marginally in front in lane 5. I've just said that, and I think it's the Newark sculler now, marginally in front in lane 4.
Yeah, great shift from Newark there. And Loughborough in that middle lane.
Pretty much level with Trafford, I would think.
It's neck and neck here. It's a good Midlands battle between Loughborough and Newark in those middle lanes, but High Wycombe and Trafford also showing their speed here. Newark, I think, still holding the lead as we approach the red buoys now.
If Jim was still here, he'd be delighted. He's from Newark, so I'm sure he's out there somewhere safely watching this race come down. So great performance from Newark, just to take that lead from RGS High Wycombe. And then, as you said, Trafford and Loughborough having their own battle there in lanes 2 and 3. And I can see Fergus standing in the background and Alex in the background, ready to take you on your journey for the next few races. So it's Carol signing off for just now, and I'll be back on later and hopefully have some more exciting finals for you.
Right, ladies and gents, you are going to be treated for probably one race only to the dream team. Myself and Fergus are on the mics. Looks like we do have a race coming down. Obviously, we can see that boating has been suspended at the moment. We hope some racing comes up soon, but we look like we have some J15 singles on their way down the track, and they're about halfway through their race. Who do we think we got on this one there, Fergus?
Well, it looks like it's the E final on the course at the moment of the J15 single sculls. Windsor Boys, Christchurch, Maidenhead, Henley, Dart, Totnes and Calpe. Of course, just 1,000 metres racing at the moment. They're into that final 500 metres. And it's the crews out in the middle of the course, lanes 2, 3 and 4. By my eyes, that is Christchurch, Maidenhead and Henley out in front and leading this field, Alex.
Yeah, so no medals up for grabs, just first to the finish line. It's all for pride, but that's just sometimes how rowing goes. So looks like a really good race in the middle. Lane 2 is a bit on the buoy line, so he's going to try and move out back into the middle of the lane. I think that's Christchurch B. Sculler in lane 2, just moving back into the middle of his lane, which is pretty well. But looks like that Sculler is pushing for the lead, maybe with the Henley Sculler in D. Henley D Sculler in 4.
Yeah, absolutely. 150 metres left in this D final. What a race between Henley Rowing Club, Christchurch. That is Rowley of Henley Rowing Club going up against Saddington of Christchurch. The two of them just starting to distance themselves from the rest of the field. Going with them, though, Davis of Maidenhead. We've got about 75 metres left. 6 or 7 big ones to the line. Alex, this is going to be a thrilling final.
Absolutely thrilling final. It's just grease lightning on the way to the finish line here. It is Christchurch versus Henley. They just had a look at each other and they took the rate up again. This is mano a mano as they go towards the line here. Really, really close. Going to pretty much get simultaneously bips on those two. Some fantastic racing at the front. And then lane 3 finishing in 3rd, then lane 1. But some fantastic sprinting to the line there between those 6 scullers.
Yeah, Maidenhead just coming through ahead of Nicol of Windsor Boys, with Dart Malone, Dart Totnes and Zamet of Calpe Rowing Club rounding out the E final. Which means we've got one more race until this suspension of racing, and that will be the D final, if we follow the progression as it takes through. It is Northampton in 1, Barnelms in 2, Chesterley Street in 3, Exeter Rowing Club in lane 4, Henley Rowing Club once again, this time their B Sculler and their C Sculler in lane 5 and 6 respectively. And once again, Alex, I think we're back, eyes on lane 3. That is Twin of Chesterley Street, who just seems to have grabbed the race by the scruff of the neck and jumping out to a lead with about 300 metres left to go.
Yeah, but I like that sneaky move over in 6. Just running up the bank, just rumbling along in lane 6, just hammering it along out of sight of the middle lanes, just pumping it along. I think he's doing a really good job out there. So it looks like it's going to be lane 6 or lane 3 to me here, Fergus.
Yeah, definitely. He's got the advantage. He's out of the peripheral vision of the Sculler from Chesterley Street. He'll have to do a big yank round of his neck to see what's going on, but it is probably Chesterley Street at the moment. But I think certainly momentum is with Henley Rowing Club. That is Burrow of Henley Rowing Club over on the far side, the scoreboard side. What a move from him. And as we're saying that, it looks like it might be Henley Rowing Club who have taken the lead with about 50 metres left to go in this D final.
Yeah, just as I say, in lane 6, just been pumping it along this last 100 metres, trying to just maintain that position out in front. I'm just watching his bow has crossed that yellow buoy line just ahead of everyone else. But there's a big sprint in the middle. Chesterley Street just holding on to it at the moment, but they are coming back at him. We're just watching that Henley Sculler cross first, but it's going to be really tight. Blanket finish, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Some really good sculling here. And that's what we want at the championships as we just head into this unplanned break in racing.
Yeah, phenomenal D final there, and that rounds out this block of racing. A reminder that due to a lightning strike in the vicinity, racing is temporarily suspended. At this moment, we ask all people on site to vacate any temporary structures and to take shelter in a vehicle or building. We will be back with the British Rowing Club Championships as and when it is safe to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt your music listening with a message from the organising committee. There continues to be a risk of further lightning strikes based on the weather in nearby areas. Racing continues to be suspended. A further announcement will be made at 3:30 in just over half an hour's time. It is currently our intention to race as many finals as possible. So that is a reminder that a further announcement will be made at 3:30. It is currently our intention to race as many finals as possible.
Welcome back to the British Rowing Club Championships after our impromptu break in racing. We have the Open J14 single C final just attaching to the stake boats at the moment. This race features Falcon Boat Club, Millfield School, Berwick, Windsor Boys, NCRA and Rob Roy.
We've got the luxury of this lovely sight of all these sculls just sitting on the start. Just the stake boat personnel have had a chance to come off their pontoons and get dried out and go back out again for sort of doing their duties. All these stake boats manned by volunteers this weekend, so many thanks to those that have put their names in the hat to do some volunteering, helping this regatta run as well as it does. I always like watching people on the start. It's that sort of zone where you're under starters orders, especially in a single scull. You've got all these things going through your head as to, you know, where your brain's at, what you're going to do, how you're going to respond to any challenges. Now, Lucy and I were commenting on the minor finals earlier on, and now we're in the C final. Some of the minor finals were superb in the racing and the quality of the racing.
Yeah, and I was watching some of those semi-finals earlier on, and then we had some fantastically clean starts, and it looked like we had some fantastically clean starts from all 6 athletes just there. So this C final of the J14 single is now underway. As I say, we have Falcon Boat Club, we have Millfield School, we have Berwick, Windsor Boys School, Notts County Rowing Association, and Rob Roy, and they've all blasted off through their first sort of 30 seconds of this race. And as we just look up the course, it's very, very even racing at the moment, Carol.
Absolutely, and it's one of those ones that we've been looking at chevron patterns, we've been looking at straight lines across the course. These crews, the fastest ones, will be seated in the middle lanes. But in the last few races I was commenting on with Lucy, it didn't seem to be like that. There was pretty much a flat presentation because these athletes going through the time trial have all been sort of sorted into equivalent boat speeds. So they've done their time trial, they're now in a different mindset because they're side-by-side racing, which can produce changes in boat speed as you're sucked along by the adrenaline or the surges from the scullers either side of you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to have been a long wait for these athletes because they would have gone straight from a time trial to a C final. So this C final has been blocked in with the A and B final. So the A and B finalists have also done a semi-final earlier on today, but these athletes, I think they're just going to be revved up, ready to go because they have been waiting for this all day coming off that time trial. Just looking at our screen at the moment, we have a zoom in on the Millfield School athlete Wilson, just pushing his way towards the front of this race. And I think just looking from the tower here, I would say that he does indeed have a lead as these scullers go through the halfway mark. So it's quite close between him and then that sculler over on the far side from Rob Roy.
Yeah, it would be difficult for Wilson of Millfield to just gauge his speed with the Rob Roy sculler because there are 4 lanes separating them. It's always hard to see that far across the course when you've got other boats between you. So you're just keeping an eye as much as you can, but good performance from Goodbrand of Rob Roy as well, because he's just pulling himself in front of Jones of Notts County, Van Gelderen of Windsor Boys School, Eek of Berwick, and Snell of Falcon. But that said, I would say they're pulling themselves in front of him. It's not by much. I think there is overlap between all these 6 boats.
Yeah, I think Goodbrand of Rob Roy has just been pushing through the middle part of this race. We could see that Wilson from Millfield School, like peeking left, peeking right quite a bit. And it looked like he was trying to respond to a move, I think, coming from that Rob Roy sculler, who's continuing to move up. But it's very, very close. So this race hasn't really broken apart. It's in fact coming back together. We've got this wonderful drone shot on our screen showing lanes 2 and 6 really racing at the front of the race here. So that is Rob Roy and Millfield, stroke for stroke. I would say just from this angle, it looks just like Rob Roy, but really close out there, Carol.
I was just going to ask where you thought the money was, and I was going to say Rob Roy, but oh no, disaster for Millfield. Just caught a crab with one hand, and that has sort of caused him to stop and just get himself straight again in his lane. And the other scullers have seen this and have just lifted it, and it's given the Rob Roy sculler a chance just to take that lead. And it's the Windsor Boys School sculler just sprinting towards the line now as well to take that second place in this C final.
Yeah, so the Millfield sculler unfortunately opened the door for the opposition, and it was the Windsor Boys sculler, Van Gelderen, that jumped through the gap and was trying to put pressure on Goodbrand of Rob Roy, but Rob Roy do finish first. He had a fantastic middle part of that race to push out into the lead, and it will be Lucas Goodbrand that has finished first across the line there in the C final of this J14 singles race.
Well, Alex was talking about watching the semi-finals earlier on. I was sitting in the pontoon, I was sitting on the steps watching the semi-finals early on, and some exciting racing there. So we move on to the B final, ranked 7th to 12th in this ranking. And in this race, we have Windsor Boys School B sculler, Bradford Grammar School, the Windsor Boys in lane 1, Bradford Grammar School in lane 2, Trafford in lane 3, Northampton in lane 4, Barn Elms in lane 5, and Lambton in lane 6.
So on our screens, we continue to watch Bradford Grammar School's Nicholson just pressing through the middle part of this race. This race now into its second half, really close racing again here, just like in the last race, but this time it's lanes 4 and 5 really close together. That's Northampton and Barn Elms really pushing each other towards the finish line here.
Interestingly enough, Northampton were leading at 500 metres, Bradford Grammar School in second place, with Barn Elms in third. But I think the Barn Elms sculler is coming back there very strongly indeed on Northampton sculler. But not to be discounted. Look at the Bradford Grammar School sculler there. I think he's maybe just inching himself in front of the other two.
Yeah, it's really, really close. And again, great drone shots here that we're getting. 3 in a line with each other. It's the Barn Elm sculler in 5. Dumas Latry just trying to push out in front, but there's rate of striking going up across the whole field as they push in. It might well be the Bradford Grammar School. Nicholson is making the move, Carol.
Absolutely, just going for it, but going with them as well as Barn Elms and Northampton. This is going to be such a finish. And definitely, but Bradford Grammar School really pumping that rating up. But these scullers are pretty much, to my eye, on the screen in a line. Barn Elms marginally in front, Alex?
Oh, I think maybe it's Bradford on this side, but it's super, super close, really close. The Northampton sculler was also in the mix. Fantastic racing in that B final. So it's going to be really close. We're going to have to just wait to see what the official verdict is, but that was some fantastic racing from all those athletes. So brilliant job from all 6 of those athletes racing there in that B final of the J14 single.
The A final is underway, and we have Derwent in lane 1, York City in lane 2, Exeter B in lane 3, Globe in lane 4, City of Oxford A in lane 5, and Enniskillen Royal in lane 6. And we've got an interview with the Exeter sculler George Burns in this race. He broke the course record in the semi-final this morning. Got a quick interview coming on the screen.
George, you absolutely smashed the age group record here this morning. 15.6 seconds. Was that the plan?
I mean, it was always a hope. It wasn't ever something that I expected would be quite that easy, but, well, not that easy, but yeah. But no, I'm really happy with that, and yeah, it was always an aim.
Incredible performance. So give us a bit about your rowing background, because obviously it's J14s we're talking about. How long have you been rowing?
So I've been in a boat as long as I really could have. I've been rowing since I was 12, but my dad is a huge rower. He's the one that got me into it, so he's had me on an erg since I was about 7. So yeah, quite a long time.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Right. And what about the final this afternoon? What's the plan?
Just go out, try and take it early, see if I can hold on to a lead there. That's the aim, kind of. Big burst at 500, take it early.
Have you got a plan B?
Go until I pop. That's all there is to it.
Just heard from George there with Planny, and Planny is panning out for him there. He's going out early, taking this race by the storm. Scorched the course record this morning, going for another record by look of it here. Second place is with the Globe Sculler.
Yeah, and considering how fast George was earlier, this Globe Sculler has put him under immense pressure, but well done to George Burns. He did not pop. He got through in first place from the looks of things, and it was the Globe Sculler, Wilmot, fantastic chase from him, and then City of Oxford, Bates crossing the line third, quickly followed by Enniskillen's Jay Allen, who's really put that effort in at the end of that race, and then it's York's Turnbull and Derwent's Gustopa just finishing off that A file. But magnificent stuff. You can see on the screen George Burns, he really had to earn that. He was not handed that at all. And some fantastic racing in that A final. So the first medals will be given out this afternoon, having given out some this morning. But those scullers will have to come over and receive their medals. So very well done to those medal-winning athletes from Exeter, Globe and City of Oxford. So, back up to the start, we have the next C final. This time it's the women's J14 singles, featuring Tees, York, Warrington, Woolton, Stratford-upon-Avon and Southampton Cole Porters. This race has probably only been going for about 45 seconds, so we have a little bit of time before they come down. But we're looking forward to some more exciting racing. These athletes have been waiting for this race ever since the time trial results came up this morning, so they're going to be fully raring to go. Carol, what can you tell us about this kind of racing having had a big gap?
And I'm sure some of the weather conditions during that gap will have unnerved them as well, because there was a bit of doubt as to what was going to be happening. I think once the decision had been made, these athletes will have just decided, right, we're focused now, we know what we have to do, let's just get on and do it. Because as you see, this big gap between racing can be very anxiety producing, but sometimes I always think that once I'm on the water, I'm in control. You can't control what's happening on the land, but once you're in the water in your own boat, you're in control, and you can just get into your own mindset, your game plan, what you need to do. And I wonder if some of these girls have got a game plan like George had in the previous race. Get out there early first and hold on to it.
So we're just watching our athletes come through that 500 metre mark, and it's Woolton just out in front, it looks like. In fact, it looks like both of the Woolton scullers in 4 and 3. Woolton and Warrington are the two out in front. They're battling very hard because they're literally separated by a second, with the Stratford-upon-Avon sculler just a second behind that. And it's also very close for fourth place here, with just 2 seconds separating those athletes. And there's only a 6-second spread between first and sixth as well. So if any of these athletes decided at 500 we're going to put in a big push, they can definitely get onto terms here. And just as on our screen, we can see George, who won that gold medal just a few moments ago, receiving his gold medal. So very well done to George there from Exeter Rowing Club. So you can see him on screen and getting his water bottle as well. And he should also be given a plaque as well. So very, very good work, George there. In our picture within picture, we can still see the C final coming down. Carol, what can you see out of our window here?
I can see a very close race developing there. Look at this. I think we've got 4 boats in contention. We've got Tees in lane 1, York City in lane 2, Warrington we've talked about, Walton we've talked about. Walton maybe just getting themselves out in front. There's a big fight challenge coming on from McLaren of Tees in lane 1 as they come towards us. I would not discount Phillips of Southampton Coalporters either over in lane 6. And you know, we've seen this so many times this weekend. Just in this last phase of the race, we've got this big charge for the line as all these scullers just ramp up the rating and really just start flying towards the line.
Yeah, and I think sadly the Warrington athlete that was right up in the mixer in lane 3 at the start has maybe just run out of steam, so leaving the door open for a race coming between Walton and Southampton Coalporters. So lane 6 just pushing on. This is going to be really close on that outside. Looks like the Walton athlete Shotter has upped the rate and is trying to maintain that lead into the line. Looks like it just is enough. Yes, by just over a length. The Coalporters athlete finishing second, and a blanket finish here for third between Stratford upon Avon, the Warrington Sculler and Tees, and then the York Sculler just in behind. But some excellent racing again, Carol.
Very mature racing from the Walton Sculler, just to have that confidence to get out in front. And I thought it was very close, but she actually managed to increase the lead the closer she came towards the line. And rapidly moving on for the C final, we have the B final, Alex.
Yeah, we might have had a little bit of a delay in racing, but there's no delay at the moment. It is race after race after race, quick fire stuff. We're into the B final. We've got Clydesdale ARC, we've got Tideway Scullers, we've got Glasgow Academy RC, we've got Tees, we've got Trent, and we've got Queen's Park Chester, and they are already into the second half of their race. On our screens, we've got a really good shot here of lanes 4 and 5. That's Tees and Trent just pushing their way towards the finish. Here, as I say, they are way past halfway and approaching about 350 metres to go. We've got some times at the moment. It was Trent ahead of Tideway Scullers at the halfway mark by less than 2 seconds, with Tees a couple of seconds after that. So maybe some slightly bigger gaps at the halfway, but we saw a lot change in the second half of that first race that we just saw, that C final. Now we're in the B final.
Indeed we did, and it's over on the far side. The Trent Sculler just taking that early lead, but Tideway Scullers still sticking with her. Tees starting to come back, and it's how much these scullers are going to change this position at the moment. It's really difficult to get this angle, and I just don't know if the Trent Sculler, how much of a lead the Trent Sculler has over the Tideway Sculler in lane 2, because the angles are all wrong for my eyes.
Yeah, and now we get the wonderful drone shot on our screens, and it shows us that the Trent Sculler does have about 1 length, but it's literally just 1 length, and it's the Tideway Sculler and Tees Scullers that are trying to apply the pressure in this last 100 metres. This Trent Sculler, though, doing really good stuff to stay in front. Looking really long in there. I like that sculling there, Carol.
Looking very long indeed, but the Tideway Sculler Tideway School Sculler has just ramped up that rating just to come back on her, but she's being chased by the Tees Sculler in lane 4. This is going to be a blanket finish between Tideway Scullers and Tees, but going through in first place is Cheetham of Trent.
Yeah, there was no way of separating that Tideway Sculler boat and that Tees boat. They were really side by side crossing that line. It was indeed Trent out in front there. Megan Cheetham, absolute little local legend here, just absolutely blasted it through. Fantastic stuff. So well done to Trent Rowing Club.
also got the A final started, and I was just looking at the competitors in this race, and it's pretty much spread across the country. In this A final, we have Calpe in lane 1, Chester-le-Street in lane 2, Buell Bridge in lane 3, Peterborough City in lane 4, Nottingham and Union in lane 5, and Shanklin Sandown in lane 6. Do you think these girls will ever raced against each other anywhere else, Alex?
I think unlikely, but that's the beauty of this competition, just bringing our talent to one place to have a rumble here in Nottingham in wonderful conditions for racing. And in this medal race, it is great racing again. So we have, it looks like lane 4 just ahead, that's Peterborough City, but it's really close here between Notts and Union and Chester-le-Street, with a charge from the Buell Bridge Sculler in 3. I would say at this point, just based on how much race is left, it's probably the Calpe Sculler and the Shanklin Sandown Sculler that are not going to be competing for the medals, but 3 medals for 4 scullers here, Carol, in the middle of the lake.
Absolutely, and we're looking at about 250 metres to go, and we've seen some changes in positions in this last 250 metres. So it's Chester-le-Street now making an impact on Peterborough and Nottingham and Union, and Buell Bridge not to be discounted. She's probably about 2/3 of a length behind at the moment, but just picking it up. She's seen the Orange Boys, she's seen where she is in the race. We've got the sculler from Shanklin Sandown over in lane 6, just lifting it, as Alec has said. I just think maybe too late to make a huge impact in this race. But it's Chester-le-Street mounting this charge for the line, Alec.
Yeah, here we go. I think the Chester-le-Street charge is happening. Just going to have to mind those right blades on the boys. It's really hammering those legs down, working hard. It's not rate up, it's power down. As she approaches the line, has a quick look to the right, looks over to the left, and I think she's just out in front, Carol.
Oh, absolutely, but she's still having to work really hard, because look at these other 2 scullers in lanes 4 and 5. Nothing in there. To my eye, I think Chester-le-Street just went through first, and then possibly Peterborough, and then Notts and Union.
Yeah. Dana Simpson, fantastic last 150 metres to take that win. According to this, by 2 seconds at the end. That was a magnificent last part of that race. Just really paced it well. You know, wasn't out in front in the middle, but just went. And all that matters is being in front of the end and just went through the fields in that last quarter of the race.
Very mature sculling to be able to have that confidence to do that, to know that you can do that, but just sit, bide your time, and just put the power on in that last phase. And boy, she was really moving there. Beautiful to watch. So we're moving on to the C final of the Open Junior 14 double sculls. Camas in lane 1, Globe in lane 2, Kingston A in lane 3, Tyne in lane 4, Henley B in lane 5, and Stratford upon Avon in lane 6.
So that race only started 35 seconds ago, but being doubles, they are going to be absolutely motoring their way down the course. So this C final here, again, will feature athletes that have been waiting for this race. And off they go. And just looking up the course, I can say that nobody has really broken out in here. It looks like maybe lanes 3 and 6 are leading the charge, but it's really close out there. So lanes 3 and 6 are Kingston and Stratford upon Avon. But anything can change here. All that's happened at the moment in this first minute is that crews have gone through their start sequence and now they've settled into race pace. So it's going to be who has the best race pace. That's what's going to carry these crews to the 500 metres first.
Absolutely. The start process, the procedure in the start, the first minute is quite fast, quite frenetic, unsustainable for 1,000 metres. So you need to have that phase where you're just settling in, just lengthening out, getting that a big reach round the front end and just getting the legs on, just having a bit of relaxation. And I say this, but it's not really relaxation, but a bit of a breather as you come forward before the legs go on again.
Yes, our camera shot here shows that Kingston do cross the 500 metres mark first. A second and a half ahead of Tyne, who were just less than a second ahead of Henley. all the crews at the moment just separated by 5 seconds. So in terms of if you've ever sat on an erg, that is literally a split of 5 because it's 500 meters, and we have 500 meters to go. So we're going to look at who can really wind it up. It looks like Kingston are continuing to stay out in front, trying to just wind their way through, but it is going to be some great racing here in this C final for those top 3 places.
Just sitting on the pontoon now, if you're looking on screen, is the sculler from Nottingham and Union. Is picking up her bronze medal. But looking back onto the course, we still see this Kingston double just doing what they needed to do, get themselves out in front, and they've just increased their lead somewhat over the rest of the field. I think Camus are still in there, Globe still in there, Tyne. Oh, a bit of a steering issue from Globe there, just getting a bit too close to Camus for the umpires. Could get umpires coming in to sort them out and just separate them a bit. That can unsettle a crew. Tyne and Henley over the far side, and Stratford-upon-Avon. But nice performance from Kingston here, Alec.
Yeah, and just also on our screen, I just love how happy that Peterborough sculler was receiving her medal, that silver medal. Fantastic work. And we're also just about to see the Chester Street sculler receive her gold. But turning attention back to the race, it is going to be Kingston, who you can see on your shot out in front. They've got a big lead. This is the biggest lead we've seen in any of these finals so far this afternoon, Carol.
Yeah, this is the C final. So as we've been talking about before, these athletes have had a bit of a break and a bit of a time to reconsolidate, and I'm sure they were just desperate to get back out in the water and show what they could do. And boy, oh boy, have Kingston shown us what they can do in that race. C final, we're going to rapidly move into the B final of this Open Junior 14 double sculls. What's in this then?
Yeah, so as we say, they are firing these finals down. This B final features Wallingford Rowing Club, Warrington, Brentford, Windsor Boys School, Maidenhead, and Marlow.
Last few meters. So throughout the race, I was thinking, I think I'm gonna get bronze. So I was in like third place most of the race. And then I heard everyone shouting, and I remembered all the training I've done all year and how much I wanted it. And I just pushed really hard, and I just let my legs burn. And I just thought, like, it's only 4 minutes, the pain will be over. Like, you'll regret it if you don't do it now. So I just did it, and I just pushed as hard as I possibly could. But yeah. You've got a gold medal around your neck. What does that mean to you? It means the world. Like, basically, I have a friend, she's called Olivia, and she got a gold medal. And last year, when I was here, I raced up at Champs, and I saw her get the medal, and I just thought I would love to get that next year when, like, I'm the right age. So I just was thinking about it all year, and it feels really good, and I know my younger self would have been so proud of me. So yeah. Dana, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
Darbs and I are fighting for the microphone here, but I got my fingers on the button first. And I was just talking about Brentford sitting in the middle of the field, pulling themselves out in front, trying to do a Kingston, I'll call it, on us. So Brentford leading Wallingford in lane 1, and then nothing between Warrington, Windsor Boys School, Maidenhead nor Marlow. And in fact, I think Wallingford are starting to come back on Brentford.
So yeah, just 4.5 seconds separating the crews at the 500 metre. That's about a length between the first crew and the last crew. And they're all in their charge now. They're moving towards the line. We're looking at Wallingford on this side, really trying to sneak up. Brentford trying to push it up, make sure they're not treading water here as they try and up the rate. Sometimes it's not as easy to just grip the water, but they're still managing to keep their noses in front. But it looks like it's a charge from Wallingford on this side, Maidenhead and Marlow on the far side.
Just watching this Brentford crew really having to work hard, because this Wallingford crew upped the rating. They're really upping the rating. I think they're sacrificing a wee bit of power for this rating. But Brentford, just look as though they're managing to hold off that challenge. Wallingford really want that second place. They want it so, so hard. Over the far side, it could be Maidenhead just, inching in front of Warrington. To my eye, that was Brentford, Wallingford, Maidenhead, and then Warrington.
Yeah, that Warrington crew came late, right at the end. It just might not have got onto Maidenhead, but that was really close. It was Brentford out in front, but there was a big charge from Wallingford on this near side. And I think in the end, it was just half a length between those two crews. We turn our attention back up towards the start, and it is the A final of the J14 doubles. It's the Bedford St Neots Composite in 1, George Watson's College in 2, AB7 in 3, Burton Leander in 4, Chester Street in 5, and Shanklin Sandown in 6. And as we watch on our screens, those crews are just about to hit the 500-meter mark, and they are going quick. So these J14 athletes are crossing the 500-meter mark in a split of about 140. So 143, Burton Leander go through first. Looks to me just ahead of the AB7 and Shanklin Sandown, or actually, maybe Chester Street crews. But those three crews battling for the medals right now.
Don't you just love these drone shots? It just gives you a beautiful depiction of the water and how smooth it is, how flat it is. And you can see the course these athletes are steering. You can see the distance between their puddles of the previous stroke and this stroke. And some really nice double sculling here. But to my eye, I think it's AB7 just marginally in front of Burton Leander, just maintaining that lead with Chester Street. I think could be in third place now, Alec.
Yeah, and that Chester Street bowman is giving everything at the moment, maybe giving a bit too much, but he really wants to upgrade that medal from bronze to silver. But the race is happening at the front. AB7 and Burton Leander, who look so good in the semi-finals, are nose to nose. They are battling here. They were in opposite semi-finals based on these lanes, and they are giving no quarter here. What a race to the line, Carol.
Don't you love it when you get great semi-finals and two superb crews who really meet head-to-head? Middle of the course is happening here, and neither of these crews backing off the challenge. Burton Leander going, AB7 going, and I could just see them have a quick look at each other. Pretty much stroke rate for stroke rate, really getting these legs down, powering it on. And I don't know who I want to win because they're both so good. Burton Leander, AB7, still racing towards the line here. I'm just going to try and squat down to see, but this is bow ball to bow ball. It's going to go on the charge, and to my eye, I think it could have been AB7 marginally in front of Burton Leander. AB7 certainly think they won that one.
Yeah, the champions of the alphabet, AB7, I think snuck out in front of Burton Leander just about. What a charge at the end. I would not have thought that was going to happen with 100 meters to go, but that is why we do these races, because anything can happen in that last 100 meters. I mean, AB7 had actually kind of wandered slightly over towards the buoy line, but it didn't matter. They just absolutely got legs down and charged through late. So Rupert Clifford and his sculling partner, who is Charlie Jukes, finish in that gold medal position.
Oh. Darbs and I were so excited that we forgot to take a note who came third in that race, and we're looking for the computer screen to flash up and tell us. But what a race that was for the gold medal in the Open Junior 14 double sculls. So from the Open Junior double sculls, we're going to move on to the Women's Junior 14 double sculls. And in the C final, we have Trent in lane 1, Derby in lane 2, Lee in lane 3, Hinksey A in lane 4, Christchurch in lane 5, and Nottingham and Union in lane 6.
Yeah, looking up the course, we have 12 good examples of sculling happening. Maybe just in the middle part of this race, all these crews are being a little bit more measured, but there's some pretty good sculling in the lanes we're seeing on our screens 2 and 4. So that's Derby and Hinksey, who are out in front at the moment, really close. They pretty much crossed the 500-meter mark simultaneously, and then in between those two, the Lee Rowing Club double coming through in 3rd place. But some really good racing, and based on the fact that they were neck and neck at 500 meters, we're expecting a big race between Derby and Hinksey in this last 500 meters. So at the moment you can see that Hinksey's crew on your screens with the Lee crew just to the left of shot. So I say that Hinksey crew is one of the ones competing for the win.
Absolutely, it's lovely to see Derby doing so well at these championships. Just so many athletes appearing in these finals. And it is very much between Hinksey and Derby. I think Lee have just sort of meat in that sandwich is slipping out as they come towards us. And then we've got a gap to Trent, Christchurch and Nottingham and Union. But these two doubles, Derby and Hinksey, just matching each other pretty much stroke for stroke as they come towards us. And just really powering it on. I think I'll see a change of pace coming in shortly, just as they see the change of the colour of the boys. And I think Derby has just seen those changes first. They've started lifting it to sprint towards the line.
Yeah, it's go time, go time, go time for these crews up at the business end of the race. That Lee boat in the middle, as we say, it's always terrible when the meat falls out the sandwich, but they are still right there. They want to compete for this win, but they're going to have to put one heck of a move in here, because it looks like it is that Hinksey crew trying to make a move, trying to press away from Derby, but Derby do not want that to happen. They are pressing back on water that is not that far from home. They are both sprinting for the line now. Crews have had a quick look at each other, and Carol, talk us through the line here.
Oh, this is so close. Hinksey and Derby, neck and neck, and oh gosh, I don't think I could call that one, but both crews really pushing. I can tell you Lee were in 3rd place.
Yeah, that one was easier to call. And actually, for 4th, who's 4th? All of those crews cross pretty much simultaneously as well. Some excellent racing there. So very well done to the Trent, Christchurch and Nottingham Union scullers who fought all the way to the line trying to get into that 4th place in that C final. But it was super close at the front. Our screen says that Hinksey maybe just pipped it, but it was a very, very close finish.
We've just seen some of the Junior 14 doubles coming in, picking up their medals. We've just seen Chesterley Street picking up bronze. Burton Leander picking up. Burton Leander just coming in, pick up their silver, and AB7 have just picked up their gold and are departing the pontoon. There we go, Burton Leander. Really close race for these gentlemen, and much deserved silver medal. From the C final of the Women's Junior 14 double sculls, we move rapidly into the B final, and in it we have Hartpury University and College A crew, Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association in lane 2, Aberdeen Schools in lane 3, Royal Chester in lane 4, Agecroft in lane 5, and Durham Schools in lane 6. And Darbs, this is another flat one straight across the course. Really hard to call this one this early in the race. Yeah, you were looking for a chevron pattern. I can't see much of a pattern there at all.
Now the eyes are naturally drawn to the high vis of Agecroft, but the first 4 crews just separated by 3.5 seconds in this B final. This is going to be another blanket finish. So it's going to be who can find the most efficiency, who can dig deepest in the last 350 meters is going to make all the difference, because at the moment it's not broken apart at all. It is lane 4, Royal Chester potentially just out in front of the rest, but they're going to come charging back. ASRA are going to be coming back, aren't they, Carol?
I was just going to point out to you that Aberdeen Schools were up there, so do not discount them. Two very determined young ladies in this crew. We've got a nice big squad, but yes, these are two very determined ladies. Up there with Royal Chester, but on their outsides we have Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. Hartpury cannot be discounted either, as we are drawn to the high-vis vests, and I think they're just off the pace at the moment. Durham Schools still up there contending, but to my eye it's with Aberdeen Schools or Royal Chester, and it's who's going to make this charge for the line first. Oh gosh, I was going to say Notts County are still motoring on, and they've got their own battle with Hartpury in lanes 1 and 2.
Yeah, the drone shot showed us that Royal Chester had about half a length, with about 200 metres to go, and as they swing in front of the commentary tower, it looks like, I think, that Chester Royals have increased their lead out to open water. They've absolutely put their foot down through the end part of this race, and they will cross first, but there's a late charge here on the outside from Hartpury, who finished only just slightly behind Azra there. So there's some great racing in the middle, and close between Agecroft and between Durham School and NCRA, with Agecroft just crossing the line next. So Royal Chester on our screens, Isla Toy and Mavie Cloherty, they take the win in that B final. And the A final is already underway, and the two in the middle, the Durham Lambton and Exeter boats, getting a little bit close together coming off of that start, but now separating apart. This drone footage can show us that it is the middle two lanes that have pressed out in front, and then it's the Barn Elms crew over in 5 just dropping off a bit, and then we also have the Lambton and I think it's Berwick Composite in 2 being competitive as well.
Drone footage was a beautiful shot of the Durham Lambton crew just getting this canvas just in front of the Exeter crew there, just motoring on. And I'm sure these, I'm trying to think back to the semis, I think they were really good semis as well, back, seems like a long time ago, Darbs, but it wasn't that long a time ago, but we've had so many excitements since then, it's hard to remember just how good they were. But these two crews in the middle of the course, pulling themselves away from the rest of the field. The Durham Lambton Composite and Exeter. I would not discount the Berwick Lambton Composite either, because I think they're still pushing on with Barn Elms, the bright green crew on lanes 5. They've got a battle in their own side with Sir William Perkins School. Buell Bridge, just I think maybe about 2/3 of a length behind the Berwick Lambton Composite. And I think Exeter are still in the lead here. Oh no, look at the drone footage. Oh, Darbs, it's so exciting. Canvas or a foot?
Yeah, I know on day 4 it can feel like we've been here 84 years, but this is waking us up from our daytime naps, because this is super close. These two crews have actually gotten quite close together on the race course as well. Durham and Lambton and Exeter, they are battling to the line, and I know sometimes it's not about your Vorsprung Dirk technique, it's just about get in, go, 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 go. Here we go. This is what we want in this medal race. So it is the middle lanes, and it looks to me like it might be Exeter's pushing away at the moment, Carol.
I think so. I think Exeter have just done something in those last 10 strokes or something just to get their canvas in front, and now they've got their canvas in front, they're just starting to pull away from the Durham Lambton Composite, and boy, that was a move they made there. What a fantastic move, because there was nothing in it for such a long time. To my eye, Exeter going through but half a length in front of Durham Lambton. Right, pay attention for third now. Oh, third. There's another race. Boy, that was exciting.
Yeah, I got no idea on third. It's Berwick and Lambton or it's Sir William Perkins. It was crazy close. The screen says it was the Lambton Berwick double, but we need confirmation. But it was Exeter Rowing Club that did finish first. Fantastic push down the back end to break that race open. So fantastic work from them. And then, of course, Durham and Lambton getting that second place. Like, that was such a good race for the whole way down. So it looks like the organisers here have found the time machine, or at least the keys to it, because we are ahead of schedule. We are throwing these races down the course. It's the women's J15 double C final on its way, and we have only about 400 metres to go. I've got just enough time to tell you who's in it. It's Newark, Sir William Borlase, Burton Leander, Knotson Union, Lee Rowing Club, and NCRA. So Carol, talk us through this last part of the race.
I think it's Burton Leander just getting their noses in front, just pulling away from Nottingham and Union. And then there's this battle on this side between Newark and Sir William Borlase's, but over on the far side, hadn't spotted Notts County because they were just where the upright of the tower is, and that sort of that blind spot, they just snuck out of it. I think they're motoring on as well. My eye, it's Burton Leander just leading the field, and then the charge is on for second and third. This is a C final again. These girls, as we said, haven't had a semi-final, so their legs are sort of rearing to go. They'll just be desperate to motor on now. Burton Leander, I think, are just holding on to the honours there. Notts County Rowing Association are just pulling themselves into that second place, but there's going to be yet again another charge for third. I don't know if I can cope with this. Burton Leander just pulling themselves into first. Notts County on the far side. Oh, beep, 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 beep. Nottingham and Union maybe just marginally in front of Newark. Hard ones to call these. I'm sure the Finnish judges been kept on their toes this afternoon.
Yeah, I thought I was in a New York City traffic jam just there. The horns were just beeping over and over. It was Burton Leander, Elsa Meadows, and Charlotte Wayne who won that. And they had just about open water. That was a good move down the back end of that race. But that was great racing. It's only a 1,000-metre course, so we do expect it to be fairly close. But it's great to see how close this racing has been time after time after time. The next race hasn't actually kicked off yet, but it is on the stake boats. I can see a hand in the air from the Clydesdale ARC sculler, just wanting to get straightened up, but those crews are coming forwards, coming to attention. It's going to be Clydesdale ARC, Kingston Rowing Club, Evesham, Sir William Perkins, Brentford and Wallingford competing in the B final. As on the screen we see Exeter picking up their medal from the race that was just a couple of races ago. Really, really happy to receive their medals. And that's what we want. That's what it's all about. You know, when you win a medal, you've had to put a lot of time and effort into it. And it's just great to enjoy that moment as you receive that medal. And that's something they just can't take away from you. So we are into the B final of the J15 doubles. That has been going for about 33, 34 seconds now. It continues on its way down. And these races are not very long. They're less than 4 minutes long. So if you are a fan of Clydesdale ARC, Kingston Rowing Club, Evesham Rowing Club, Sir William Perkins, Brentford or Wallingford Rowing Club, this is going to be the one for you. That race is now about a minute in. That means they'll be about the 250 metre mark, and then we'll just kick on into the middle. So this camera we've got in the bottom corner at the moment, it's just gone to full screen on us. This is our 500 metre camera. So as it pans around, we get to see who crosses the 500 metre mark first. As you can see, there's the roll call in the top corner. It is Clydesdale ARC, Kingston, Evesham, Sir William Perkins, Brentford and Wallingford in this race. So this race is on approach to the 500 metre mark. And it's very close here. From the tower, just looking across, you can see a bit of a snake. Or if you're more of a mathematical person, or you like your physics, it's a little bit like the filament lamp bulb graph, filament bulb graph. So who is it up in the lead here, Carol?
I was thinking it was more like a sinusoidal curve there. It's a beautiful curve, but never mind. To my eye, I think it's Clydesdale in lane 1, just taking the lead there. And then, as to how the curve swerves, it was Sir William Parkins School in second place, third with Evesham, fourth with Kingston, and then Brentford and Wallingford, fifth and sixth. And I think that still was coming to play. To my eye, I think it's still Clydesdale. They're going out early, they're going out hard. You know, can they still hold on to that as they come towards us in this B final?
Yeah, it's not usual that it's the lane 1 crew that's out in the lead, but it has been that Clydesdale crew out in front. I wasn't sure if the stroke girl was smiling or grimacing, probably a little bit of both, because you're out in front. Okay, great. I'm glad to be out in front, but you've usually had to use a bit of energy to get out there as well. So they look like they're now coming under pressure from the crews in the middle, Evesham and Sir William Perkins School.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that I thought Evesham were coming back on Clydesdale, and maybe they've gone out too hard, too fast, because as you said, Sir William Perkins School, Evesham, putting Clydesdale under some pressure, as are Kingston in the middle. I think Kingston being sucked along by that Evesham crew. It's often if you've got a fast crew on your outside, just suck you along in their sort of bubble, and you're in that bubble with them, and it just raises your game. Oh, Clydesdale and Evesham, I just don't know where the honours are. To me, I would say Clydesdale as they're coming towards us, just marginally in front of Evesham. Darbs?
Yeah, I'd love it if Clydesdale managed to hang on to this, because I like it when crews are brave and they get out there and they try and hold it. But the Evesham charge is coming at the moment. It's really close between those two crews. They've tried to pull Sir William Perkins along with it, but coming to the line, it's going to be between Evesham and Clydesdale.
Oh, I'm wishing Clydesdale on. I really wish them on, but it's so close, and it's going to come on the surge. Oh, gosh, I could not call that at all. Clydesdale, Evesham, they've no idea who won, and I was so busy watching that I forgot to take a note of who came next. Darbs.
I believe it was Kingston that came through, but it was probably actually Sir William Perkins, because my eyes as well were drawn to the front of that race. So it was Sir William Perkins in third, who were in a good position, but it was super close. I know on the screen it says a 3-second gap, but that is totally not the case. It says it's Clydesdale that got it, Darcy Geddes and Anna Soyinka, but it was mad close. So we'd have to just double check that that was right in that B final.
Mad close. I was wishing and I was hoping, so I was glad to hopefully that will be confirmed. This is me signing off for today and for the weekend. I've had a whale of a time commentating here. I always do. I'm going to hand over to Lucy for the last few races of the day. Some of these really exciting finals.
Yeah, so it is my great pleasure to be rejoined for the second time today by Lucy up in the commentary box, just in time for this A final of the women's J15 doubles. So we have Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, Trafford, Maidenhead, Trent, City of Bristol and Hartpury College. Now, Lucy, I know that you know Trent. Tell us about Trent.
Well, let me tell you about Trent Rowing Club, a tiny little blue shed on the bank in Burton, not too far from here. Train on the River Trent, of course, and what a squad coaches Carl and Kelly have built down there. This double, it are the reigning champions from last year's championships in the women's J14 double, so they're really looking to repeat their success here. They've had a busy weekend, already won silver in the J15 quad yesterday with their teammates. Whether they've got enough beans left in the tank, we will see, because the semi-finals were so close earlier today. So we've got Maidenhead and City of Bristol also absolutely going with them. This is going to be a action-packed finish. I can't separate the crews right now.
Lucy, this might be the race of the year, maybe. I mean, you know, we've got Henley Royal, Women's Henley. There's all this other stuff, but this could be it, Lucy. This could be it. It is one heck of a race where the top three are not far apart at all. Just watching it, I think maybe Trent are out in front. That's what you want. But there's charges from outside lanes, inside lanes. Lucy, take us down the last 200.
Wowee, what a race we have on our hands. Trent are leading. Can they hold on to this? They've got to hold off incredible charges from the likes of Maidenhead, even Trafford there. Bristol maybe out of the mix now. Lane 1 not to be counted out. Aberdeen Sculls, here we go. But Trent, I heard they saved something in the semi-final and they won their semi-final comfortably. Experience coming out of these girls is national medals all year. For the past 2 years, this partnership is really phenomenal, and they are breaking clear of this field just in time from the finish line. What a race from Maddie and Jess of Trent Rowing Club. Trent going to take the gold. The silver is a 3-boat battle. I think I would say Trafford maybe nudged a silver there. What do you think, Alex?
I think Trafford might have nudged the silver. On our screen, we've got Trent, Jessica Atkin and Madison Walker, of course. But I think Trafford might have nosed it out in front. But that bronze, no way I could call it. Like, it was just happening too quickly. But what a race we had there for those medals. And unfortunately, one of those crews isn't going to get one. But it was raced in the spirit that we want to see. It was magnificent racing. And well done to all of those athletes in that A final there in the J15 doubles. And of course, especially well done to Trent for defending a title that you won, you know, a year ago in an age group below, but you've seen them off again.
Yeah, really awesome stuff from these doubles. What an exciting J15 final. And next on the course, we're sticking with J15 doubles, but over to the boys, and this is the C final of the Open J15 doubles.
Yeah, and they are already out of here. They are off the start. It was 25 seconds ago. It's Maidenhead, it's Bewlbridge, it's Weybridge, it's Sudbury, it's Barn Elms, and it's Wallingford. So expect to see a little bit of green in this race, because a few of these clubs have that as part of their kit. But then we've also, as I say, got some other crews in here. We're looking at Wallingford over in 6, looking to push through. On your screens at the moment, we got Barn Elms to the far left of the picture, Sudbury more central, and just going off shot a little bit, Weybridge on the right-hand side. But that's who you can see on the screens at the moment. 1 minute in, past the 250-metre mark. We'll look for the time updates at the halfway point. So on approach to the 500-metre now, 500-metre mark now, it is indeed that C final of the J15 doubles. Just going to have a look at who crosses the 500-metre mark first. On our screens, we have Maidenhead closest to the camera, and I think they have snuck across just ahead of Barn Elms, who are over in 5. But it's very close, just 3 seconds separating the first 5 crews according to our timing point. So this is going to be one heck of a finish with just, well, as I say, they've pulled a 145 in that first 500. So we've got about a minute and a half till these crews hit the finish line. So we're looking forward to another exciting finish here in this next race. So it continues to be lanes 1 and lanes 5 in this C final of the J15 double. You can see just on your screen at the moment the Azra crew that picked up a medal. They must have then just snuck their way through into one of those medal positions. So we weren't sure who was going to pick up the bronze, but it was really close, and they did pick it up by like 0.2 of a second, it looks like, on the board there. So some fantastic stuff. Trafford just coming onto our screens as well. They picked up the silver medal, and we'll see Trent receive their medal as well soon in a moment on the screens. But just turning attention back to what's happening in the bottom corner of your screen, it still continues to be lane 1. It's still Maidenhead pushing ahead, and it's still Barn Elms pushing against them. We're just going to watch them come through the line here. It's Maidenhead or it's Barn Elms. Lucy, do you want to call this last few strokes?
Oh, I don't want to call it confidently because, yeah, it's going to take every stroke to separate these crews, the 2 in green. Maidenhead, a phenomenal performance from lane 1. I think on the surge, they're going to be ahead of the crew from Trafford, and for third place we have 3-boat battle. Absolute photo finish across the board there. What a race.
Yeah, fantastic race there. It was Maidenhead just taking that win. And I'm hoping that on the screen, I'm going to give it back to Lucy in a second. So we're hoping that Trent do appear to receive their medals on the screen. There you go, Lucy.
Ah, we love to see it. Yeah, Trent Rowing Club, they're no stranger to the medal podium, this Brit Champs and this double, certainly not. Yeah, picking up their second medal of the weekend, silver in the quad, gold in the double. What a season for this crew and this club. Fantastic to see. Next on our screens, we're over to the B final of the Open J15 doubles. So in this race, in lane 1, we have Hexham, in 2, Peterborough City, in 3, Marlow A, in 4, Ross, in 5, Windsor Boys School A, and in lane 6, it's a Durham School composite. So still early stages in this race. They're on their way to the 500-metre mark. There's no clear crew ahead. This looks incredibly close at 500, but it was Hexham through the halfway marker, just 0.4 ahead of the Windsor Boys School double, and barely a second behind them was Marlow. But yeah, across the field here, it's very tight.
Yeah, I had to pull a face as those crews crossed through the 500 because it was such a close thing going on there between about 4 of the crews, and all 6 of them have got good overlap. It's going to be one of the last races I'm calling today, and it is an absolute rumble out there. So it looks to me like lanes 1, 2 and 3 are really fighting it together with lanes 5 and 6. So these approach the last 350 metres. It's possibly the crew in red in the middle. It's possibly Marlow, but maybe it's Hexham up on this near side, trying to just punch their way through to the finish line. All these crews are now starting to go up on the rate. No one's waited for the last 250. They start to sprint already. Is it going to be Hexham on this side? Is it going to be Marlow? Is it Peterborough actually firing through that gap between lanes 1 and 3 there in lane 2? Or is it going to be over on the far side? We know how good Windsor Boys School can finish a race. Or is it going to be the Durham composite crew on that far side, Lucy?
Impossible to call, but these 3 boats on the bank side, Hexham, Peterborough and Marlow, what a sprint. And the Durham composite, not to be counted out actually, over in lane 6. They have absolutely put a cat amongst the pigeons, and now we have a 5-boat race for the win. It looks like the crew from Ross have been shot out the back, but a blanket finish here is looking more like a start line than a finish line in this B final. Wowee. I reckon the crews from Hexham and Peterborough might have just snuck ahead of the field for the first and second positions. Hard to call, and our timing suggests Hexham did just take the lead over Peterborough, 0.3 behind, and then 0.4 behind them was Windsor Boys School.
Yeah, absolutely. That was crazy close. Like, I've seen races less in line at the start than that finish was. That was one heck of a finish. So I believe I'm going to be passing over to Charlie. So it has been my absolute pleasure to commentate here at the Club Championships. And, you know, the age-old proverb continues, stick it in and get it wet.
So over to the A final after that incredibly exciting B final, and through the halfway mark, it is Henley ahead of the crew from Buell Bridge, but still absolutely all to play for here. Lanes 1 to 6, I can't call it at all from the commentary box. So yeah, this is the Open J15 doubles A final. Huge roars of support on the bank for all these crews. We have Aberdeen in lane 1, Henley in 2, Brentford in 3, Camas in 4, Trentham in 5, and Buell Bridge in lane 6.
Well, it's a pleasure to be joining you here in the commentary box, Lucy, for this final set of races, A-B finals. And I'll tell you what, we've had a very exciting, almost blanket finish in the final race we've just seen. And the one we've got in front of us is proving to also be an absolute cracker. I think if I were to put anything on it, it would be the crew in lane 1 from Berwick, who seem to be slightly ahead there of the crews from Henley. Aberdeen School, in lane 1, just slightly ahead of Berwick. But look at this in lane 3 and lane 4, Brentford and Camas coming right up against each other. And I think it is there, lane 4 from Camas, that just snuck that race there ahead of Brentford. What an exciting race, Lucy.
Unbelievably exciting, but the drama was after the finish line. Aberdeen celebrating their victory. They crabbed and almost capsized, but huge celebrations as they should. Oh, they're still struggling. Okay, they're back up, right? Yeah, incredible from Aberdeen out in lane 1 to take the win of that J15 doubles final. And yeah, wow, what a race for medals.
Well, we'll have to wait for the official times to come up on the screen, but congratulations to those crews racing in that A final of the that A final of the J15 double sculls. And we're now looking on the screen at the race 586. This is now into the single sculls for J15s, out of the doubles. And this will be the C final. In lane 1, we've got Berwick. Lane 2, Agecroft. Lane 3, Windsor Boys School. Lane 4, Christchurch. Lane 5, Chester Street. And lane 6, Windsor Boys School. And we're seeing some nice shots there of Aaron Brown from Berwick Amateur Rowing Club. They're just looking around, checking he's aligned, seeing how he looks against the competition. Having a little bit of a discussion, it seems, with the sculler from Agecroft. Maybe they're talking about the weather, Lucy.
Maybe they're talking about the weather and how pleased they are that these finals have been able to go ahead.
Yeah, and despite the troubles we've had earlier in the day, we have beautiful racing conditions. There are absolutely not a drop of wind on the course. We can see all the way down. There's no reason that they're not going to have an excellent, evenly paced race between each other. There's no unfairness amongst any of the lanes. I am pumped for these finals, Lucy.
You and me both. These C finals, particularly looking at the time trial results from earlier, there was some really, really fast racing, and so many athletes were just like tenths of a second off of making the AB semi-finals. So the quality of these races are really going to be quite high, and we're still up at the start. Everyone is attached, bar one. We're just waiting for lane 5 to get attached, and then hopefully we should be off shortly to kick off a run of 3 open J15 single races, starting with the C final and then ending with the all-important medal race in the A final later.
So while we wait for that race to get underway, it's a little bit hard to know when it's going to start because we seem to be running ahead of schedule for once, which is unusual in a regatta. So well done to the umpires who've made such a quick recovery from the early disruption. You're seeing on screen there the scullers from Camas Rowing Club, who were just racing in that final of J15 doubles. So that's Sonny Hughes and Harry Shaw there of Camas Rowing Club, who are about to receive a silver medal. Congratulations also to Patrick Keating and Angelos Karagiannis from Brentford Boat Club, who got the bronze medal. And we will see also on screen very shortly Sandy Bain and Nicole Martin of Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association to receive the gold. And indeed, there is the silver medal being awarded to Sonny and Harry. Many congratulations on them, silver medalists in this National Club Championships. And in the inset of our screen, we can see that the C final of those J15 single sculls has now started. A blistering start from all the scullers. And as I look out my commentary tower window, it does seem to be a pretty even first few strokes. Perhaps the sculler in lane 2 from Agecroft, Corbin Ince, might have made the best of it, but he's being challenged very robustly by lane 3 of Jolyon Cape and of Windsor Boys and Louis Walker of Christchurch Rowing Club in lane 5. So we'll just have to wait for another update shot to get a feel of it. We can see them inset there. Those 3 scullers I was just talking about right up against each other, and we will wait for a bit of an update. Looking at the tower, it is looking, I would say, slight advantage to Jolyon Cape of Windsor Boys Schools in lane 3. Just got a slight lead over the two scullers to his left and right, respectively. How do you think it's shaping up, Lucy?
Yeah, I think that's great eyesight there, looking at all this racing to see who's ahead now, because it's still incredibly close. But I would agree with you, the sculler in the lane, the Windsor Boys School, oh sorry, I've lost myself here, the Windsor Boys School sculler, yes, in lane 3, does look to have maybe a slight lead in these early stages, but anything can change, as we saw in the previous A final here, the Aberdeen schools collecting their medals on screen for our live stream viewers. And we're going to head to an interview with our gold medalists. Sure.
Let's get some reaction to that incredible finish. Aberdeen Schools, Sandy Bain and Nicole Martin. Sandy, that celebration, you might need to work on this celebration. You nearly tipped the boat over.
I thought it was a bit too much. I thought I was actually going to go in.
Can you quite believe what you've just done?
No. We always thought we were going to be the underdogs, so yeah. Can't believe it.
You've hardly got any breath in your body, have you? Let's have a quick word with your teammate here. Talk us through that last 100 metres. How deep did you have to dig?
Well, I wasn't really feeling my legs that much, and we were just seeing the other crews coming, but we didn't really push, so we just went for it, and yeah, it was a great finish.
What does it mean to you?
It means so much. I've got pipped in every other race so far, so that was really good. And yeah, it was my first national medal in Britain, so that was really good.
Congratulations both, that's fantastic. Well done, and Nicole Martin and Sandy Bain from Aberdeen Schools.
And we return to race 586. This is the C final of the J15 single sculls. Now, Lucy, we've had the intermediate times. How was the race shaping up at the halfway point?
So at the halfway point, the leader with a good 2-second gap on the field was the sculler from Windsor Boys School, ahead of his opponent from Agecroft, and then in third was Chester Street in that lane 2. But my goodness, it's really close heading into the final 250 now. Can Windsor hold on to his lead? He's got a really strong challenge from Chester Street, sneaking up on him in lane 5. I can see him absolutely rate going through the roof. The sculler also in red from Agecroft beside him, putting in a charge, as is Christchurch in that yellow all-in-one. Oh, this is a fast finishing final once again. I don't want to call a leader just yet, because it's all going to come down to these final few strokes, the final 50 metres of sprint. Can Windsor hold on to the lead that he created all through this race? I think Chester Street is coming through potentially. It's going to go right on the line. It's going to be on the surge. Windsor Boys School just got a bit more speed in his pocket. He takes the victory over Chester Street, and then crikey for third, I'm not sure, between Agecroft and Christchurch. That was incredibly close racing.
Wow, what incredible racing. I've just seen that phenomenal power output from Joylan Cape of Windsor Boys School. He just went off the line, as you say, he stole 2 seconds on the rest of the field in those first 100 metres really. Just a phenomenally powerful start, and then being chased and chased and chased by Eden Simpson from Chester Street in that final 100 metres. It really was power versus rate there, and it really came down to a very narrow finish. And I think we've just got the times up on screen here. We're just waiting for the umpire to do their thing. Yep, and it looks like so that Joylan Cape was in first, as we said, then Eden Simpson second, and then in third it was merely 0.3 of a second between Corbin Ince of Agecroft Rowing Club, who came in third, and then Louis Walker, who took 4th place. So although there are no medals in contention, the cracking racing. Anyhow, we must move briskly on, because we're on to the B final of this event. Who are the runners and riders in this one, Lucy?
Well, in the B final here, already underway through the halfway mark, and I'm going to call the times whilst they're up. The Globe athlete was through that halfway marker first, ahead of Ross, then Hartbury, then Lambton, then Tideway Scullers, and the sculler from Falcon. So yeah, really tight field again, and it's no surprise these semi-finals earlier were absolutely cutthroat. So all these athletes contesting the B final, but it's
Yeah, I'm just looking out the window here, it looks like Guy Turner there in lane 1 from Ross Rowing Club has stolen a march on Oscar Champion, who was leading at the halfway point, and I would say he has put himself about a quarter, maybe even half a length ahead of Oscar Champion from Globe Rowing Club in lane 3. Meanwhile, looking back, that third place position in this B final is a brutal fight between Lewis Hennessy in lane 2 of Tideway Scullers, Harry Hutchins of Hartpury University College in lane 4, and John Burns of Lambton Rowing Club in lane 5. And I think maybe John Burns is moving through to take that third place position, but meanwhile I think there's been a response from Oscar Champion to the challenge from Guy Turner, and as we go into the final 100 metres with the boys turning red, it is bow ball to bow ball, Lucy. Who do you think is going to make it across first?
I think Globe's going to have a lot of work to do to hold off this charge from lane 1, the Ross athlete. Sneaking up from an outside lane, it's not going to be enough in time, or is it? I think on the line, it's the Globe just ahead of Ross. Awesome sprint from him, and then in lanes 4 and 5, basically holding hands across the line, but it did look to be lane 5, Lambton Sculler just taking the edge off Hartpury, and rounding out the field we have Tideway Scullers and Falcon. But wowee, what a savage final racing. Yeah, anyone from any lane can really take these, and be really exciting to see who's going to do that in the A final.
Well, yes, and indeed, well done to Oscar Champion, who we can see on screen. But as we glance out of the commentary tower window, the racing is continuing thick and fast. The umpires clearly want to get home early. We've got Toby Bell of Newark Rowing Club in lane 1, Rory McNabb of George Watson's in lane 2, Hugh Hall Craggs, one of the Hall Craggs sculling dynasty, from Tideway Scullers in lane 3, Charlie Murphy of Windsor Boys in lane 4, Henry Crisp of Bedford Rowing Club in lane 5, and Sebastian Lee of Henley Rowing Club in lane 6. And the intermediate times are just flashing up on screen, Lucy.
Yeah, at the halfway mark, we have some breaking news. Tideway Scullers, Hugh Hall Craggs is our current leader, but barely a second behind him is the Windsor Boys School, Charlie Murphy, and just behind him is Bedford Rowing Club out in lane 5. So yeah, the lead is with Tideway Scullers as it stands, but into this final 300, 250, we've seen it can all change. And there's no clear chevron shape here at all, so even, we can have some sneak attacks from outside lanes we just saw in that previous race. And I think the sculler from Newark is putting himself in the mix for a medal here, potentially.
So looking at Hugh Hall Craggs there, he does seem to be in the gold medal position right in the middle of that system, but he is being challenged very fiercely by Charlie Murphy in lane 4 from Windsor Boys School. And of course, this being an A final, Lucy, we've got to think about the bronze medal as well. And I do think that potentially it's the sculler from Bedford, Henry Crisp, who's currently there. But you know what? He can see the bow, he can see the stern of Charlie Murphy just on the right of his peripheral vision, and he's thinking, right, I might be on for a bronze medal. Let's make it a silver, because he is taking the rate up and he is absolutely charging. Meanwhile, Hugh Hall Craggs in lane 3 from Tideway Scullers has clear water now on the opposition. He has responded to the challenge from Charlie Murphy dominantly, and is now just sculling away, taking the rate up, looks over his left shoulder. Where is the finish line? His legs must be burning. And meanwhile, the race between silver and bronze in lanes 4 and 5 is hotting up. Charlie Murphy from Windsor Boys is now being pushed so hard by Henry Crisp. It is bow ball to bow ball as we go over the last 5 strokes. Lucy, who's it going to be?
Oh, well, Tideway Scullers, epic win from him, and then Windsor Boys just, I think, on the line, just ahead of the sculler from Bedford, but Bedford nonetheless celebrating. He's happy with any coloured medal, as you should be in this Open J15 singles. It was an absolutely packed field, and yeah, to medal after a race like that, incredible scenes. And again, it was really close between 4th, 5th and 6th as well. So
yes, the
awesome
umpire's buzzer sounded someone like firing a machine gun. They were going off so quickly. But we have the umpire's white flag, and on our system we can confirm it was Hugh Hall Craggs of Tideway Scullers who takes the gold. Charlie Murphy of Windsor Boys holds onto that silver by 0.8 of a second over Henry Crisp of Bedford Rowing Club, and we will see them on the podium very shortly. But we must move on because the races are coming thick and fast. What's next, Lucy?
Next up we're sticking with J15s, but over to the women's J15 singles, and we're starting with the C final, and that is already off on the course. They're almost at the 500 metre mark now, it looks like, and well, let's see who's in this race. So in lane 1, we have Durham. In 2, Queen's Park Chester. In 3, Sir William Perkins School A. In 4, Trent. In 5, Wallingford Rowing Club. And in lane 6, it's Derby. And at this halfway marker, it looks like the sculler from Sir William Perkins School is our current leader, ahead of Queen's Park Chester in 2nd and Wallingford in 3rd.
Yes, a very exciting race so far. Just looking at the times between 1st, 2nd and 3rd here, it is just 2 seconds separating those 3 scullers. You can see that now on your screen, and a nice panning shot. It is really at the moment a battle between lanes 2 and 3, I think. That's the sculler from Queen's Park Chester and Sir William Perkins School, Ashley Sullivan from William Perkins, Millie Warren from Queen's Park Chester. And as we enter now into the last 350 metres of this race, it does seem to me that Millie Warren of Queen's Park Chester is just upping her rate slightly and thinking, well, you know what, I'm going to have a go for this. But also on the far side of the course, between lanes 5 and 6, we are seeing an absolute slug match here between Zoe Seymour of Wallingford Rowing Club and Esme Downs of Derby Rowing Club. They are right against each other, and they can see out their peripheral vision where the other is, and they are upping their rate now as we go into the last 250 metres. And I do think, look at that, Lucy, I think Millie Warren from Queen's Park is going to go through the leader here, Ashley Sullivan of William Perkins, if she can just pace this sprint right.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I think the lead's still with Sir William Perkins, but the battle for those 2nd, 3rd and 4th positions over on the far side of the lake and this side of the lake is really pushing our halfway leader, and it's going to come all the way to the line again, of course, as is come to expect at Brit Champs. Can Sir William Perkins hold off this huge charge from lane 2, Queen's Park Chester? And she's got to be careful of those outside attacks from Derby and Wallingford too. They're pushing each other right to the line.
I think she's done it, Lucy. I think she's done it. Look at this. Millie Warren from Queen's Park Chester is moving through. Very exciting scenes inset on your screen. She is going right through. She has paced this to perfection. She has been down all the race so far. And here she is now, a length ahead. And I have to admit, this sculler from Ashley Sullivan from William Perkins needs to watch out, because she is being challenged from all sides, Lucy.
Yeah, there's battles in the lower positions push each other up, and that pushes the whole field together. It's so exciting. So William Perkins just holds on for the 2nd in that, but the sculler from Durham in lane 1, I think, what a sprint to just clinch 3rd place there in this C final. But wow, it was 6 beeps, very close concession over the finish line, and I'm sure there's more of that to come. We're already over to the B final. I can see, looking down the course, is already underway. But yeah, congratulations to all those athletes who just contested a great race.
And we've just seen some pictures on screen. Henry Chris was receiving his bronze medal for the J15 single sculls. We've now got Charlie Murphy, and this is Hugh Hall-Craggs of Tideway Sculler School. A massive smile on his face, because a member of the long-standing sculling dynasty, his father, Wade Hall-Craggs, I believe, or a relative of his, was a winner of the Wingfield Sculls a few years ago, and it's great to see that sculling dynasty will continue into the 2020s. Now we must get back to the action, because the next race coming down the course is the B final of these J15 single sculls.
Yeah, already well into this B final underway, and the lead sits with lane 6, Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, currently leading this B final. Just ahead, just tenths of seconds ahead of the sculler from Lambton over in 2. In 3rd position was Pengwern, then George Watson's, followed by Notts County, followed by Agecroft in 6. But again, a super close field, not much separating them at the halfway mark. But yeah, current leader with Strathclyde Park in lane 6. She is, you can see her just on the scoreboard side of the field, but I think it's all changed already coming into this 250. There's the athletes beside her in the lanes. Pengwern also going with her, the athlete from Pengwern, who we got here, Elizabeth Selman, not to be counted out. And then in the middle as well, we have the George Watson's College sculler putting in a great fight to lead this race. But I think also lane 2, Lambton, we've seen lots of them in previous races. Great stuff going on at Lambton. And she's got to be careful of those boys on her right-hand side. I think that could cause trouble. But yeah, in the mix for the win of this B final alongside those lanes 5 and 6.
But I think it's a sculler in lane 6. Blythe Robinson from Strathclyde Park. She's led this race start to finish, and I think she is still out in front. The interesting thing is she is being challenged by Faye Thompson of Lambton Rowing Club very strongly as the boys turn red. But the thing is, these scullers can't see each other. They're almost rowing in the dark, so to speak, and they are just sprinting and doing their own push. They can't see where the other person is. They're just going to have to look forwards and pull as hard as they can, push as hard as they can with their feet through the footplate. It's these two scullers here who are battling for the first place position. We've got just 5 strokes to go between these two singles, but it does seem to me that Blythe Robinson of Strathclyde Park is absorbing that challenge that she's not even seeing as she takes the final few strokes. And there it is, a quick look over her right shoulder and then her left. Where is the finish line? Where is my opposition? It is first place, it seems, for Blythe Robertson. Second over the line, second over the line was Faye Thompson of Lambton Rowing Club. And then I didn't quite catch who was third there, Lucy. Did you see it?
On our screens, it was the sculler from George Watson's just over Pengwern, but yeah, just tenths of seconds separating them, and then Notts County rounding out the field.
Yes, just less than almost half a second between third and fourth there. Incredibly tight racing. And we get a moment to catch our breath because I'm just looking at the course, and there is, fortunately for us, we can have a breather. There is no other race in progress, but some nice shots there of the sculler from Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, Blythe Robertson on screen. She is giving a good display of sportsmanship there, a wave of congratulations to competitors in that exciting B final. But we've got to look forward to, Lucy, the A final of this event now.
Yeah, wow, barely a moment to catch our breath from all these races, just short, sharp 1K racings, getting really exciting, and even more exciting when there's medals involved, which we have coming up next. So just attaching to the stake boats up at the start, we can see on our screens, this race we have, so the A final of the women's J15 singles in lane 1, Hinksey, in lane 2, Falcon A, in 3, City of Bristol, in 4, Chester Street, in 5, Camas A, and in lane 6, Strathclyde Park Rowing Club.
I'm always impressed here with scullers of this age, only 15 years old, all of these scullers, and they're having to deal with the tension of a start, not just any start though, a start in a single scull. Lucy, have you ever tried it?
Oh, of course. I've done, starts in single sculls. They can be really fast. You can turn the pace on pretty quick in those small singles, which is very fun and also super important in these short 1K races. That I'm sure they're all front-loading their race plans to try and get ahead of the field, and then it just gives you the confidence through the race to be able to see everyone, see what's going on, and then battle your way to the finish line.
I mean, I'm not quite sure how the setup is here with this 1,000 metre floats. If you're up at the 2 kilometre start, you get these signs that align with each other. They're spaced separately about 5 metres apart from one another, and if you're in a straight line, they'll appear in line with each other. But when you're starting here on these floats in the middle at the 1,000 metre mark, I don't think you get that luxury. So they're just having to guess, really, to some extent. Are they straight? Are they ready to go? Well, they're all coming forward to front stops, which means they're ready to race. A quick look over the shoulders there of lane 2. That's Lara Tilolney from Falcon Boat Club. And it seems like they're under starters' orders for this A final of the J15 single sculls. And they're off on a tremendously explosive start there from the sculler in lane 4, Beau Grifton of Chester Street Amateur Rowing Club. We'll have to see how that plays out in the next few strokes. Just a few seconds away to see how the scullers line up. We've got a nice sweeping shot there of the cruise you're seeing on the left of your screen, the sculler from Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, Matilda West. Just to the right of her, it's Olivia Lewis from Camas Rowing Club, and then Beau Gritton from Chester Street Amateur Rowing Club, just on the right of your screen there, who had that explosively powerful start. So we will have to see what impact that has had. The thing about a start in a single scull, I've said this a few times this week, Lucy, I think the key thing is to get away cleanly, not rock the boat, literally, and give yourself a platform and momentum which you can then build on into the later stages of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. That is most important, getting away clean, out of trouble, and then just get onto that bass rhythm and send it. And that is exactly what Beau Gritton has done of Chester Street. I can see, looking out at the banks, and lots of Chester Street colours, so I'm sure they're ready to support their athletes and give her a big shout. Chester Street, of course, lots of good things going on up there. They won the Women's Junior 18 single scull at national schools earlier in the year, so I'm sure this J15 athlete, Beau Gritton, is looking to emulate some of that club success and we can see all the athletes now heading into the 500. They're on their way. It's pretty hard to separate the field. I'm not going to make any early guesses. And wow, looking at that drone shot now, it is absolutely stroke for stroke potentially.
It does seem those scullers on the right of our screen, Lara Tinoli from Falcon and Millie Amstead from Hinksey, who seem to have that better middle, although of course the drone is slightly angled. So here we are, here is the camera shot from the 500 metre mark, and we wait for the camera to swivel through 70, 75, 80, 85 degrees, and here we snap round to the 90-degree shot to tell us who is in front, and it does seem to be lane 2 there. Lane 2 from Falcon Boat Club out in front, but just by half a length, if that, on lane 1, a third of a length I would say, and then in lane 3, swiftly behind them. Here are the intermediate times flashing up, Lucy. Who is it?
Well, yeah, you're right. It was the sculler from from Falcon Rowing Club, who just took the early lead ahead of Hinksey. Third, we have City of Bristol. So those 3 athletes in lane 1, 2 and 3 really side by side, pushing each other on. Similarly, lanes 4, 5 and 6 all cross the line within a second of each other. Chester Street, Camas and Strathclyde Park. So this is, still all to play for. There's only 3 medals on
But look at
offer.
this, she is being challenged. She is being challenged by the sculler from Hinksey. Millie Armstead from Hinksey is pushing Lara Tilorney, who's led so far this race, had a very good start, very good middle 500 win, some lovely shots of her sculling. She's still just about got the lead, I would say, and they are still going roughly in a straight line. But this could go all the way as we enter the final 300 metres of the race, Lucy.
100%. It's anyone's game. They're all still able to get themselves on that medal podium. Falcon lane 2 though, really impressive stuff, just edging out into the lead, but she's got to hold off some huge speed from lane 3. I can see City of Bristol going early through the gears on her sprint, as is the sculler from Hinksey in lane 1.
Looking at this, we've got 200 metres left of this race, and I've just reminded myself, this is a medals race, this is an A final, and I cannot call who is going to get the bronze. You can change the lead in a single scull in a matter of a few strokes, and while it does seem the sculler from Falcon is currently in the gold medal slot, that could change in an instant because she's being pushed very hard by the sculler in lane 3. Madeline Banfield from City of Bristol is moving, and as we swivel around there, a nice shot of the sculler in lane 4 from Chester Street, Bo Gritton, who had an explosive start, and she is moving through now, and as we enter the final 100 metres of this race, I cannot call any of these medals positions. The crowds are on their feet, the armada of bicycles is cycling down, and as we approach the last 5 strokes, it seems lane 3 has gone through the pack. Madeline Banfield from City of Bristol is moving through to take that gold medal potentially and across the line, and I'm afraid I cannot separate the 3 scullers from lane 2, lane 5 and lane 4 for the silver and bronze. Wow, Lucy, what a finish.
Indeed. Awesomely timed race from City of Bristol. Her hands go up like she's not sure if she won. I think none of these athletes know which position they finished. That was, unbelievable. The times coming up on the screen are showing City of Bristol, Madeline Banfield taking the lead, Chester Street in second, and Camas taking that bronze medal. Wowee, it's so unfortunate for these athletes, Falcon, Hinksey and Strathclyde, all just missing out on the medals, but what a race, how exciting.
And how gutting for Lara Tilorney from Falcon. She led that race almost from start, almost to finish. And then in that final explosive 100 metres, we had such a dramatic turnaround. And I mean, congratulations to Madeline Banfield from City Bristol, who was third at the 500 metre. She's only 15, but what maturity, what incredible race experience to be able to be confident enough in your finish, to push through, hold your nerve, and accelerate all the way to the line. Congratulations. And we also should extend our congratulations to Bo Gritton of Chester Street and Olivia Lewis of Camas Rowing Club, who we'll see on the medal ceremony very shortly. But now we're getting some nice pictures on the start of the next race, which is for the J14 Cox Quads. This is the C final. In lane 1, we have the Gorse Boat Club. I'm afraid I've not come across them before. Molesey Boat Club in lane 2, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in lane 3, Brentford Boat Club lane 4, Falcon Boat Club again in lane 5, and City of Bristol again in lane 6. Now, Lucy, I am very excited for these series of 3 races because although they didn't have quite this racing format when I were a lad, this is the event that I did some 20 years ago to the day at the National Rowing Club Championships for juniors. This is the race that got me into rowing. Someone said, "Oh, do you want to go to Nat Champs?" I was like, "Yeah, what's that?" And I took a Cox's seat in a stern loading Cox 4, and here I am 20 years later in the tower commentating on the final series of this event. Very exciting. I went on to many other things, many other clubs, many other races, but this will always have a special place in my heart as the one that started me all off. So I'm excited to see what the scullers and rowers of tomorrow will be able to do.
That is a lovely story there, Charles. Yeah, it's amazing how it can get you hooked like that. Just one race. I'm sure all those athletes in the previous A final of singles, they're going to be hooked now. They're going to all want a bit more of that action. And we can see pictures on our screen now. The J15 singles getting their really hard-earned medals. And that's the athlete from Camus in tears, collecting her well-earned bronze medal. Fantastic to see. So meanwhile, we have the Open J14 Cox quads just attaching to the start. They'll be off shortly.
I mean, I was just having a look at these pictures here. We seem to be missing a boat in the front of our screens here, and I think this is the crew from the Gorse Boat Club, because I'm looking at the Molesey sculler, and you can see there the sculler at 3 is just sat up. He's basically been lounging in the arms of the sculler at 2 for the last couple of minutes, so they are very relaxed on the start line. But yeah, I've just had a quick look through my binoculars down to start. They don't seem to be on the start line yet, so I don't know if that's because they're late to start or there's been some sort of issue. But that appears to be the hold-up for this C final, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens. I am sure the umpires have it all under control. And some more pictures inset there from the J15 single sculls. There is Beau Gritton of Chestler Street Amateur Rowing Club collecting her silver medal. And here is the winner of the J15 single sculls. This is, of course, Madeline Banfield from City of Bristol, who had that amazing finish to power through the pack in the last 100 metres. And we will be hearing shortly from Madeline on her amazing victory there. I'll be interested to know what her race secrets are, Lucy.
Yeah, me too. To come through from third halfway to then clinch the win is really incredible. And here we are with an interview from Madeline.
And we were hoping we would be hearing from Madeline, maybe we will be, but clearly, look at this, the fans, her adoring fans from City of Bristol are delaying the interview, and quite right too. It's right to show congratulations with your fellow scullers. So maybe we won't be hearing from Madeline, but
Maddie, congratulations
here it is.
on your
Let's hear from
win.
Madeline.
Was that the plan then, to hold your nerve and give it everything in the last 100 metres?
Not really. I just saw 250 left and couldn't even tell where I was, but I just kept going, gave it everything I had.
Describe that moment when you cross the line and you know you've won.
I didn't even know I won. I didn't know where I came. I wasn't looking. I was just focusing on just getting all of the strokes I could get in, putting everything into it. Yeah.
When did you realise you had actually won?
When they were screaming on the side that I won at the end. Yeah.
Maddie, congratulations, that's brilliant.
Thank you so much.
And we return now to the start line of the J14 Cox quads, and we can see we are joined by the crew from the Gorse Boat Club there in lane 1. So I don't quite know what the issue was there, them being on the start. I hope it wasn't anything too sinister or adverse, like a malfunction equipment, and hopefully we can have a nice and clean race between these 6 crews. Still all looking fairly relaxed, which means they're not under starters orders just yet. The key thing actually to be on these race starts is not to get to the starting position too soon, because if you sit there tense, you will just make yourself unready for the race, in effect. If you sit there and tense up too much, it will just mean you're not able to get the start that you really want. Still some conversations going on between the crews, and it looks like they're now heading to the front under starters orders. Although Molesey seems to be now straightening up. There we are. And they're off. Off we go in race 592, the C final of the J14 Cox quads. So just to repeat, in lane 1 we have the Gorse Boat Club, in lane 2 Molesey Boat Club, lane 3 Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, commonly known as ASRA to their supporters, Brentford Boat Club, A in lane 4, Falcon Boat Club in lane 5, and City of Bristol Rowing Club in lane 6. We have a lovely shot of the start line, which means I have very little to go on in this race. If I just cast my eye out of the commentary tower window, it does seem to be that the crew in lane 3, now on your screen, the crew from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Station, who have got the best start there. They seem to be slightly ahead, although they are moving slightly towards the side of their lane, which I wasn't expecting. In a Cox boat, you've got someone who's A, looking where they're going, and B, got a rudder to control with. So we'll have to see how that plays out. Hopefully it doesn't affect their racing too much. And I think it's definitely, to my eye, the scullers in lane 3, and actually now the crew from Brentford in lane 4, who seem to have a good start. But we've got a nice shot of them here on the screen, Lucy, from the 500-metre mark, as we wait for it to swivel round. Who do you think seems to be doing the best here?
Yeah, really good. I like this change of pace. The singles were really close, but now with the big fast quads. And I think you're right, it is in lanes 3 and 4, Aberdeen and Brentford going together. But as are Falcon in that blue in lane 5, it looks like on these screens. Yeah, but you can't count anyone out at this stage. We're approaching halfway, where it gives you a bit of an idea, but we've seen some incredible finishes, and I think this C final is also shaping up to go a similar way. But through the 500-metre mark now on the screens, we can nearly see who's taken that early lead. I'm thinking maybe Falcon.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Wow. What incredibly close.
Everything I
That's
just
4
said.
crews.
4 crews hand in hand over the line. It is Brentford just tenths ahead of Falcon, and then Gorse are currently in 3rd, followed by Molesey, Aberdeen and Bristol. But wow, we have just 2 seconds, less than 2 seconds, separating the top 4 crews or so. So yeah, we are in for a treat. We can see great shots of that Molesey crew on screen now. Really good height order, really tall stroke, and it goes actually down to bow, but working well for them out there. Really amazing conditions. So this is anyone's race. There's no favour to each lane, and it's anyone's game. But Gorse in lane 1 going really well. Haven't heard of Gorse Boat Club before. Just did a quick Google. I think they're in Leeds. So great to see some new names on the scene.
Yeah, we do have some very well-established rowing clubs here, and also some newer ones. Nice to see Lambton, who are a reasonably new club as well, competing here. And I'm afraid this is still exceptionally tight. I can't really place it myself. It does look like the crew from Gorse have had a good middle 250 there, but it's the crew in lane 5 from Falcon Boat Club who seem to be making the best fist of this now. All incredibly tight. Only a C final, so there are no medals at the end of this, but still exceptionally close racing. And I'm sure the Coxes in all of these crews are relaying the latest information between them. It does seem now that it's a battle between Falcon in lane 5 and Gorse in lane 1, but I wouldn't rule out Molesey here in lane 2, who are also moving, and there is stiff competition from the crew in lane 4 from Brentford Boat Club, and indeed City of Bristol on the outside lane, also in the mix for the 3rd place position. Now into the last 100 metres, the Red Boys. Who do you think is going to cross the line first, Lucy?
Falcon have done a really good job to get themselves ahead. They're in 2nd at halfway, and they might be up there, but lanes 1 and 2 are pushing each other.
Look at this, Molesey are moving.
Gorse and Molesey. Oh, it's on the line. Gorse, Molesey and Falcon for the top 3 spots. I'm not calling that. They will not know themselves who has taken the lead in that race. But wowee, yeah, Gorse, Falcon and Molesey taking those top 3 spots in some order. I'm not sure which. And then Aberdeen, Bristol and Brentford also all very close across the line as well. We'll wait for some official times to come up before we know anything, but I'm not sure at this stage anyone does other than the photo finish.
So the umpire's just been giving some directions to some of the scullers there. It seems normally it's to tell rowers to sit up and not lie down to show that they're actually alive and well. But there seems to be some other interaction here, so we'll have to wait for them to resolve that before they raise the white flag, and we can look at our time system to know it's all okay. Still some delay to that, so they're still in conversation with the crews. Oh, they did. Okay, right. Well, enough of my nonsense then. We don't have any times, though, so we can't tell you who won that race. So we'll just have to move on and give you an update in a second. Hopefully they will flash up on the big screen opposite the finish tower in a moment to inform us. Anyhow, who are the runners and riders in the B final, Lucy?
In the B final, up next we have in lane 1, Wallingford Rowing Club A, in 2, Clare's Court School, in 3, Brentford B, in 4, Windsor Boys B, in 5, Peterborough City, and in lane 6, Henley. So a lot of the big junior clubs featuring in this B final here.
Yeah, some well-known, prestigious names here in the sculling world. Also great to see some really powerful regional clubs. Peterborough, big fans of Peterborough. They hosted us for a training camp earlier this year. Very generous hosts. They've got a brilliant facility, great river, great rowing lake. So really big fans of Peterborough City Rowing Club. Although don't go and visit them too much because we need to have our training camp there next year as well. So anyhow, as we pan around at the shot, the 500 metre marks, it looks like the crew from Wallingford have made the advantage there, but only just. They're being pushed so hard by the crew in lane 2, lane 4 and lane 5. Oh, it seems actually I was wrong. Maybe it was the crew from Henley out in lane 6 who just snuck that in front of them. But they seem to be, yes, just 0.4 of a second between them, incredibly close. And looking at this field here, there is just 3.5 seconds at most separating the field between first and last. So with 2 minutes of this race underway, more than halfway gone now, we have 350 metres to go, and the event that kicked me off in rowing, is proving to be as exciting as ever.
Yeah, I understand why that made you catch the bug, because it's making me want to be out there racing. These crews are all side by side. Their coxes are going to be really important in the deciding factor of who's going to time their sprint to perfection. And coming in to approaching the 250 metres now, it's the lead. I don't want to call it, honestly, but I think Peterborough are putting on a really good charge in lane 5. Windsor Boys right beside them too. I can see them just upping their rate. They're turning through the gears now.
I mean, it really is all going to come down to who has a final sprint finish, because this is a spectacular lineup. The angle makes it particularly difficult to judge for us in the commentary tower. Even stood up, even craning our necks to see who is there. I might wager that it's the crew from Henley out in lane 6 who are still clinging onto a lead, but that crew from Peterborough in lane 5 are pushing and pushing and pushing. And this Windsor Boys crew in lane 4 are also, their cox is just looking at the crews to his right and telling the crew exactly where they are. And Windsor Boys have shown consistently in this regatta they have an amazing sprint finish. Will be one of these races where it appears, but I think it is actually the crew from Peterborough who are going through the field now to move ahead of the others by just a smidgen, just a seat or two. And the bow there of the Peterborough crew, he looks to his right again. Where are Windsor Boys? But he has now got half a length on the pack. But between them, Henley and Windsor, that's dead level again. And even behind it, 3, 2 and 1, we're only a matter of seconds behind Lucy.
Yeah, barely a famous cat's whisker between Windsor and Henley there. Henley obviously with the lead through the 500, but Peterborough did a phenomenal job of timing their race and coming through to take the win in that B final.
And I can just see the times from the previous race up on the board. So the gap between Chester Street and Camus, who came second and third in that final, I think was just 0.14 of a second.
I think that's the J. Yeah.
That's not even the right race, so ignore me. I'm just talking
another
nonsense.
Close race. Every single race is all very familiar.
Well, we do have the actual times up here now on our screen. So it was Molesey who won that race, and then second by 0.4 of a second behind them was the Gorse Boat Club, who we saw, and then third was just 0.4 of a second behind them. It was Falcon Boat Club. So that's the actual times. And we are waiting, of course, from the results of this B final to flash up as well. Again, the Finnish team have got their work cut out. They have the latest technology available to humanity to do the maths, but it does require careful scrutiny to make sure it's all working perfectly. We will have to wait and see. Anyhow, on to the A final. Who are the scullers and rowers in this race?
The scullers in this race. A final of Open J14 Cox Quads. For medals in lane 1 we have Marlow, in 2 Walbrook, in 3 Windsor Boys A, in 4 Hereford, in 5 Leeds, and in lane 6 Durham. So these 6 boats are all contesting for just 3 medals, and if we've got a glimpse of what's to come from the C final and the B final, it's anyone's game, and it's going to go right to the line. We're almost at the 500 now, but the drone shots are just showing maybe a slight lead from lane 2. Is that Walbrook maybe with the lead just ahead of Hereford in lane 4, but there's complete overlap between all 6 boats in this final as we hit the halfway marker. No times with us just yet, but this is going to be a fast finishing race.
Just looking at sorry, Lucy, I was just looking at this picture here. The bronze medal position in this race is going to be an absolute cracker. Look at that, you've got the times there on screen. Less than 5 seconds separating all the crews, and that bronze medal race has just got 2 seconds between 4 crews. Wow. we are going to see some really exciting racing. And we've got a shot there of the Windsor boys having a bit of difficulty, a lot of splash going on. It's a really calm conditions, so hopefully that's just a sign of how hard they're working. And I've got a little shot there of the Hereford crew behind them. And it does seem there's been a change of lead, Lucy. It looks like that Hereford have moved through to power ahead of the pack.
Yeah, just looking at those shots there. Hereford looking really tidy, I thought. Windsor boys quite splashy, but still fast, but Hereford moving really nicely, and it's paying off for them in these closing stages. They are leading the pack into the final 250, but to their left, we have the crew from Leeds also going with them. These crews have got to be a little careful of the boy line. Hereford there just want to straighten up a bit. They don't want to cost themselves any seconds or tenths of seconds, because all these crews are charging. 200 metres left to decide the medals, and it's complete overlap with the field.
Yes, indeed. It does look like that crew from Hereford are laying claim to the gold medal position. They have a few seats advantage, but they are being pushed so hard now from this crew from Leeds in lane 5, who are going. They are sprinting like nothing, and they are looking absolutely spectacular. Their coach has been working very hard this season, because those catches are going straight in, and they are jacking the rate up and up and up, way higher than this Hereford crew, who aren't even raising the rate. And I think this Leeds crew could go through. They've got 5 strokes to go, but they are rating almost 50% higher, it seems, than the Hereford crew. And Cox is now gesticulating so wildly in the Hereford crew. He thinks he has it. It does seem Hereford went over first, Leeds second, but bronze, Walbrook, Windsor, I can't call that. Wow. And just half a length back to the rest of the field. Wow, what a compressed race, Lucy.
How exciting. Change of lead. I think not a single boat finished in the same position they were at the 500 metres. It was switching up the whole way, and that bronze medal photo finish, wow, we're going to have to wait for that. But Hereford Rowing Club there confirmed champions of the Open J14 Cox Quads. What a tidy race from them, and it really paid off. But we'll have to wait for confirmation of the other medals and see
it
who
seems we have the flag up and the times on our system. It seems that it was the Windsor Boys School who took that bronze medal position. No, I withdraw it because the times have just been withdrawn. We will have to. They are flashing, reflashing. This is very tense. So it was Hereford 1, Leeds Rowing Club 2. And I now have on my screen it saying that it was Walbrook Rowing Club who took the bronze.
Some very happy Walbrook
very
fans
excited
down there,
roar of approval there from the crowds here. I do not have a time for Windsor Boys School to say who that was, so we will have to wait for the later times to flash up subsequently. Wow, it does sometimes happen with the finish times being checked and double checked by the official timers, so we will just have to wait for the rest of that to come through. Anyhow, we're on to the next batch of racing, Lucy.
Yeah, whilst we wait for those very exciting confirmation of results, we are already up off the start with the Women's J14 Cox Quads. And we're starting off with the C final. These are the final 3 races of the day now. So C final, B final, A final of just Women's J14 Cox Quads. And in this lane 1, we have Queen's Park Chester. In 2, Queen Elizabeth High School B. In 3, Durham. In 4, Molesey. 5, Wallingford A. And in lane 6, Sir William Borlase's Grammar School A. And these crews are already on their way to the 500-metre mark. We'll hopefully have some times for you soon, because there's barely anything separating here.
As we swivel around, it does seem to me that the crew in lane 4 from Molesey are out in front. There they go, about a length up on Wallingford in lane 5. And I think also the crew, it might have been the crew in lane 2. I think, yes, coming in third from Queen Elizabeth High School. The intermediate times are up on the screen. Lucy, what are we seeing?
Yeah, we're seeing, well, flash after flash, because they're all so close. But Molesey going through that halfway marker first, ahead of Wallingford, then Queen Elizabeth High School, and 4th is Durham Amateur Rowing Club. 5th and 6th currently with Borlase and then Queen's Park Chester. But as we've seen in the previous race, all the switching about in positions, I'm sure it's still all on the line. But yeah, out ahead, that crew from Molesey Boat Club out in lane 4. The lead is with them approaching the final 250 metres. Can they stay composed? Can they hold on to it? The shots are on screen now. We can see from the drone some really good timing from all these young junior athletes. Just J14s in the C final, but looking really good. Molesey making the most of that technique they've been learning all year and leading this pack. But the 2 crews in red, I think, from Wallingford and also Queen's Park Chester in lane 1 and 5, they're moving with them.
It does seem to me that the Molesey crew are way out in front and are laying claim to the title of C-final winner, and then probably Wallingford in second place there on lane 5, as you were saying, Lucy, just to their left. Seeing some nice pictures in set of, I think that's the Walbrook crew who've just been racing in the A final, going to be getting that bronze medal. But yes, as we return to the race in hand, as you can see on your screen, it is Molesey on the left of your screen who are out in front, Wallingford in second place behind them, and then I think actually the tussle for the third place spot is completely wide open, and I think the Queen's Park crew have just got a seat or two on the Queen Elizabeth High School crew next to them, or indeed the Durham Amateur crew next to them. And I shouldn't discount the crew in lane 6 from Sir William Borlase either. But as we go across the line first, it seems to be Molesey crossing that line. But actually this Queen's Park crew, as you were saying, Lucy, are on a charge. They are catching right up to Wallingford.
Awesome work from Queen's Park. Chester, I think the stern loader Cox in these races is really helpful because they can see the whole field, whereas next door to them, Queen Elizabeth High School with that bow loader Cox, she was unable to see them until they sneak ahead. But really awesome racing from this J14 C final. Congratulations to all athletes. Hope they've had a fantastic weekend. The umpire's white flag goes up, so that concludes the C final, and now we're into the final 2 races of Brit Champs. 4 days about to conclude in just 2 1K races, and next will be with the B final, who are looking down the course. They are already underway, but meanwhile on our screen we can see the hard-earned medals being awarded to the J14 Cox Quads, and Leeds taking
the silver medal, I believe.
Silver medal. I didn't want to say which colour just yet, but yeah, silver medal confirmed.
So congratulations to Javier Whelan Rivas, Tate Level. That's from Walbrook. Congratulations to the crew from Leeds. So Jamie Ford, Dominic Johnson, Hector Jones, Maximilian Welsh, and Cox by Angus McMillan for that silver medal. We saw on the screen Javier Whelan Rivas, Tate Level, Daniel Qureshi, Theo Reitz, and the Cox of Alexander Tenoro Sauer getting the bronze medal. And we will see the gold medalists very briefly in a moment on your screen. Hector Little, Alex Hargreaves, James Giampalmer, Rowan Meadowcroft, and James Head, the Cox of that Hereford crew, the winners of the J14 Open Cox Fours. But back to this B final as we swivel round at the 500 metre mark. That is dead level between crews 4 and 5. Just a barrel ball right there. I think it's Maidenhead and City of Oxford crossing the line almost simultaneously, Lucy.
This is epic racing going down in the final stages of the B final, Women's J14 Cox Quads. And yeah, Maidenhead just with a slight advantage over City of Oxford there for the first 2 positions through the 500 metre marker. But yeah, so in this race we've got Kingston in lane 1, Guildford in 2, City of Oxford in 3, Maidenhead in 4, Leeds in 5, and Rob Roy in lane 6.
And again, another wide open race. It is that Kingston crew in lane 1 who do seem to be doing quite well, but then actually looking across the field, the crews in lane 3 and lane 4 from City of Oxford and Maidenhead, who were up at the 500 metre mark, probably still up there. I think the City of Oxford crew just a slight advantage, maybe a seat or so over Maidenhead, but actually shouldn't discount the crew in lane 5 from Leeds. We've seen Leeds do well in the open category, and perhaps they'll be doing very well in this B final of the women's category too. The crews are now entering the final 250 metres, and I think it is now a 3-horse race between City of Oxford, between Leeds, and between the crew from Maidenhead in lane 4. I would say City of Oxford just clinging on to a slight advantage here, just 1 seat maybe. We've got the pictures of the Hereford crew getting their medals, and behind them, of course, the race enveloping, which you can see inset. And it is now, look, this 3-horse race, City of Oxford, Leeds and Maidenhead. Who is going to claim the prize of B final winner? I really can't call it, Lucy.
Neither. Leeds have probably got a charge similar to their counterpart of J14 Quads, who just won a silver medal we saw in that previous final. And Leeds are moving. Leeds are going. City of Oxford and Maidenhead right beside them. I think Maidenhead is just falling out the back end of this, but half a length or so in it. It's going to be on the surge. Maybe City of Oxford just over Leeds, and then Maidenhead, and the rest of the field is just as close between the stripes of Guildford and who else have we got here? Rob Roy and Leeds. and Maidenhead, sorry, that was just, yeah, unbelievably close racing.
I mean, the whole pack there was within 2 boat lengths, within 6 seconds. That's incredible. I mean, it's a testament to the new format that they use. As I was wittering on about my school days, when in that format you had to go through a heat and then into a quarter-final, semi-final, whatever. And now you do a time trial, and so the races that ensue, these semi-finals and then A, B finals, are exceptionally close. And here we are, Lucy. This is the final race of the day, the A final of the women's J14 Cox Quads. Now, normally they say when you've got exciting news, you need to sit down for this one, but we are both standing right up. Who are we going to be watching?
We are watching Henley Rowing Club B in lane 1, Trentham in 2, Queen Elizabeth High School A in 3, Walbrook in 4, George Watson's College in 5, and City of Bristol in lane 6. Now, all of these quads are almost at the 500 metre marker, but with a good lead already. It's the crew in lane 4 from Walbrook. They are looking to be our current leaders, so great stuff going on at Walbrook. Their boys, we just saw them win a bronze medal on that awesome photo finish. Can the girls better them and hold on to that gold that they're currently in? Almost a length up. This is maybe the biggest margin we've seen in the early stages.
Wow, so decisive. And look at that, it's Queen Elizabeth High School in 2nd place, and then George Watson's College in 3rd on the times at the 500 metre mark. Again, all to play for, but actually a little bit more strung out than some of the B and C finals. So I'll maybe have to take my words back about how it's all really close racing, because what a decisive, powerful effort we are seeing from the Walbrook crew. They now have almost about 3/4 of the length over the Queen Elizabeth High School crew. But you know what? There is still all to play for. There is 350 metres, and we have seen comebacks greater than even that would be required for Queen Elizabeth High School to take the gold medal position. But hats off to Walbrook. So far, they are gripping this race by the horns and running away with it, because nobody, it seems, can catch them. The boys got bronze, but it seems the girls might, if they can just hold on and maintain their nerve for the next 250 metres, they might be national champions. Who will tell? Only the next 45 seconds will reveal who will be our national champion. It looks like Walbrook, but Queen Elizabeth High School in there, and I wouldn't also rule out the crew in lane 5 from George Watson's, who are moving.
Yeah, George Watson's not to be counted out. Similarly, Trentham in lane 2, I think they're starting to charge. Not even a crystal ball could tell you the medal results of this race. Yeah, we're into the final 100 metres. Can Walbrook hold on to the dominant lead they established in the first half of this race? Queen Elizabeth High School in that bright yellow boat are chasing them hard. It's going to push them all the way to the line. And George Watson's and Trentham in a real battle for that bronze medal. It's close to call, but the gold does look like Walbrook are on their way to claiming it. They are extending their lead. Oh, fantastic. Almost clear water. And in these 1K races, that is phenomenal. Walbrook charging to the line now. They're going to take victory in the women's J14 Cox Quads. Congratulations to Walbrook. Queen Elizabeth over the line in 2nd. And for bronze, it's really close. I think George Watson's there just ahead of Trentham. But wow, what a race for bronze.
And rounding it out, Henley just coming across the line now, and City of Bristol to conclude that final race today. Well, Lucy, what exceptional racing, what talented rowers we have here as J14s and J15s. I hope to see them racing in many national championships and other regattas across the UK in years to come. And some lovely shots there of the winners of that event. Walbrook Rowing Club, the white flag is up, the times are up on our screen. They did that in 3 minutes 40. They took almost a length over 1K out of the Queen Elizabeth High School crew, and almost some 10 seconds, 15 seconds over some of the other members of the pack. Some lovely drone shots there of them as they are taking it all in, processing what has just happened, Lucy. How would you be feeling at this moment?
Oh, knackered for one, because that was a lot of hard work, but absolutely elated. They should be so happy with that performance. It was really classy sculling from these young J14 athletes. But yeah, a heartbreak for the ones who just missed out on the podium this afternoon, because they were there or thereabouts, but that's the beauty of sport. We love these close margins. It makes it very exciting to watch, that's for sure. And I hope all our viewers on the YouTube and on the bank have had just as an exciting time as we have up in the commentary booth.
Well, we're seeing the Empire's marshals come in down the lake, and the crews in that medal ceremony just spinning around now, as you can see on the drone footage, to come into the pontoon to collect their prizes and well-earned trophies. I'm seeing some serious silverware being moved onto the pontoon area, so we'll have to wait and see what happens with that. And yet the first crew, as you can see on your screen, just sculling over now to the medals ceremony. So as we wait for the scullers to move onto the pontoon for this final medal ceremony, we will, of course, as I was alluding to, see some serious silverware, and that will be the winners of the Victor Ludorum. There will be prizes being awarded for the junior, senior, and overall categories. So we look forward to that being presented on the podium and the medals area. There is a shot on screen of the trophy for the Victor Ludorum. We look forward to those winners being announced very shortly. So we're just seeing on screen now the medalists from that race of the J14 Coxed Quads. So on screen now, it's the crew from Queen Elizabeth High School. We have, from George Watson's College. Can't even read my own screen right. So this is Evie Vernon Coyle, Isla Adam, Flora Wilding, Chloe Richardson, and Hannah Bilal. Congratulations to all of them.
Well done to Queen Elizabeth High School's main Isla, Bella, Ariel and Imogen.
And as we see on screen now, the next crew being awarded their medals. This is the silver medalists from that J14 Cox Quad. This is the crew from Queen Elizabeth High School. We will see Maeve Harper-Davies, Isla Mitchell, Bella Wright, Ariel Lynch, and Cox of Imogen Bryden being awarded their silver medals. And just behind them is the crew that won that event, of course, from Walbrook Rowing Club: Kiara Fawnlin, Sophia Evans, Jessica Harper, and Hannah Nyman. Cox, Mark Kovtilakov. And well done to all of those scullers. Great racing, great results. They richly deserve their medals. A thumbs up there from the Cox of, I think that's the Walbrook crew. That would be Mark Kovtilakov. Congratulations to him and all the scullers. And Lucy, I think that's probably our cue to wrap it up. It's been an excellent day's commentating, an excellent day's racing. For all of you who's been listening in, I know there have been thousands literally watching this live stream. We in the commentary team have really appreciated all your love and support. I hope you've enjoyed the racing. From me, Charles Barry, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. That's a wrap from me, and see you next year. Very excited.
the next of our athletes. Let's hear it one more time for our women's J14 Conch Quad champions of 2025, Marlborough. We have just one more presentation to make. That's of the Victor Medorum, the most successful club in the championships. And we can announce that the junior winners of the Victor Medorum are Wallingford. Congratulations to Wallingford Rowing Club and junior winners for 2025 of the Victor Medorum. Our senior winners are the University of Bath, and the overall winners of the Victor Medorum for 2025 are Wallingford. Congratulations to Wallingford, our overall winners of the Victor Medorum for this season. Well done to everybody involved in the competition, the British rowing staff and amazing volunteers as well. Congratulations to all the athletes and all the coaches. An incredible 4 days of racing. Wonderful stuff. Thank you everyone for your support. We wish you a safe trip home. We'll see you again at a British rowing event very, very soon, hopefully. Have a safe trip home, and thank you for your support.